Ever wondered what happens when you'll get all you favorite adult fictions at one place? Yay, you heard it right! Welcome to my Patreon. Currently, we have more than 200+ stories collections. Exclusive, uncensored, 18+ fan fiction awaits you. Stories too bold for the mainstream, crafted for true fans. Dive into steamy world of Harry Potter, Naruto, and Deku. Untamed passion and raw power. Only on Patreon. Ready to unlock the secrets? Join now, link in the description.
Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter had toxic relationship with Hermione? Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Anything interesting happen over the summer? Ginny asked as she slid into the compartment and dropped down onto the seat next to Neville. The train was just pulling out from 9 3/4. And the Weasleys had arrived at the last minute. As always, one year they had missed the train altogether, and their father had to flow them to Hogsmeade, which had been mortifying for all involved. Fortunately, this compartment was mostly empty. Harry and Neville had snagged the one at the very back of the train, as was their wont. It wasn't the best spot, but it was theirs ever since first year. And their friends knew where to find them. Nothing much, Harry muttered, not looking up from his Quidditch Weekly. It was last week's issue, but this was his first opportunity to read it. The past week had been crazy. His mother had completely snapped and gone on a last-minute shopping binge, buying him and Nev a ton of clothes that neither one was ever going to wear. Most of them had been left behind back at home. It was like she was hoping to cram in an extra month of time with her boys into the space of a few hours. And she had succeeded. It had felt like a month-long ordeal of trying on clothing, none of which fit, and all of which looked alike. It had been torture. The Hogwarts Express was Harry's first chance at a little peace and quiet. A pair of second-year puffs went racing down the corridor, yelling something about fanged frisbees. Well, everything was relative. Not much. Neville snorted. What, you already forget the marriage contract? What? Ginny leaned forward expectantly. This sounded juicy. And while she might be a tomboy, McGonagall had taken points from her 6 times last year, twice for climbing the winding ivy on the outside of the Gryffindor Tower, 3 times for not wearing school robes in class, and once for flying a broom inside the Great Hall. In her defense, it had been raining all week, and she had waited until after dinner was done, but she still liked to gossip. You're getting married. To who? Nobody. Harry flushed. Dad will take care of it. Flashback. What do you mean, a marriage contract? Harry woke up to his mother's shrill scream. She rarely yelled, but when she did, you didn't want to be anywhere within the blast zone, as Dad described it, but never to Lily's face. Well, happy birthday to me. Harry slipped on his glasses and his slippers and went downstairs to see what the screaming was about. It sounded like something racy. Honey, these things happen in the wizarding world. All a barrister from the Department of Mysteries to reconstruct the contract. They all have escape clauses, even the spontaneous ones. What do you mean spontaneous? And why do you need to reconstruct it? Just go to Gringotts and get a copy. Lily had grown up in the Muggle world, and sometimes it showed. She could navigate the wizarding world pretty well, but there were times when something like this came up. It usually had to do with some insanity dreamed up by one of the Fruit Loop purebloods. In Lily's opinion, all purebloods were a little bit touched in the head, though James was less afflicted than most. James sighed. The problem is finding the information. If there even was a written contract, who know who made it, and when? The Potters could have inherited it from some backroom deal done centuries ago, involving some family that we married into. Hello. Harry shuffled into the kitchen, curiously. Who's getting a marriage contract? Lily turned to her son and pasted her fake teacher smile on her face. You are dear, but your dad will straighten it out before it becomes a problem. She shooed Harry out of the kitchen, as she shot James a glare saying, you had better. What this about spontaneous contracts? Harry asked, stepping around his mother. This sounded bad, but Dad would fix it. Harry had great faith in his father's ability to take care of any problem. James was a senior Auror, and nobody messed with him or his family. He even made other Aurors nervous, which is why there was talk that he was going to be transferred to internal affairs. Oh, those sometimes happen when a wizarding couple swears to be together forever or some nonsense like that, and then doesn't follow through. That is effectively a magical oath. Then, the next time a witch and a wizard are born into the appropriate bloodline, with similar characteristics, the oath creates a contract. Oh, that's not so bad, Harry mused. He was just starting to notice girls, but the idea of actually asking one out was an insurmountable challenge, which he saw no way to overcome, not even when he turned 24 instead of just 14. So having magic find a girl who was almost guaranteed to like him didn't sound so bad. What, you want some horny 8th century teenager that kind of looked like you to determine who you marry? James frowned at his son, causing Harry blanched. Harry envisioned what men back then thought was attractive, some Viking woman with hands like ham hocks and a back strong enough to pull a plow. Don't worry, there's always an escape clause. And the ministry has wizards trained in reconstructing these contracts. We'll fix this. Now, apparently when the Wizengamot passes a law, it takes on magical force, so even magical marriage contracts from way back when magically modified so that nowadays they can't be applied to somebody against their will. Or to somebody underage, Neville added, but it would still be fun to see who you got paired with. I bet your great-granddad lost a bet to Bulstrode or something. Neville smirked. Ew. Ginny made a gagging motion. Anyway, what's going on with you? Harry quickly changed the topic as the train lurched into motion. Maybe Neville found it fun, but this discussion gave him butterflies. Not much. The Ponce who lived had yet another interview with the Skeeter woman. I hate her. She is the most condescendingly fake pawn scum ever. Wherever I walk by, so stop walking by, Harry interrupted. Ha, funny. It's my house. I'm allowed to go get something from the kitchen if I want. But every time she sees me asks me to get her a cup of water or a tissue or whatever, like I'm a house elf or something. I don't understand why Dad allows her into the house. Maybe he needs the money. Harry cringed at Neville's reply. The Weasleys were dirt poor, but Ginny hated being pitied. James was saying that Hogwarts tuition has gotten crazy high, and that many magical families can't afford it anymore. Neville called the Potters Lily and James, despite having lived with them almost all his life except to their faces. Then they were Mom and Dad. Lily insisted. It was his way of paying his respects to his biological parents. Well, I'm going to play pro Quidditch, and that will take care of that. You're going to have to make the school team first, Runt, Harry retorted, grateful that Ginny hadn't made it into a big deal. Neville had an overdeveloped do-gooder streak that he had gotten from James. The last thing Harry needed was for Ginny to wind him up so that he went on another crusade. Last year's attempt to keep Remus on as a Dada professor, once he was outed as a werewolf, had been bad enough. Neville had gotten into so many fist fights that he had almost matched Ginny's record for detentions. The discussion devolved into an arguments over professional Quidditch teams. Harry was practical, as in all things, rooting for Puddlemere United, but for reasons unknown Ginny championed the Chudley Cannons, who had not won a world championship in almost 100 years. It made for a lively discussion, with Neville refereeing to keep it from getting too heated. He himself he liked Quidditch well enough. But it was just a sport. They were still at it when George Weasley comes by to check on his sister. Hey, Ginevra, we're almost to Hogwarts. Don't forget to get into your robes. The somber Hufflepuff managed to look disapproving even now. Yes, Mommy. George blanched and slid the door shut. That wasn't nice, Harry interjected. The Weasley matriarch had given her life trying to save Ron from Voldemort. Arthur had never remarried, being too busy raising 5 boys and 1 lone daughter as a single father. Yeah, whatever. I can't tiptoe around him for the rest of my life. Hey, at least he's not Ron. Ginny rolled her eyes. Even she couldn't stand how her older brother always had to be the center of attention. If somebody, somehow ever did forget that he was the boy who lived, he would be certain to mention it. 1981. Molly was puttering in the kitchen, putting the finishing touches on her clock. She knew that it wasn't strictly legal, it used Ood magic to tie the clock hands to all of her family, so that she would always know where they were, but it was an old family spell. The Pruitts had been using it for generations. It was perfectly safe. She sighed and rubbed at her forehead. Right now, she really shouldn't be awake at all. It was almost 2 a.m., but her youngest, Ginerva, had woken up colicky, and it had taken forever to put her back to sleep. She ended up casting a sound reflection charm on all of the children's rooms, so that no noise from outside would penetrate. Maybe that would let her sleep. And if she didn't, it would at least keep the others from waking up. But this was pretty much it for Molly. There was no way that she would be able to fall back asleep now, so she might as well get something productive done, instead of laying in bed, worrying. With you-know-who menacing all of Wizarding Britain, she would feel much better once she had the clock. Arthur had spoken to Dumbledore. Apparently you-know-who was now hunting after the Potters and the Longbottoms. Something about their boys being born in the 7th month. Thank Merlin that they had good wards to hide behind. Molly had just put a drop of her blood onto the small clock hand and recited the next part of the ritual when she heard a crash from the back of the house. Arthur. She knew it wasn't him. Her husband was on a business trip. She talked to him about transferring to some department that would let him stay home. She hated it when he was away overnight. Even before this craziness, she always worried. Molly headed for the back of the house, her wand in one hand, the clock half forgotten in the other. The back door was torn off of its hinges. There was another crash, this time from upstairs. Mommy. There followed a quiet thump. Molly felt ice pour into her veins. She turned and raced up the back stairs, towards the children's rooms, to find an unknown man standing with his wand drawn next to Ron's room. Stupefy. Moll. Why didn't bother to ask what he was doing there? He didn't belong. The man turned and casually deflected the spell. By its light, she could see the lifeless body of one of her twins. No, she attacked with complete disregard for her own safety. The intruder was momentarily taken aback, and was forced up a few stairs. Molly threw herself between Ron's bedroom and the intruder. As she got closer to him, her eyes widened. It was you-know-who. The momentary lapse was enough for him to go back on the offensive. Avada Kedavra. She tried to block the spell with the only thing she could, the half-finished clock. But the killing curse smashed through it, sending shards tainted by death magic flying throughout the room. One rather large piece lanced into her neck. Voldemort blinked as a wave of some old magic washed over him. And he felt a moment of nausea. He took a moment to look around. Fortunately, whatever the witch had hit him with hadn't done any harm. He stepped into the Chosen One's room. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. But the 7th month from when? The modern fool assumed it was based on the Christian calendar, but prophesy didn't know about some false god. It drew on the natural world. Clearly, it was the 7th month from Lunasa. One more piece of business taken care of. Next I need to dispose of that James Potter. That hyperactive junior Auror was a disproportionate thorn in his backside. Once he was gone, the Auror's moral would collapse. Voldemort absent-mindedly pointed his wand at the child and sneered, Avada Kedavra. And something went wrong. The spell didn't emanate from the tip of his wand as it should, but instead swelled outwards, enveloping first his wand and then his whole body in a glowing sphere. He looked like an image that had been cast onto the surface of a bubble, which popped, sending a wave of magic out into the room. And Lord Voldemort popped along with the bubble, leaving nary a trace. Now, the train was rumbling through Hogsmeade as it approached the station when the carriage door slid open again and Luna stumbled in, looking dazed. Hey, are you okay? Neville immediately asked. Luna often walked with mismatched shoes and she wore jewelry, made from bottle caps and other odds and ends. Something was off with her. And Neville was pretty certain she was being bullied. He wanted to interrogate her and find out who was doing it so that he could then have some words with them, which would no doubt be immediately followed by a detention. But it would be worth it, but he didn't really know how to ask that of a girl. She hung out with them because she had known Ginny since they were little, but she Asn't really friends with the Potter boys. And Luna wasn't the sort that opened up to people easily. Yes, I'm fine, Neville. I just spotted a nest of woolly spiders above one of the doorways, and I got a little distracted. Do you realize the train is actually an entire ecosystem? Completely sealed off from the rest of the world, rocketing across the countryside in its own little world. It's so romantic. The others exchange knowing looks. Luna was being Luna again. When the train finally arrived at Hogwarts Station, the four friends made their way off the train, or tried to. A bunch of first years burst out of the compartment in front of them, flooding the hallway like a swarm of ants. Damn, how did they fit so many into one compartment? Neville grumbled. They must have been packed in like sardines in a tin. And the firsties are getting smaller and smaller every year, Harry agreed. A long minute later, as they finally made it to the entrance, the two remaining first years in front of them were bowled out of the way by Malfoy and his two goons coming from the other direction. Neville lunged forward and grabbed Draco by the shoulder. Oi, Malfoy, watch where you're going, you dumb ass. You want a piece of this? One of Malfoy's hench trolls, it was either Crabbe or Goyle, Harry could never tell the two apart. Between the two of them, they just about had one regular-size intellect. He tried to sound threatening, but his voice cracked halfway through. Nev, let's not do this on the first day of school. With this being getting detention, Harry eyed the half-giant directing the first years. Hagrid was pretty easygoing, but he was still a teacher. Fine, fine, go on ahead, Your Majesty, Neville faked about a Malfoy. The Slytherin boy fumed but couldn't think of a way to retaliate without losing face. So he just quietly stalked off towards the carriages. FWAP1. What's that? Sirius looked up as a folder dropped onto his desk, next to his feet. What else? The Quidditch Cup imbroglio. It went all the way up the food chain and then came back down. Apparently Fudge chewed out Bones for not putting enough resources on it and she leaned on Rufus. So he sent it back down to me. And now it's my problem. Sirius took another sip of coffee. No, it's our problem. James sat down in the guest chair. We'll split it up like USUATY toity, and you sweep the streets. Do I at least get to finish my coffee first? James snorted in amusement. Aren't you always complaining how the shopkeepers keep foisting coffee and donuts on you whenever you drop by? I'm not exactly complaining. But this is Starbucks. Sirius mock whined. James smiled at his oldest friend's antics. Come on, Padfoot. When Scrimgeour says jump, he expects to at least see some signs of life. Okay. Let me get my jacket. While James was dressed in the traditional Aurors robes, Sirius was wearing well-worn jeans and a muscle shirt that showed off the fact that he spent his free evenings at the gym. All topped with a leather jacket. Sirius was a firm believer that getting older did not mean that you had to grow up. Which the long list of women that he had dated over the past 20 years could corroborate. I can't believe that sort of nonsense happens, Petunia exclaimed as Lily finished recounting the salient events of the past month. I mean, marriage contracts. That's like something out of the Middle Ages. The two women were sitting in the tiny garden plot attached to Petunia's condo. As was her habit, Lily had dropped in on her sister after dropping the boys off at King's Cross. Petunia's condo wasn't anywhere near, but with magic, that didn't matter. And chatting with her sister took the edge off of the loneliness that she always got when Harry and Neville boarded the train. It was at moments like that she wished she'd had another child. It's not so bad. James will have it sorted before it becomes a problem. But it's going to cost money. Imagine if you couldn't afford the ministry fees or the barrister fees. It's not right. Petunia knew about not having enough money. Ever since she had divorced Vernon, she had been just scraping by. Most of the clothes for Dudley came from the thrift store. But it was still better than being married to that man. Lily nodded pensively. Maybe there is some way to break the contract without having to spend money. It was worth looking into. Not necessarily for Harry, but it might help other families if she got it published. And it would make her feel better. Not that she didn't trust James nowadays, he wasn't the devil-may-care marauder that he used to be. Quite the opposite, but she prided herself on being an independent, modern woman. So how is your garden doing? It looks pretty good. She changed the subject. It's not too bad. The condo association is even considering letting me redo the flowers at the entrance. The two sisters had become a lot closer after Petunia's divorce, and had bonded over a shared love of gardening. Though Lily was more interested in the magically active plants, which she used in her potions. Welcome to Pettigrew's Pets. How can? Sirius. Come on in. The saint. Aki middle-aged man bustled out from behind the counter and around the display case of mouse cages to give his old-school chum a hug. How are you doing? I don't see you very often. I'm good. Unfortunately, I can't say that this is social call. After the World Cup incident, the big boss asked me to make the rounds, see if there were any other incidents. Well, I haven't seen anything, Peter denied vigorously. Not that his denial would be any less vigorous if he had seen something. Peter was a spineless wimp, and had been ever since Sirius had known him. I don't understand why James had him join our group back in school. Though that kindness had paid off, Peter was fanatically loyal to James. It was the one thing that might overcome his cowardice. Petty, is that one of your friends? A tremulous voice called from the back room. Yes, dear. Peter bustled over to the curtain separating the front of the store from the back and held it out of the way of a short mousy woman as she rocked through another box of Kneasel treats, which she promptly started loading onto the shelves. He was asking if we had heard about any more of that Death Eater nonsense. Well, not in our shop. But Harvey, he's the older gentleman who runs a second-hand bookstore at the intersection with Nocturne Alley, might have. She turned and added as an aside to Sirius. Some of his friends are a rougher sort. But he himself is not like that. Why, he's never said a word about me being a squib. But he was complaining the other day that some boys, I think he said they were the McNair twins, were roughhousing in his shop. I don't know what they were doing there. They certainly aren't the sort to read for fun. If they can read at all, with them being homeschooled and all. But when he told them to break it up, they threatened him, told him that the Dark Lord would serve him. She tsked in disapproval. Sirius smiled as the fussy woman complained. She vigorously disapproved of Pret. Why much everything at some point or other. The only person she never complained about was Peter. Looks like we scored a good crop of firsties. Harry nodded towards the steady stream of new students, joining them at the Gryffindor table for the welcome feast. He always liked watching the sorting. The Muggle-born had such a look of trepidation. Who knows what garbage the older kids had fed them on the train ride. Not that he would ever do something like that. Much. He smirked as he glanced over at the Creevy boy. And even the wizarding kids looked anxious, as they knew about the house system. And many of them were desperate to be sorted into the correct house, whichever that was, for them. Harry thought that it was bogus. Every house had their strengths and weaknesses. Yes, the Snakes were obnoxious retards. But other houses had their flaws as well. For instance, Gryffindor had to deal with the boy who lived. Speaking of, Ron was expounding loudly something about house elves to nearly headless Nick. Ron, you can't be serious. Harry turned to see Ron's number one frizzy fan looking irate with him. This looks serious. Harry turned to watch. Hermione always took Ron's side. See her confronting him like this was novel. And amusing. Hermione, they like to work. Paying a house elf is like paying for air. Ronald Bilious Weasley, I can't believe, you of all people, would say that. Aren't you the champion of the underprivileged? No, he wasn't. That was an appellation that Rita Skeeter had hung on him 2 years back. When Ron had complained to her about Lockhart's behavior, it had gotten him fired. Well, that was the public reason, but there were rumors of inappropriate behavior with a Hufflepuff 6th year. Do you think Hermione will finally realize how much of a prat Ron is? Ginny took a sip of her pumpkin juice as she watched the slow-motion train wreck progress. No, she's got too big of a crush on him, Harry countered. Harry considered himself an exceptional judge of people, and it was obvious that Hermione had it bad. What? Don't be absurd. Ginny scowled. There was no way that somebody would have a crush on her idiot brother. She glanced over at George, sitting with his Hufflepuff friends. Not even on the less idiotic one. Harry shrugged. Ginny was a 3rd year. She would understand about this sort of thing when she got older. For instance, he glanced over at his step-brother. Neville had been watching Luna ever since they got off the train. I bet there's something going on there. But he wasn't about to tease Nev. If he got a girlfriend, good for him. Neville was watching Luna, the fifth-year Ravenclaw sitting next to her had again vanished her pumpkin juice when she wasn't looking. His blood was starting to boil. Once was funny, but this was too much. May I have your attention please? Albus Dumbledore stood up. I have a few announcements to make. The announcements interrupted Neville's righteous fury before it could find an outlet. James waited patently in the Malfoy, smoking, room. He wasn't certain why it was called that. Lucius never smoked, but it was a small, darkly appointed room where the male M. Malfoy entertained his guests while his wife would chat with her female friends in the parlor. In James's opinion, a far more of 20 generations of inbreeding. So what brings you here? Lucius asked. As he came in and took a seat in the leather-upholstered chair. Care for a drink, Dobby? His elf appeared with a quiet pop and reached down a bottle of brandy down from the cabinet, pouring them each 2-finger. What else? That business at the World Cup. Oh, that was unsightly. I hope you don't think I had something to sew with that. No, of course not. But I had to come and ask. My boss is being a hard ass. Lucius tisked. Scrimgeour always was a stickler for the rules. It's why he won't get too far in the ministry. They drank their brandy in silence for a moment before James asked. You had some guests. What makes you say that? Malfoy asked nonchalantly as he took another sip. James nodded to a couple of bottles of liquor that were still out on the sideboard, not put away. Oh, that, yes. It was a business meeting. Tedious people, but you still have to smile and serve the good brandy. James nodded, swirling the remains of his drink in his goblet. Yes, this is good stuff, is it? It's a little too fruity for my taste. Why don't you take the rest? Lucius got up to get the bottle. When his back was turned, James pressed the small detection ward that had been sitting in the palm of his hand into the underside of the table. It wasn't strictly legal, but it wasn't exactly illegal either, seeing as the ministry didn't even know that it existed. His wife had invented it using the blood magic she had been studying. It wasn't a very powerful spell, but it would let him know if a large number of people bearing the dark mark were gathering here. James took the bottle aka bribe from Lucius. I'll make sure to give you a glowing report, Mr. Malfoy. He smiled ingratiatingly. What do you mean there's no Quidditch? Ginny demanded. The third-year girl had got up onto the Gryffindor table so that she could be heard over the hubbub of conversation that had exploded at the announcement of the Triwizard Tournament. Get down, you're going to get a detention. Neville hissed as he gently tugged at her foot. Harry watched with a smirk, in which he was joined by most of the students. They had become accustomed to the youngest Weasley's shenanigans. The only one who wasn't amused was Ron, who was sitting at the far end of the table, looking furious that his sister was embarrassing him. Again, if he could disown her, he would have. Last year he's asked her to go by Pruitt instead of Weasley, but she had just slapped him. As it was, he was deeply embarrassed. Even the first year to whom he had been showing his scar and bragging just a little. He was allowed, was now looking at him and smirking, like his family was a joke. 5 points from Gryffindor. Please sit down, Miss Weasley, Dumbledore responded calmly. I know that this is a disappointment to many of you. So to make up for it I will try to organize a couple of exhibition matches with the other schools. That started another buzz of conversation. Isn't Crumb still a student? I hear that the Bobaddon's team is lousy. Who ever heard of frogs that fly, after all? Ginny finally sat back down with a sulk. This is bollocks. Harry nodded his agreement. At least we can still fly for fun. If the weather is good. He paused and then added, and maybe we can organize some pickup matches. Before anybody could respond, Malfoy sauntered up. Oi, Potter, don't bother trying out for the exhibition team. We only need one seeker. And here's the other one, muttered Neville. Draco was the only person more annoying than Ron. What do you think you're doing, Snake Boy? My Gryffindors can fly circles around you on your best day. Ron had somehow teleported down the table so that he could get into Draco's face and engage in his second favorite pastime, arguing with the Malfoy heir. What do you mean, my Gryffindors? Harry demanded. Right, make that first favorite pastime, making an ass of himself. All of you please settle down. Our guests will be arriving in a few weeks. Until then, we will be expanding the Great Hall and several other areas while the elves prepare some of the unused classrooms for the students. We have not yet finalized their arrival date, but when they do come, Hogwarts will make them welcome. I wonder where they're going to put them. Are we going to have to double up? Asked Harry. Well, Lily made us learn French, so it won't be so bad. This was shaping up to be another interesting year. The rest of the week passed in a rush as the students had a hard time concentrating on anything except the coming visitors. Even though Dumbledore hadn't yet announced when they would be arriving, the gossip was swirling through the castle like the dark streams running under London and similarly filled with crap. Not even their new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor could hold their attention. Alastor Moody was a grizzled ex-Auror who seemed unclear onto the fact that he was teaching children and not Auror trainees. Okay, children, I am Alastor Moody. I will be your Defense Against the Dark Arts professor this year. His glowing artificial eye scanned slowly across the class, like a missile defense radar looking to lock onto a target. The room had been magically expanded, and all the desks were clustered at one end, leaving a large open space. We will begin with an assessment to see what you know. Line up over Air and cast whatever defensive spells you know at the far wall. As the students shifted in their seat, about to get up, Hermione's hand went up. Professor, how many spells should we cast? As many as you know. If you run out, repeat from the beginning. Keep casting until I tell you to stop. Is he for real? Neville whispered. I don't know, but I'm going to stick to the basic stunners and such. Nothing that Dad showed us. James and Sirius had demonstrated some advanced spell fighting techniques, as well as some simple Auror spells, Sightblinder, Shrieking Mimi and the Gasping Hex. The Shrieking Mimi conjured a small doll-like figure that wailed loudly. It was used to get teens to disperse, as adult wizards couldn't hear it. The Gasping Hex was an area effect spell used for crowd control. Sightblinder did what the name said, but it couldn't be shielded against as long as you could see the target. Moody paced behind the students as they started casting, taking notes and shaking his head in despair. Both Ron and Malfoy started out strong, casting a stream of powerful stunners, disarming jinxes and similar dueling-style attack spell, each one trying to outdo the other, but after about 30 seconds they began to flag. Hermione cast slowly and methodically, going through her entire, impressive repertoire of spells with school book perfection and excruciating slowness. RRY and Neville started casting stunners and such, but when Moody showed no inclination to calling a stop, they switched to tripping jinxes and other primary school spells so as not to exhaust themselves. Finally, after 5 minutes but which had felt like forever, Moody halted them. Not bad. But you can all do better. The only one who gave an adequate performance was our Mr. Weasley. He patted the gasping Ron on the back. Though Mr. Malfoy gave him a close run for his money. Moody nodded at the steaming Malfoy air. Ron just gave a superior smirk. We will start the semester by working on your defensive casting. This is not a dueling club, but if you can't cast your spells in a tense situation, then no amount of book learning will do you any good. We will also cover the unforgivables, and what to do when faced with those. Quote, Malfoy raised his hand. Will we be learning to cast those as well? 5 points from Slytherin. Don't be stupid, boy. I will demonstrate them. We can start with Imperio. People with a strong will can throw it off, either through brute force or by reinterpreting the command so that it has no effect. Do I have a volunteer to be the target? Nobody said anything. Several students quietly slumped back to their seats, so as to be less visible to the Intimidat's teacher. Very well. We will do it next class. I will command you to dance. For homework, I want you to write up a half page on how you will defeat that command. For now, let us turn to dark rituals. The rest of the class was more traditional, though Moody's lectures were dense in information, forcing the students to write quickly. When the class finished, everybody looked blasted except for Hermione, who looked euphoric, finally a class at her level. Welcome to potions, Snape snarled as he dropped onto his stool at the front of the classroom. This is your 4th year here, so you know what to expect, and unfortunately, so do I. He paused to scan the classroom full of Gryffindors and Slytherins. You will begin by making the Wolfsbane potion. As you no doubt have forgotten, We finished up last year with that, so it will make for a good review. The students sat like mice watching a snake. Nobody wanted to move for fear of being attacked. Snape jumped off his stool and began to pace around the classroom. What are you waiting for? A special invitation. Get started. He paused. Eden turned to where Neville was sitting, next to Harry, and Longbottom. Try not to fail any worse than your peers. Harry could hear Neville's teeth grinding as his shoulders hunched. Nev, relax. You'll mess up the potion if you're that tense. 5 points from Gryffindor for talking in class. Snape materialized behind Harry's shoulder. The oily git always somehow managed to appear whenever Harry did anything outside his strict rules. And Mr. Longbottom, relax your shoulders, you will ruin your potion if you are that tense. Draco snickered. Snape's eyes flickered towards the Slytherin boy, but he did not say anything. The Slytherins had a little more leeway in Snape's class, but not much. The greasy potion master ran his classroom like a Korean police state. It was the only time Slytherins and Gryffindors did their best not to antagonize each other. Well, mostly. While Snape was reminding Tracy of the proper way to slice up the December fly larva, i.e. so that their guts didn't end up all over her robes. Malfoy nudged one of his goons and nodded towards the Gryffindors. Harry wasn't certain if it was Crabbe or Goyle. With their crew cuts, pudgy faces, and no necks, they looked remarkably interchangeable. Especially in their school robes. He just called them Tweedledum and Tweedledummer. Whenever he had to interact with one of them, the one he was talking to was always Tweedledummer. Tweedledummer surreptitiously pulled out his wand and, as Neville leaned over to adjust the flame under his cauldron, gave it a flick. Nobody else was looking in that direction, but Harry saw Neville's cutting board, still loaded with ingredients, start sliding towards his cauldron. Hey! Harry half dove to grab the cutting board before it could tip into the cauldron. Snape whirled Ed around and jabbed out a finger like it was a wand casting the killing curse. Goyle, detention for interfering with Mr. Potter's potion. What? But I was aiming for Longbottom's. Goyle whined. He never was the sharpest tool in the shed. And 10 points from Slytherin for lying to a professor. Snape added with relish. He slowly scanned the room, to see if anybody would be willing to argue. Nobody so much as looked up. They all cautiously stirred their potions. Snape would have made a really good dictator of a small failed state. Harry was leaning against the dungeon wall as he waited for N. Evil to finish cleaning up. With all the fires, the potions classroom got really warm, so the cool of the wall felt nice, when one of the Caro twins strode by, not sparing Harry a glances as she bounced a necklace made from butterbeer caps in her hand. That's odd. But his brain was slightly melted from the potions class, so the Slytherin girl was gone before he could think to ask her about it. When Neville finally made his way out, he was the last one to finish clearing his workspace. His potion had attempted to escape over the side, coating his cauldron in a foam that hardened to the consistency of taffy. Harry pointed in the direction of the Slytherin dorms. Hey, Nev, I just saw something weird. One of the Caros walked by with what looked like Luna's necklace. You know, he weird bottle cap, one that she claims has magical powers. The one she's always fiddling with. I don't think she would loan it out. Neville nodded sharply, his face darkening. I knew it. She's being bullied. He turned to stride down towards the Slytherin dorms. Hey, hold up. Harry got in front of him before Neville could go mete out justice to the wicked. Think for a minute. We have no way to get into the Slytherin dorms, and even if we did, then what? I guess. Neville's shoulders slumped as he let go of his righteous anger. Harry smirked. He's so got a crew on Lovebud. Before steering his step-brother towards the stairs. We have to be reasonable about this, and do it like Da would want us. We'll investigate who's responsible, collect the evidence, and then we'll make them pay. Neville smiled and nodded, pranking in the cause of justice. It didn't get better than that. Tales of times past. 2 years ago. Look, Nev, you can't go beating up every Slytherin that acts like an arsehole. Otherwise you'll have to give a beat down to the whole house. Harry lectured his foster brother. Well, technically Neville wasn't adopted, he was instead a ward of the Potters. So that he remained the Longbottom heir. The two 12-year-olds were sitting in the Gryffindor common room. It was just shy of curfew, and the room was almost empty. There were just a couple of upper years still awake. Either studying or chatting quietly. I've got no problem with that. You didn't see that Pratt crab. He had this little firsties potions homework and was tearing off little pieces of it and giggling. And you know how Snape scares the firsties. Not just the firsties, Harry admitted. But there are better ways of handling it than with your fists. Yeah, but your father says. I know what my father says. Harry sighed. He paused to gather his thoughts on how to best convince Neville to stay out of trouble at least for 1 week. Problem was Nev's serious hero worship of James Potter. He was still thinking when Ron Weasley, the boy who lived, burst into the common room. Guys, I need some help. He panted out. Several people looked questioningly at him, but nobody moved. He looked around desperately. Ever since entering Hogwarts, the boy who never let you forget about it had made much of his defeat of Voldemort as a baby. He had even developed a fan club of sorts. 2 fourth years that had just been putting away a chessboard looked up. What's going on? They were both groupies. It's Ginny. Something happened to my sister. She went down to Moaning Myrtle's bathroom and disappeared. Quote, maybe she just had to go real bad. Chortled a 6th year from the other side of the room. No, she's been acting strange all year. And I followed her down to the bathroom. When she went inside, I waited for a half hour, but when nobody came out, I took a peek inside, and it was empty. I need somebody to come help me look. She'll turn up, said one of the groupies. And if she doesn't, you can get one of the teachers in the morning, but right now it's almost curfew. Oddly, none of Ron's fan club seemed inclined to volunteer to help at times like this. Harry looked at Neville. Neville shrugged. Let's go. We'll take a look. Thanks. You two are the best. Ron turned and raced out of the common room, followed by the other 2 boys. I tried to get George to help, but I couldn't get into Hufflepuff. I think they all went to bed already. And I saw Percy sneaking out earlier with Audrey, so who knows where he is. He certainly won't be back before dawn. Ron babbled. The 3 boys soon found themselves in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Well, technically, it was a public bathroom, but Myrtle, the most annoying ghost in all of Hogwarts, made using it impractical. There's got to be a secret exit somewhere. Ruan pushed on the assorted fixtures in desperation. There was a thin layer of water on the floor from when Myrtle had dived into her toilet at the sight of 2 boys invading the girls' bathroom. Harry was tapping on the walls, trying to find one that sounded hollow. Harry, I'm going to go get a professor, Neville periodically had outs of establishmentarianism that were at odds with his usual go-it-alone approach to solving all the social ills at Hogwarts. That penchant for solving things with his fists was also why most of the Muggle-born students had started referring to him as Zorro. Yeah, go for it. Ron and I will keep looking here. Harry turned to the redhead. Are you certain she went in here? Yes, I was following her all evening. Ever since she wandered out of the common room, and she never even tried to hide. She just walked like she was in a daze. She first went up to the 3rd floor and cast some spells. Up in an empty corridor before turning around and heading back down here. What did she cast? I don't know. Ron shrugged. I was so worried about Ginny that I didn't think to check. Ron walked over to Harry. What have you got there? Harry was poking at the hot water knob on one of the sinks. This fixture, it looks different from all the others. The others are plain brass, but this one is shaped like snakes. And there is some writing along the base. He pointed to the inscription at the bottom of the brass fixture. Maybe the sink got busted and they had to buy a different one to replace it. Ron shrugged indifferently, but then leaned over to read the inscription. SSA's Hasa Shisu, he read. What? Harry asked in surprise. That surprise redoubled as the sink hit Ron on the chin, knocking him onto his rear end on the wet floor, as it lifted straight up to the ceiling, revealing a gaping hole in the wall. I think we have our secret entrance. Harry leaned in to take a look, ducking first one way, then the other so as not to block the light from the bathroom. There is a tube or something going down, and it's coated in muck along the sides, but the bottom has been wiped clean. He turned to look at Ron. Ron looked at him. So, Harry sighed. She's your sister. I thought you wanted to find her. Yeah, let's go. Ron looked dubiously at the filthy opening. Ari sighed again and threw himself feet first into the slide. He controlled his descent by pressing his feet against opposite sides of the tube, but soon the muck had coated his shoes and he lost control. Finally flying out of the pipe like it was a gross water slide. He landed on a pile of muck and some sort of leathery stuff. He was just starting to stand up when Ron came flying after, smashing into him, bowling him over. When Harry staggered up again several minutes later, feeling woozy, he was alone. That prat left me behind. Not that it was much of a surprise. Ron didn't have a good record of thinking of others. In the deathly silence of the room faint noises traveled easily, and Harry could hear the sound of voices raised in an argument from the far side of the room. Harry looked around. It looked like a cave that somebody had started converting into a giant hall, and then gave up on as too much work. There was an arched doorway at the far end with ornate bronze double doors covered in a green patina. And there were some decorative panels around the slide that they had come down on, but the rest was filled with unfinished stone, stalagmites, and shreds of some sort of leather. Harry cautiously made his way towards the archway. That was where the voices were coming from, through a small crack where the doors didn't completely seal. It took careful walking. The floor was covered in bones and rocks and other detritus hiding under the dust. He was almost there when the yelling started, followed by a loud hissing. Harry pulled out his wand and ran to help. Ron might be an annoying idiot, but if he was in danger, Harry had to help him. It's just the way that he had been raised. He struggled to force open one of the immense doors. If it hadn't been jammed part way open, he would never have managed to get through. When it finally creaked open, he ran into an even larger chamber to see Ron Weasley fighting a giant eyeless snake with a sword, the Sorting Hat perched awkwardly on his head. Another boy, who looked to be a 6th or 7th year, stood off to the side, smirking as he watched. At smirking boy's feet sprawled Ron's little sister, a small leather-bound book laying by her hand. Harry quickly assessed the situation. Help fight the snake or check on Ginny. It was a no-brainer. Not even he was that much of a hero. He ran over towards the little first year, but as he did a coil of the snake twitched towards her. Harry put on a burst of speed, scooping up the petite girl just before a coil of the serpent's body landed with enough force to cruise H-bone on the spot where she had been a moment before. He then had to throw himself to the side, cushioning Ginny as the coil flexed sideways, almost smashing them both against the wall. Harry staggered back up, leaving Ginny sheltered behind a stalagmite. With that size, and that crest, that thing was a basilisk. Thank God its eyes had been plucked out, or he would have been petrified. Or worse. His attention was drawn back from the serpent as the older teen spoke. Oh, no need to worry about poor little Ginevra. She'll be dead soon enough one way or another. He smiled and gestured airily, picking up the book that had been laying by Ginny. Harry didn't recognize him, but he was dressed in Slytherin colors. He also looked like an arrogant prat. So Harry did the only thing he could think of. He tackled him. Don't touch me, shrieked the older boy as Harry's body went through the teen. It wasn't like he was a ghost. He had some substance, but it was mushy. How dare you touch me, you filth? The boy was shivering in abject horror. The experience wasn't pleasant for Harry either. It was gross, like going face first through a giant pile of slimy mashed potatoes. But he recovered before the other boy, who was still hugging himself, appalled at the physical contact. Harry grabbed the book and wrestled it away from the other boy. The Slytherin boy was older and bigger, but Harry was much more athletic. And he had experience roughhousing with his cousin. You punched me. The older teen grabbed his nose with both hands. Yeah, what else was he supposed to do when he wanted the larger boy to let go of something? And it had worked as well on the Slytherin as it did on Dudley. Harry was just trying to figure out what to do with the book when there was an animalistic shriek. And the giant snake flopped to the ground. Give me back the book, shrieked the Slytherin, still holding a hand to his nose. Despite there not being anything wrong with it, he wasn't solid enough yet for Harry's fist to do any harm to him. Nope. Harry didn't know what the book was for, but it was very clear that this prat desperately wanted it. So just as clearly he wasn't going to get it. Ari held tight as a spell tried to whisk it from his hand. You want it so bad. Is it some sort of thingy for controlling that basilisk? Ruptura. Harry aimed at the book, but it didn't so much as twitch. There is nothing you can do that will destroy that book. Harry, destroy the book. It's killing Ginny. Harry looked up as Ron staggered over, a huge fang sticking out of his arm. He collapsed almost on top of him. At the same time Fox flew down and started singing. Harry yanked the basilisk fang from Ron's arm and stabbed it into the book. FSHOOM. Harry was blown onto his duff by the resulting explosion. As with an anguished wail the book exploded into loose pages. Huh, what do you know? Hagrid was right about basilisk venom. And passed out. Now, so, any luck getting rid of that marriage contract? George Weasley asked as he slid a seat over to be next to Harry at the Gryffindor table. It was the end of the second week of school and the initial chaos was starting to wearing off as the students were all setties. It was dinner time and the tables were all overflowing with food. The firsties had gotten over being overwhelmed and were now taking advantage of the all-you-eat and more policy of the Hogwarts elves to pack in as much food as their stomachs could hold. Either casting spells used up a lot of calories, or the elves did something to the food to prevent rampant obesity. They definitely did something to it that made the students gorge themselves on weird foods like pumpkin juice and spotted dick. If any Muggle Crisps manufacturer found out about this, they would literally kill for the secret. No, we're still waiting to hear back from the Ministry, Harry shrugged as he replied to the misplaced puff. George had been spending more and more time at the Gryffindor table lately, though not at his brother's end of it. He usually sat a couple of seats away from Ginny, so Harry figured he was here because of his Hufflepuff family loyalty or something. You know, if you get married before the contract activates, it's nulled. George took a sip of his pumping juice, and I have a sister I could let you have. Cheap. Harry glanced sharply at the usually timid Hufflepuff. You're joking, right? Neville interrupted. Fortunately, Ginny had just left. She had snagged a couple of girls from the Gryffindor teammate for a pickup game of Quidditch before it got too dark. They even took along the Claws Seeker, Cho Chong. Sort of. George looked around to make sure the redhead fireball in question hadn't walked back into the room for some reason before leaning in and whispering. Now that Percy is out of the house, she's been driving me stark raving bonkers all summer. Her and Ron, they go at each other all day, every day. So can you take her? Please. Sorry. No, old chap. Harry smirked. Ginny was a hoot, and they had been friends ever since the basilisk incident, but she was one of the guys. Harry couldn't imagine dating her. Besides, if he ever so much as raised the topic with her, she'd pop him one in the nose or worse. And he was also pretty certain that George's claim wasn't true. Ginny made a steep dive and passed the quaffle to Angeline. Right past Cho's outstretched fingers, and the older chaser swooped in to score. And that's game. The girls had been playing Kneazle, and Angelina's goal had been the final E. As they slowly flew down to the changing rooms, Angelina drifted over to Ginny. So, do you think your brother likes me? Which brother? Ginny asked, startled. George. The one that sits next to us at every meal. Angelina replied incredulously. That doesn't mean anything. Ginny spluttered. She sat with Harry for meals, but it wasn't because she liked him. He probably just likes hanging out with us because we're fun and vivacious. She replied quickly, feeling panicky. So he does like me. Ginny looked around for some way to escape this awkward conversation. I don't know. I guess. Maybe. Great. Angelina beamed at her before swooping down to the locker room. So what do we do about the Carrows? Neville asked as he joined Harry at the side table in the Gryffindor room. It was out of the way. So a perfect place for plotting, and they were too low on the totem pole to get the good seats in front of the fire. Those were reserved for the 6th and 7th years. Well, you know how they always wear green. How about we use a color-changing charm to make their clothing brown? But they have their school robes on over jumpers and whatnot most of the time. So we do the robes. Harry wasn't one to give up easily. Nah, it won't show up as well against the dark colors. How about we sticking charm a sign to their backs, like, kick me. Or better, kiss me. Both boys chortled at the thought. The Carrow girls were so standoffish, that if a boy ever kissed one, her head would explode. Harry froze. Wait, I just had a bad thought. Yeah, that's why we're here, giggled Neville. No, I mean, are we certain it's both sisters that are bullying Luna? And if it's not, how do we tell which sister is which? Neville gave a groan. We need to do more research. Sirius popped into Brighton. Literally. It was a beautiful day, if a little brisk. The sea wind was blowing strong today. He strolled down the street, pausing to pick up a Muggle newspaper from a corner stand before walking to Remus' apartment. It was in a third-floor walk-up. After his abortive stint as a Dada professor, the werewolf was now working as an editor for a Muggle textbook company, which let him work from home most days. "Hey, Sirius, it's good to see you. Come in. Do you want tea?" Remus offered as he let his old friend in. "That would be wonderful," Sirius smiled. Remus always had a mellowing effect on those around him. Sirius never drank tea except when visiting Remus. He was a beer aficionado through and through. James even stocked some of his favorite Spanish beers just for him. Other people might complain about them, but he thought the Iberian stuff was better than anything from Germany. After some small talk over the cuppa, Sirius got to the meat of the visit. There been any Death Eater style attacks around here? Brighton has a number of wizards living happily mixed in with the Muggles. It was just the sort of place that Death Eaters despised. Remus scowled. Brighton was pretty far removed from London, culturally, not physically, so it was not unreasonable to assume that attacks could go unreported. No, nothing like that. A wizard was accosted as he was leaving a gay bar. But that was just local ruffians. Was he okay? Yeah, he was too drunk to apparate, so he was walking home. A couple of guys roughed him up, but bystanders ran them off before they could inflict more than a couple of bruises. But it made the local paper. Remus paused, pressing his lips together. I can ask Miles if he's heard anything. He talks to a lot more people. Miles was his roommate, and also a werewolf. He worked as an art agent, helping aspiring artists try to profit off of their work. Sirius nodded. Miles was out, as always. He was always out when Sirius came by. Personally, he couldn't care if the two of them were boffing like bunnies, as long as they don't do it in front of him, but much of the pureblood wizarding community was even more horrified by homosexuality than they were of lycanthropy. Even James was a bit of a prig that way, so Sirius understood why Remus didn't want to have it get out. It's just too bad that he has to live all the way down here. Oh, that's just wonderful, Neville proclaimed, looking blearily at his schedule. It was Monday morning and he was half slumped over his breakfast. If the one hand supporting his head slipped any further, he would face plant into his eggs. He had been up late last night stalking Luna to see if either of the Caro's sisters or anybody else bullied her. But he had no luck. All that happened was that Luna spent several hours up in the Ollery, digging through owl pellets. What's wonderful? Harry glanced over at his step-brother. He had been watching Ron Procla. I am to all the firsties how he had single-handedly driven Bellatrix Lestrange away from Hogwarts last year. No mention of how Harry had helped. Which was for the best. Harry didn't want to resurrect the rumors from last year. With his luck, people would start claiming that his marriage contract was with Bellatrix. He grimaced. We have potions first thing today. Harry rolled his eyes. Yeah, it's the same schedule as last week. It hasn't magically changed. Besides, if you didn't burn your cauldron every class, Snape wouldn't hassle you. He's as a jerk, but he's fair. I can't help it. It's too much waiting, and I get bored. Neville paused, before adding, and some of us don't get special tutoring. Harry snorted. You want to trade? You get to spend an extra hour a week with the slimy git. And I'll play Exploding Snap in the common room for you. Yeah, right. Neville just slapped Harry on the back like he made a good joke. But what's up with Luna? She was hanging around the Ollerets go ask. Harry figured this was a good chance to get Nev to talk with his crush. Here, you ask her. Harry guided his step-brother to the Ravenclaw table. Neville stood awkwardly. How was he supposed to say without revealing that he had been following Luna around like some creepy stalker? She would end up thinking he was a pervert. Heck, all of the Ravenclaws would think that, because his oh-so-helpful socially clueless step-brother had drawn the attention of the whole frigging table. Harry noticed that Neville was too shy, so it fell on him to start the conversation. Hey, Luna. Neville was wondering what you were doing up in the Ollery for so long yesterday. The unworldly Ravenclaw looked up in surprise that somebody was conversing with her. I was dissecting owl pellets, to look for nargles. Why would nargles live in owl pellets? Harry asked, confused, as Cho, who was seated nearby, rolled her eyes and motioned to Harry to not ask. It would just lead him down the rabbit hole to Luna's loony wonderland. They don't live there, silly, but nargles are about the right size to fall prey to hungry owls. Dissecting owl pellets is a good way to sample the local fauna. The local dead fauna, Harry corrected with a smirk. It sounded gross, though on consideration it was no worse than some of the stuff Snape had them do for potions. How often? Neville began before trailing off and hissing, Malfoy. Harry looked up to see what the Longbottom was focusing on as Neville stomped over to where Draco was leaning over a cowering second-year Hufflepuff girl. Harry sighed, I'll talk to you later, Luna. And followed Zorro, Neville. I'd like that. Luna smiled after Harry, but he was busy weaving his way between tables to reach ground zero before Neville exploded. All I am saying, my dear, is that it wouldn't hurt you to act more proper. You're a pureblood, and we have to set an example, Draco lectured the girl as she cringed behind her toast. Lay off, zithead. Neville stormed over, his posture pure aggression. Draco glanced up at the teacher's table and smirked, or what, Longbottom? Are you gunning for your first detention of the year? Before Neville could do or say anything, Harry grabbed his arm, not now. 5 points from Gryffindor, Snape pronounced in a self-satisfied fashion. McGonagall scowled but nodded in agreement. Harry CKLY looked around for any available distractions. Come on, let's go keep the boy who makes shit up honest. He dragged Neville towards where Ron was still expositing to a pair of starstruck first year boys, though possibly their glazed expressions were due to excessive exposure to toxic insecurity and not due to hero worship. Ron wasn't exactly a friend, but after the basilisk incident Harry had come to accept him. He was slightly defective, but his heart was in the right place. Neville snorted, letting himself be redirected. He's almost as bad as Malfoy. Nah, as long as Ginny isn't around to trigger him, he's tolerable. And he was ground zero for the Hogwarts rumor mill. Harry wasn't certain if his dad and others included him in adult conversations since he was the boy who lived, or if he did actually make stuff up. But he always had interesting stories that he would share to impress his listeners. On the flip side, you would have to be nuts to trust the boy who blabbed with any secret. But the kids who gathered around him didn't seem to care. They reciprocated with their own tales. Today, Harry figured that they could listen in and maybe get a lead on what was going on with Luna. Dementors aren't that big a deal. I'll teach you to cast the Petronius. Once you're armed with that and some chocolate for emergencies, you'll be fine, Ron expounded. Last year, as Ron Street umbled along the periphery of the Forbidden Forest in the dark, periodically glancing at the rough map clutched in his hand, a voice called out. There you are. Ron stopped, looking around frantically. Where are you? You told me you would tell me who led Voldemort to kill my mother. A woman dressed in mismatched clothes stepped out from under a tree. Her hair was almost as wild as her eyes. Shish. Clutched a wand in her hand as she examined Ron, her head cocked at an angle like she had just been hanged, and a strange smile was fixed on her face. Hello Weasley Pooh. You came. Yes, I came. Ron dropped the map, and nervously took his wand out. In retrospect, this might not have been such a good idea. Bellatrix claimed that she was wrongly imprisoned, and that she was never Lord Voldemort's follower, but what if she had lied? And you want the little rat that squeaked the prophecy to the Dark Lord? She slowly began to circle. Well, so do I. If it wasn't for him, the Dark Lord would still be here, with us, with me. Realizing that her voice was getting a tad shrieky, Bellatrix composed herself and gave a fake girlish laugh. So, do you want to share? What? Ron looked confused. Stupefy. The woman pronounced. Ron barely dodged out of the way. Come, Ronnykins. I need you as bait, she cooed as she cast another stunner. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. And if I do, I'll kiss it and make it better. Ron dived for the rushes growing by the little brook, hoping that meager cover would hide him. It was dawning on him that come out here, without telling anybody about it muck. Less discussing and coming up with a plan might not have been one of his smartest ideas. Come out, wherever you are. A spell sheared through a swath of the reeds. Ron ran down the stream, towards Hogwarts. trying to not touch any of the cattails growing in the boggy soil so as not let the crazy woman know where he was. The stream was tiny, but the ground all around it was soft and boggy and hard to run through. Ron's heart was hammering away. Any minute now that woman would get tired of playing and just blow the whole area up or something. As he ran, a root caught his foot, sending him face first into a puddle. As he struggled back to his feet, trying not to lose his wand, he was almost overwhelmed by a sense of despair. At the same time a skim of frost formed onto the wet soil. Harry had been following behind Ron. The Pratt had been acting strange all year. Harry would have assumed that it involved a girl, but the red-headed blockhead was clearly oblivious to the opposite gender. He didn't even notice that frizzy-haired know-it-all, Hermione, following him around everywhere like a lost puppy dog. Neville, on the other hand, was convinced that it had something to do with Malfoy. But whatever it was, they agreed that Ron was probably in over his head, so they took turns keeping an eye on the idiot. And it was just his luck that Neville was asleep when Ron snuck down to the common room, looked around to check if there was anybody around, and snuck out the portrait hole. After curfew, Harry had been sitting in a high-backed armchair, reading in front of the fire with the upper years all asleep. The prize chairs were fair game and Ron hadn't seen him on his way past. So now here he was, watching his chum Ron standing in a clearing as a deranged look, which circled him like a predator sizing up a between-meal snack. And Harry didn't mean chum, as in friend, but as in shark food. What would Dad do? Harry watched, uncertain. He knew what Dad would do. He would go in there and bust heads and take care of business. But if Harry tried that, he would get his ass handed to him, even with the extra training Dad and Sirius were giving him. It would be a very bad idea, even if it was the right thing to do. But before Harry could convince himself to go do something stupid, the air grew chilly and his breath began to fog as he breathed out. The wild woman jerked and glanced around before running off, jumping over brambles in a crazed panic. Ron lowered his wand, breathing a sigh of relief. But a split second later, there was a screech, and the air was filled with Dementors swooping down. Expecto Patronum, Ron yelled, and miraculously, a yellow mist came from his wand tip, enveloping him in a shield. Dementors batted at the feeble protection. The little bubble of light barely covered all of him, and each time a Dementor swooped by it quivered like jello. Ron was getting more and more wild-eyed, glancing around in the hopes of seeing a path to freedom. Harry took a deep breath and thought of his happiest moments, playing Quidditch with his dad, listening to Uncle Sirius tell stories, expecto patronum. A burst of light came from his wand, creating a broad-shouldered stag that charged the Dementors, its rack down. As it entered the swarm, it swung its head back and forth, trying to gore any fierce spawn that were too slow to dodge. The Dementors gave way, leaving an open space around the Petronius. Ron dropped his own spell and ran for the safety of Hogwarts and its wards. Now, thank Merlin that's over. Ron joy. Ned the Potter boys later that Monday as they walked from the potions classroom to Transfiguration. He didn't so much walk with them as walk in the same general direction. And a pace or two ahead. Harry shrugged. It's not that bad. That's because your dad is so strict that you're used to it, Ron retaliated over his shoulder. Hey, don't compare to Snape. Neville interjected, but he let it go, instead focusing on a mutual enemy. I can't believe that Goyle is still messing with people's potions. Didn't he learn from that detention he got first week of school? We're talking about Goyle. If he was capable of learning, he wouldn't be Goyle, Harry retorted. Whatever. I'll see you guys. I have to swing by my room to get my Transfiguration textbook, Ron pulled ahead. Neville snorted. He thinks he's too cool to walk with us. Which was fine with him. He could only take so much Ron before he had to puke. Excuse me, which way to first-year charms? As they were walking, the duo as accosted by a very confused first-year boy in Hufflepuff robes. The Potter stopped and set him on the correct vector, though Harry had some doubt as to whether he would actually be able to find Charms' classroom. It was all the way on the other side of the castle. Afterwards, Neville sighed, wait until the foreign students get here, it will be like this all the time. Though I guess that will still be better than last year. With the Dementors and the werewolves. There weren't any werewolves, Harry sighed, rehashing the old argument. At this point, he wasn't certain if Neville was serious or was just trolling him. The Ministry just didn't want to admit that Bellatrix had escaped from Azkaban. That's a conspiracy theory that the Ravenclaws were putting about. I bet there were werewolves. Neville replied truculently. Last year. Did you hear? Ginny's boots sprawled onto the bench in their train compartment, followed by the rest of the red-headed tomboy. There are werewolves at Hogwarts. Harry and Neville exchanged a look. They had just pulled out a deck of cards as they prepared for the trip into Hogwarts. They had taken the compartment at the back of the train, last year, it was turning into their compartment. Harry looked over at the youngest Weasley. Where did you hear this? That didn't sound right, and his dad always told him to check out any story. That didn't pass the sniff test, so did Sirius, but he had been talking about girls at the time right before he got smacked in the back of the head by Lily. Everybody is talking about it, Ginny replied. Even her brother. And he always knew stuff that nobody else did, which was just one of the annoying things about him. Yes, werewolves like to eat snurcax, Luna added as she sat down next to Ginny. Neville's smile became fixed. I'm going to go get some snacks. All of these uninvited guests were too much for him. Especially Loony. The snack cart isn't out yet, Harry commented. I know, but I saw George when we were getting on. Last year, the elder and more responsible Weasley had started a sideline of selling snacks. He always had a large selection on him, and if he didn't have what you wanted, he could order it for you. So what's this about werewolves? Harry asked. They are hunting snurcax. Ginny gave Luna a frustrated look. It's all over the train. Active werewolves were sighted in the Forbidden Forest, and the Minister of Magic is having Dementors stationed on the periphery to keep them out of the school. What? Harry goggled. My dad's an Auror. I think he would have mentioned something like that. Dementors were not to be trifled with. James Potter did his best to make his sons ready for the real world, though Lily often rolled her eyes at what he considered real-world skills, and tried to fill in the gaps, so he had told them about the living weapon that was a Dementor. Maybe they are invisible Dementors, Luna asked, trying to be supportive of Ginny. She was her oldest friend, though their interests didn't much align anymore. But Ginny was still nice, like that time last year when she agreed to check for Niffler dens when she was climbing the standing crag on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Well, the boy who lived will keep us safe, Ginny pronounced and jabbed a finger up dramatically. Partly because her brother was incredibly annoying, and partly because she had learned that making fun of him was an easy way to become part of the crowd. Hey, don't tease Ron, Harry replied. He's a dork, but he means well. And his brother sells tasty treats. Neville threw a packet of chocolate frogs into Harry's lap. Harry nodded. We'll just have to see when we get there. Harry had learned not to trust rumor. You gathered information and acted on what you knew, with whatever tools you had. It was a rather pedestrian way to live, but it was what both his parents had drilled into him. Which was why Harry aged to do well in school despite not having any outstanding talent for magic or a genius intellect. Now, fourth-year Transfiguration was entertaining. McGonagall had them pair up and practice the material from last year, as a review. Harry always liked how hands-on her classes were. But that wasn't the amusing part. Not that he didn't like Transfiguration. He did. It just wasn't his best subject. The amusing part was watching Ron and Hermione. Somehow, the Frizz, as Harry secretly referred to her, had attached herself to the tall redhead and was now attempting to cram into his head every thing that he had forgotten over the summer or possibly never learned at all. Whatever else you could say about the Frizz, her knowledge about Transfiguration and everything else having to do with magic was prodigious. Ron's eyes had glazed over in the first 5 minutes. He was still nodding and smiling, but that was probably because he liked having a girl pay attention to him. He kept repeating the same mistakes over and over. And his hedgehog, which was supposed to turn into a teapot, was beginning to look more and more like a spiky racing broom. Much like Hermione's hair, as she kept pulling on it. Harry had to repress a smile as he watched her antics. Lucky bloke, Neville muttered, taking a break. His hedgehog was now round and porcelain. He just needed one more spell to put the spout on. What, you want somebody bossing you around? And gushing over how your swish is very swishy. Neville frowned. Well, you wouldn't understand. You have that marriage contract as a fallback. But finding a girl is not so easy for us regular guys. Harry elbowed Neville. Yeah, maybe I can set you up with Parkinson. Neville pretended to throw up. No thanks. Malfoy can keep that one. Boys, what is going on over there? McGonagall glared from where she had been assisting Parvati. The two boys quickly went back to work. Okay, I think we have enough people for a good match. Angelina looked around in surprise at the group on the Quidditch pitch. Without Oliver Wood, it hadn't been clear what would become of the team, but she had managed to corral all of the Gryffindor team that hadn't graduated as well as the alternates for an intramural match. And it was a perfect day for Quidditch. It was still early enough I'd too cold, but it was brisk enough to keep them from overheating. I've never played Chaser before, Harry quipped, hefting his Nimbus 2000. They only had enough people for a half-team match, only 2 chasers per team, and no seekers. Hey, no complaining, you're the reason we're out here. Angeline jabbed him with the end of her broom. Harry had prodded and prodded her until she had acquiesced and organized the game. If the team had been willing to listen to a lil, OL 4th year like me, I'd have done it myself. Harry shrugged self-consciously before adding more seriously, but we have some people who want to go professional after Hogwarts, so it's only fair that we help them keep their skills sharpened. Can it, Runt? I heard you the first time. Harry was actually almost the same height as the Chaser, but the nickname dated back to when he joined the team as a firstie. Everybody take your booms. She blew her whistle and all the players kicked off into the air. Harry and Katie were the chasers for red team, while Alicia and Ginny were blue team. All 4 raced to take control of the quaffle, but Ginny got there first, batting it out of Harry's grasping hand towards Alicia. As Harry turned to intercept, Ginny attempted to body check him. But Harry was on a better broom and jinked up before she could connect. Oi, what are you trying to do? You're too small to pull that off. Harry laughed as he wove around her. Yeah, leave doing damage to the beaters. Sloper made a hard pass at Harry, but Harry just rolled his broom so that the bludger whizzed over him before rolling back up to vertical without slowing. The game was aggressive, if a little sloppy at times as some of the players hadn't had much practice since last season. Despite never having played Chaser, Harry managed to do pretty well, quaffling several goals. After an hour and a half, they called the match for Team Red, 32-28. Damn, are you one of those that's planning to go pro? You must have spent all summer practicing. Katie Bell was impressed. You make a pretty decent chaser. Quote, nah, it's all just pure inborn talent, Harry smirked, until Ginny Rabbit punched him in the kidneys she walked past. Don't get too full of yourself. You're not the boy who lived. That was uncalled for. Gin, Harry countered as he caught up to the red-headed firebrand. No, it was totally necessary. I can only put up with so much crap, and despite everything, Ron's my brother. So he gets to fill the tank first. Ginny had finally decided at the end of last year that family came before scoring social points. Harry chortled and slapped her on the back. I'll see you inside. I'm going to stop off at the locker room to get changed. Okay. And Harry, thanks for organizing this. It means a lot to me, Ginny waved. So what do you think about this Triwizard Tournament thing? George was eating with the Gryffindors. Again, and casting surreptitious glances at Angelina. Harry shrugged. Don't really care. It sucks that we don't have Quidditch this year, but other than that, it doesn't impact me. Neither did chatting with a 6th year from another house. Stuff like that happened. His mom claimed that it was because he was very mature. But Harry didn't take it to heart. She was his mother. She was contractually obligated to say stuff like that. He just figured it was because he wasn't cliquey. Well, I'm going to try out for it, George pronounced. Harry looked up, surprised. Are you certain you're the correct Weasley? For a moment I thought you were Ron. Hardy har har. I just don't want my Hogwarts career to be a big bland nothing when I look back on it. And the rumors of prize money don't hurt either, Harry smirked. George scowled at the Gryffindor. You know, that's pretty rude. George was sensitive about his family's poverty. Sorry. Harry held up his hands in defeat. Besides, I'm not going to trust to luck. I plan to lay some side bets on who does get to be champion. George's frown morphed into a smirk with remarkable swiftness. Sorry chap, I'm not going to be betting on you or anybody else. It's not my thing. Harry was nothing if not consistent. He did his school work, he played Quidditch when he could. And otherwise he tried to avoid getting sidetracked by adventures or shenanigans that the other boys might want him to join in on, though he failed at that spectacularly sometimes. Exemply. Gratty that time with the basilisk and then that Bellatrix thing. He glanced up towards where he was keeping an eye on Neville, as he was arguing with sixth-year Slytherin. And except when it involved Neville, but he was family. Harry glanced at his watch. And I have to go. I have remedial potions with the Slime Lord. Last year, Harry's first day as a third year went about as expected, since potions was first period. Whatever else you could say about Snape, he was very reliable. He ignored the students as they filed in. Check. He waited until the bell rang before looking up from his papers with a glower. Check. Welcome to potions. You have all been here before, so you do not need any introduction. You will find ingredients on the desks, along with recipe for a calming draught. It is a second-year potion. Let's see how much you forgot over the summer. He paused. Ron tentatively held up his hand. You want us to make it? Yes, Ronald, I want you to make it. Though given that most of you have probably not actually used your brains in the past 2 months, it is no doubt a forlorn hope. And this year, try not to destroy the classroom until at least October. He assigned homework on the first day of class, and was rude to the students. Check and check. Every year started the exact same way. Class was actually okay. It really was a pretty easy potion, as long as you followed the instructions. And most students did fine, getting milky, slightly pinkish fluid. The difficulty was that you had to keep the cauldron at an even boil for a full 15 minutes. Neville, Harry whispered as he poked his step-brother. Potions was with the Slytherins, and Goyle had, again, done something to piss of Neville, so he was paying more attention to the Slytherin than to his potion. Mr. Potter, there is to be no talking. 5 points from Gryffindor. Snape smiled his typical predatory smile at Harry. Professor, Neville interrupted, Goyle is throwing pieces of his excess ingredients into other people's potions. And an additional 5 point from Gryffindor for baseless accusations. I did not provide any excess ingredients, Snape snapped, but this time he was watching Goyle, whose face paled and he began to stir his potion quickly as if to offset the missing ingredients by vigorously mixing the rest. But the stirring just caused the potion to smoke, and moments later, burst into flame. Apparently not baseless. 10 point from Slytherin for wasting ingredients. Snape never awarded point, and he never returned points that he deducted. So it was a race to the bottom as Eve. Rybody tried to lose the least points in his class. He turned back to Neville. 2 points from Gryffindor for not collecting the readily available evidence to support your claims. And he was a total prick. As the students were handing in their potions, he turned to Harry. Potter, see me after class. The final minutes of the class period passed in dread and silence. Mr. Potter, Snape held up Harry's potion. Swirling it in the vial, I would like you to sign up for remedial potions. What? Why? My potion is the exact same as everybody else's. Harry was incensed. Snape was always an asshat, but he wasn't usually arbitrary. Exactly, Mr. Potter. I expect better. So because I'm average, I have to switch to remedial potions. No, the remedial potions class will be in addition to your regular class. At Harry's confused look, Snape took the unusual step of explaining, I was in school with your parents, and I know that your mother had exceptional talent at potions. I have no doubt that you were an extreme disappointment to her by only being average. Now go to your next class, so that you are there as well. Harry held his tongue. Yelling at Snape never tuned out well. But it was a good thing Neville wasn't here. Neville was waiting for him outside the potions classroom, so what was that about, mate? I don't know. I think Snape just asked. Well, more like told me to sign up for advanced tutoring. Harry knew that his parents and Snape had had some sort of history. But this was just plain weird. Neville snorted in skepticism. No, he probably just wants to assign you more busy work. He's a jerk that way. Neville idolized James, so he took his father's claims about Snape as the gospel truth. Harry was less certain. It seemed like Snape had mellowed in his old age to a 13-year-old. Snape was an old man and wasn't as bad as his father remembered him being. Now, remedial potions. Snape held up the potion that Harry had turned in, swirling it gently. This is acceptable. It was a damn sight better than acceptable. It was textbook perfect, but Harry didn't say anything, just nodding his acceptance. Therefore we will move on. Snape waved his wand at the blackboard, revealing instructions for what looked like a 6th-year potion, judging from its complexity. Prepare the ingredients only, and call me to inspect them when you think you are done. Harry couldn't hold back a small groan. At least next period was Dada. Defense had always been Harry's favorite subject, but Old Man Moody made it a blast, sometimes literally. Our time is almost up. Moody stumped into the middle of the classroom. There was just a few minutes left in the period. So let's go back to fighting off the Imperio. Who wants to go first? Ms. Granger. He didn't wait for her to volunteer, casting the spell as soon as Hermione stood up. Please dance. Hermione stood awkwardly, not moving. Very good. Moody ended the spell. Explain how you fought off the Imperio. I didn't, sir, Hermione replied. But I realized that you never specified when I had to dance. I took your command to mean that I should dance when I am in the privacy of my room, as it would be abnormal to dance in public. Exactly correct. Not the dancing in public. You can do that if want, but the reinterpreting the command into something that you are okay with doing. Neville nudged Harry, whispering, You think Granger will ever dance in public? Harry rolled his eyes. Ask her out, if you're so curious. He felt a strange calm wash over him as Moody chose him as the next victim. Quiet, the professor commanded. Harry tried to resist, but the command made sense. His mother had drilled into him that you shouldn't talk in class. And he didn't want to go against his mother. Several seconds passed before he felt the spell release as Moody cast on the next student. Finally, class was over, and an emotionally drained cohort of students slumped out into the hallway. As they did, Neville's eyes snapped to a certain blonde Ravenclaw who was skipping down the stairs, making sure to step on every other stair only. Harry smirked when he noticed. Hermione would have to wait. Neville still only had eyes for one girl. Neville frowned. Why was Luna barefoot? Lunch on Friday before the arrival of the 2 other schools was nosier than usual as the students ate quickly before rushing out to catch their first glimpse of the exchange students. Luna was one of the few students not infected by the excitement. Instead she was eating quietly at the Ravenclaw table, enjoying the fact that the other girls were absent. Are you going to come out and greet our guests? Ginny asked as she dropped into the seat next to her. After 3 years of mostly the same faces, this would be an exciting change of pace. A moment later, Neville joined her, sitting on Luna's other side. Luna nodded as she cut a dainty piece off of her omelet. Yes, but they are not scheduled to arrive for another 45 minutes. That is plenty of time to finish my meal. It is important to chew your food, for proper digestion. Her eyes skewed sideways, towards where Ron was inhaling his second serving of Sommet. It was hard to tell what it had been before he had dumped an entire bottle of ketchup over it. Ginny shrugged. Yeah, but I want to get a good spot. I hear that Bobaton has a flying carriage. Anything flying drew the youngest Weasley like a magnet. If she could, she would spend her entire life up in the air. You do not have to keep me company, Luna gestured to the empty plate in front of Ginny. Nah, it's okay. I asked Harry to save me a spot. It was bad manners to leave your friend to eat all by themselves. But her leg bounced with nervous energy anyway. Luna had never been very good with people. They said and did things that followed social conventions, which made no sense. All animals needed food, shelter and a supply of clean water. What did that have to do with what color blouse you wore? Luna, Neville asked tentatively. You know if you need help with anything you can ask me or Harry, right? Oi, what am I, chopped liver? Ginny interjected. You need anything, you can come to me as well. Luna nodded. That is very kind. If I ever need assistance, I will keep that in mind. I mean, Neville began before petering out. How do you ask a girl if she was being bullied? Especially a girl that you weren't really close friends with. He knew Luna through Ginny, and honestly, he was pants at talk to girls in general. And if, when he did find out she was being bullied, what could he do? With a guy, he would hex him 3-way from Thursday or put a fist through his nose, but you couldn't do that to a girl. And despite hearing all the stories from Sirius, he and Harry hadn't really done much pranking. Not since first year, when they had tried to let Hagrid's dragon loose on the Quidditch field. That had ended as a disaster. Come on, Loony, finish up, Ginny whined. Unable to keep it in any longer. Luna smiled. Before Ginny had introduced her to the Potter boys, she had been expecting her years at Hogwarts to be much like what had come before. A little bit lonely and a lot confusing. But now, she glanced at her friend casting anxious glances out the main door of the Great Hall. People were still confusing, but now it was in a good way. This could work. Lily put down the warding review letters. It was a fairly dense industry journal, intended for professional ward crafters, but Lily still had a subscription and kept up within. Ovations in the field. Even though she had dropped out of research when she got pregnant, she was working as an assistant principal at a Muggle primary school now. She was at her desk in her greenhouse. She kept all her magical research notes down here. She made a few more notations in her very compact, precise hand before reading over what she had written. Though this will cut all blood-based contracts. She frowned momentarily. It wasn't ideal, but it wasn't like she and James used that sort of magic for anything. The only example that she could think of offhand was the tapestry at Sirius's old house. And that didn't show Harry anyway, as he was too far removed from the main black line. Modern wizards rarely utilized blood magic. It was so dangerous that the Ministry was considering outlawing it outright. Except that there were some old families that had a lot invested, both magically and emotionally, in ancient blood magics. Harry leaned back against the sun-warmed rock as he watched the giant flying coach swoop down like a stately goose and land in front of the main Hogwarts gate. Neville was perched next to him, and Ginny, as always, was almost bouncing as she stood on top of the slippery rock. This is going to be another good year. Choice of the champions. Harry watched as the Hogwarts delegation met the students from the two other schools, first the Beauxbatons Academy of Magic and then the Durmstrang Institute. The Hogwarts students 5th year and above were all lined up by house to form a corridor for the visitors while the prefects and professors greeted them and escorted them in. It was a mild, sunny day, and everybody was excited to see Theriage from Beauxbatons was the first one to arrive, landing with flair right by the main entrance. Ooh, their headmistress is as big as Hagrid, Ginny announced too loudly from her perch above Harry's head. Luna, like many of the younger girls, was trying to peer at the flying horses pulling the carriage rather than who was coming out of it. The 1st through 4th year students were standing lined up behind their older peers, with limited their visibility, but Ginny had brought out a chair to stand on. Oh, that she could see over the heads of the taller students. Wait, she turned to look back at the carriage as there was a sudden commotion. An elegant 7th year girl, looking like a storybook pre-NCESS despite wearing the standard Beauxbatons school uniform, was descending. Everyone, even Ron, who could only catch a glimpse between 2 7th years, was staring at the girl. Ron, stop being a prat. Ginny yelled over the heads of her housemates at her brother, who was standing several spots away. He didn't even look up. Fortunately for her, the professors were also too busy welcoming their counterparts to respond to the outburst. Harry meanwhile had managed to throw off the compulsion, or whatever it was. Moody's training had come in handy. Hey, Neville, quit staring. He grabbed Neville's arm and whispered. It's rude. The reason he had to grab his arm was because his brother had started to move towards the girl like he was sleepwalking. He wasn't alone. Half the BOYS had edged forwards and a few had actually stepped out of line and approached the French contingent before being turned back by a disapproving glare from Madame Maxime. Except Ron. Hi, I'm the boy who lived. Ron had walked right up to the girl, blocking her way. I really, like your uniform. Harry face-palmed. Why didn't anybody stop that idiot? So, what have you got? James pulled a chair and sat down in his barrister's office. Are you referring to the marriage contract? Johann Squeamy refreshed his memory as he pulled out the file. It looks like it's a really old one, going back centuries. My guess is that the other family went squib, and only recently returned to the wizarding world. Yeah, I don't care about all that. Lily might have found this sort of thing fascinating. But James was more focused on results. I just want to know how long it will take to nullify the contract. Well, if we could get some records from the goblins on who the Potters had business dealing with back then. It would speed the process up. James sighed in annoyance. I already spoke to the goblins. They refused to provide any information for such a general request. And that sort of record excavating would take weeks of research. I could go and do a little investigating, Johann volunteered, smiling unctuously. No. Paying this little weasel for several weeks of dedicated work would drain his savings. How long do you think it will take? Without that, most likely another month. Or maybe 3. He gestured at a parchment that he had pulled out of the file. It was twitching slightly as individual letters appeared and then disappeared. It had about a paragraph of text already on it. With these old contracts, there are so many Wizengamot laws that they to adjust to that it takes forever to rebuild them. James nodded. That was acceptable. Harry wouldn't reach his majority for another 3 years, so there was no rush. Fine. Let's leave it as is, yeah. Mies paid the 10 galleons for the 10 minutes of Johann's time and left. That evening at Hogwarts everybody was talking about that afternoon's excitement. Most of the conversation, especially among the younger years, was about the modes of transportation that the other 2 schools employed. Harry in particular was fascinated by Durmstrang's ship, which had surfaced in the middle of their local lake. Does that mean that the Black Lake is connected to the ocean? I remember reading that these Highland locks are really deep, and some might be connected by underground channels to the ocean. Now you're starting to sound like Luna. They probably have some magic that teleports them through water, like a portkey for boats. Neville replied before shrugging, but I don't really know. You can ask the Frizz. Harry glanced over to where Hermione was sitting at the far end of the table visibly fuming as she shredded a napkin into ever smaller pieces. Her eyes were boring a hole into the back of Ron's head as he craned his neck for a not-so-surreptitious glance at the French girl. Yeah, no, I'll pass. Harry knew better than to try to talk to girls when they were in a mood. Being hit with a bad bogey hex once was more than enough, thanks. Most of the students had moved quickly past the unfortunate event of that afternoon, especially after Professor Dumbledore had explained that chaos was caused by magic that Fleur had no conscious control over, but not all of them. In addition to Hermione, some of the older Hogwarts girls were also giving their boyfriend or crushes the stink eye. For her part, the Quarter-Vila French girl was still turning heads, but now that she had calmed down her allure was no longer overwhelming. The visiting students sat down in the expanded Great Hall, with most picking the Ravenclaw or Slytherin tables, as they were the closest to the entrance. May I have your attention? Dumbledore stood up and gave a speech about making their visitors feel at home. And about what an honor it was to host the Triwizard Tournament and something about an ancient flaming cup selecting the champions. Honestly, Harry tuned most of it out. He was a 4th year. And none of it had anything to do with him. He was busy watching the 5th-year Ravenclaw that Neville had sticking charm to her chair. He wasn't certain what her name was, but she was one of the girls that kept playing tricks on Luna. Thing is, she didn't look shocked or horrified or even annoyed, all reactions that Harry had heard about from Uncle Sirius' tales of the Marauders' youthful misadventures. She just looked mildly disgusted as she dispelled the charm, like when you stepped into somebody's gum and have to clean it off of your shoe. Hey Harry. George slid into the seat opposite him. Can you help me brainstorm some ideas for how I can get past the age line? Seeing Harry's blank look, he added, to get my name into the goblet. Why me? I'm not an expert on rule breaking. Even he would admit that as the son of an Auror, he was a bit of a stick in the mud. Despite his best yet lackluster efforts to the contrary. But you're smart. Harry was about to the Hufflepuff to the other end of the table, to talk to Gryffindor's resident genius, when somebody interrupted from behind him. Hello. Harry looked up to see the girl in question, anomalously down at their end of the table. You want me to help you get your name into the goblet also? What? No, I was hoping that you would be willing to join Spew. She held up a flyer with the acronym plastered across it. Apparently she had, as many other young people before her, decided to channel her frustrations into political action. The flyer called for the immediate emancipation of house elves from durance vile. Maybe the frizzy-haired girl wasn't practiced at accosting people, but her skill as a polemicist was indisputable. It must come from all the times she tried to convince Ron to say his head is something other than a second stomach. No thank you. Have you asked Ron? Hermione sighed in frustration. Yeah, but he doesn't want to spew. Probably for the best. It would get messy, with the amount he eats. What? Why? Hermione looked confused. George was quietly trying to stifle his laugh so as not to interrupt the brilliant theater. A moment later Hermione's eyes got big as the double entendre dawned on her. That is not what I meant, and you know it, Mr. Potter. She huffed. Spew is the Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare. We will fight for elvish rights, and prevent the exploitation of the elvish proletariat stirs. The eventual goal is the freedom of all elf kind. And mistresses, quipped George. Hermione glared at him, uncertain if he was mocking her or being supportive. Harry looked up at the girl standing in front of him, leaning in slightly as if facing into a fierce wind. Granger, Hermione, I don't think elves want freedom. They're pretty happy with the way things are. George nodded, managing to add between his giggles, right. You should go down to the kitchens and see the elves working, they really are very happy. Hermione looked between the two of them. At least Harry seemed to be taking her seriously. Just because they have been brainwashed is no reason to deny them their freedom. Harry considered how to respond before shrugging. I think you're trying to fix something that isn't broken, but if you really think there's a problem, then by all means, go and fight for it. Who was he to deny somebody their dreams, no matter how dumb they were? Heck, Neville wanted to be an Auror, despite not having a chance in hell of passing his potions owl. But you're not going to join. Nope, sorry. As Hermione turned away, dejected, Harry quickly added. But good luck. Hey, Nev, let's visit Hagrid. It was the following day, and the 3 champions would be announced at dinner tonight. Even though it didn't really have anything to do with him, Harry had still picked up the ebullient mood flowing through the castle and was feeling antsy. No, Nev gave a dark sigh. I need to come up with a better punishment for Cho Chang and Marietta Edgecombe. Cho was the most popular girl in Ravenclaw, being both smart and athletic as well as attractive, and her friend Marietta, while not athletic or particularly attractive, at least in Neville's opinion, was a fashionista, and she always had her school robes draped open so you could see that her clothing was all the latest designer fashions, worn with aplomb. In many ways, despite only being 5th years, they set the tone for the girls in their house. And Harry had discovered that they were also the ones who encouraged the other girls to switch Luna's food during meals, or hide her school bag. According to George, they even watched the Caro girls walk off with one of her shoes once and kept Luna distracted so that she wouldn't notice until it was too late. In Neville's book, working with the Slytherins was the blackest mark of all. I don't know. Harry slumped back onto his bead. The 2 boys had been doing homework in the quiet of their dorm room. And while Neville had been using a desk, Harry was working on his bed, something his mother had scolded him for repeatedly in primary school, saying it would give him bad posture. I can't think of anything good. Everything is either too mean or not funny. We could ask Sirius. Harry gave his step-brother an incredulous look. Okay, right, we can't ask Sirius. Because while he gave off a casual, irreverent atmosphere, when push came to shove he was still a cop, and mischief-making was something that was in his past. Maybe we can ask Hagrid. Oh, right, we can start by telling him we were the ones to let Norbert out to tear up the grounds, and ask if he can recommend something better. Neville gave a dark sigh. Fine, let's go have tea with the big guy. Maybe the fresh air will clear my mind. They were just exiting the common room when they almost bumped into Hermione. Neville, just the person I was looking for. She chirped too cheerfully, assiduously not addressing Harry. I just had these buttons made up to show your support for Spew. Would you like one? They are 2 sickles each. Neville exchanged glances with Harry before nodding and replying with false cheer. Sure, I'll take one. As they walked, Harry asked, why did you take one? You're always telling me that I should be more diplomatic. Well, now the Frizz feels that she owes us one. Huh, you'll make a politician yet. It was a short walk to Hagrid's hovel. It was, as always, messy yet surprisingly homey. It was a great place to go to get away from the stress of school. Harry and Neville had become friends with Hagrid back in first year, when they had volunteered to help clean up after the Norbert disaster. Ari, Neville, come in, come in. I will put on a pot and you can have some of me rock cakes. They stayed for the afternoon, chatting and playing chess. Hagrid was surprisingly good. Harry only beat him half the time, and Neville even less often. As it was getting towards dinner time, Neville pulled out the spew button. I guess I'm going to have to wear it. He explained to Hagrid the circumstances. Wheel, aren't you a wizard? Spell the button so it is blank except when Miss Granger is looking at it. Harry was floored. He would never have taken Hagrid for being so duplicitous. I'm not certain I know how to cast that. Hagrid got up and pulled a very dusty 5th year charms textbook off of a shelf right under the ceiling. Here ya go. He brushed it off and flipped through to a section near the beginning. When I was in school, disappearing ink messages were all the rage. Girls used them to pass notes. I never got the hang of it, but the basic spell is right here. Harry read over the proffered page and looked up at Neville. I think I got it. Let's go. I'm glad I could be of help. Hagrid rumbled as the two boys spilled out of his humble cottage. You're not thinking of the buttons, are you? Neville asked. Nope, but Hermione will have 2 new recruits. Serious knock. Dee on the door and walked in without waiting for a response. Hey, you wanted to see me. He dropped into the chair opposite the desk, slouching comfortably. James looked up. His desk was piled with several folders, and he had one pulled open as he looked over a report. Yeah, one of the gentlemen that I was talking to mentioned that Bellatrix was involved with the Quidditch World Cup event. Sirius raised an eyebrow. As tidy as that would be, having both our cases tied into one pretty little package, I somehow doubt it. Self-aggrandizing stunts like that were never her style. Azkaban changes people, that it does, and that's the other reason I'm skeptical. We've seen people how come out of there. They're wrecked. It takes them years to fully recover. If it was me, I would be laying low and recuperating. James nodded. That was pretty much his opinion as well. The question is who's sheltering her. The two cases might not be tied together, but they certainly are connected. When you talking to shopkeeper for leads on the World Cup, ask about Bellatrix. You know if any of Voldemort's sympathizers are inexplicably buying women's underwear. Sirius snorted. It wouldn't be so inexplicable. I bet they all either have a secret mistress on the side or are closet cross-dressers. James shrugged. If they're cross-dressing, get photos, we can use that to coerce them into cooperating. You're an evil man. Sirius shook his head. Yeah, but it's the only way to get anything done around here. Don't I know it? Want to go grab a beer after work? Dinner at Hogwarts that night started as a raucous affair. All the students were keyed up, waiting for the big announcement. And all of the students, except for the Ravenclaws, kept casting bemused glances at Hermione's 2 newest recruits, Cho and Marietta. Both of whom had bright pink, I heart spew, emblems over their chest with the spew inside the heart. The reason the Ravenclaws were oblivious was that the emblems were spelled not to be visible to Ravenclaws or adults. So, did you get your name into the goblet? Harry asked George as they ate their dinner. Surprisingly, to Harry, at least George was sitting next to Angelina instead of Ginny, who was on Harry's other side. Harry would have volunteered to make some space, but the hall was just too crowded to switch around. The Hufflepuff shook his head despondently. No, I even borrowed a broom and went up as high as I could, just outside the age line, to see if I could toss it in, but as soon as my paper crossed the age line, it deflected to the side. It didn't matter if I just crumpled it up and threw it. Well, that's too bad. I guess you're going to have to fall back on your snack sales. Hardy, har, George grumbled, I like your pen. Harry and Neville were the only 2 other than Hermione and the Ravenclaw girls, but theirs were different, wearing the spew pins. Harry shrugged, it's for a good cause, i.e. getting Hermione to owe him a favor. George shrugged awkwardly before continuing. But I am dying to find out what the first task is. Maybe I can order some promotional snacks. May I have your attention please? Dumbledore stood up. The goblet will now select 3 students, one from each school, to be our champions. He waved his wand at the goblet, triggering it to shoot up a shower of sparks that fell to the floor all around it before following up with a gout of green and blue flame. That was way high. Ginny clapped excitedly before stopping and adding with atypical pensiveness, I hope it doesn't set anything on fire. Yeah, if that happened, given how tightly packed the students were, somebody would get hurt. The flames died down and a piece of paper shot out the goblet, landing in Dumbledore's hands. The first champion, for Beauxbatons, is Fleur Delacour. The pronouncement was met with cheering, and not just from the Beauxbatons contingent. Fleur had amassed something of a fan club ing the other students as well in her few days with them. Though judging by the glares that some of the applauding boys were receiving, not everybody was enamored with her. Another paper shot out, champion for Durmstrang is Victor Crumb. Now the cheering was even more raucous, as Victor was a celebrity Quidditch player. When that finally calmed down, the final paper shot into the headmaster's hands, and for our very own Hogwarts. Cedric Diggory. There was cheering from the Hufflepuffs and a smattering of polite applause from others. Would the champions please come to the front? We will. Have a wand inspection and some photographs. He was just turning away when the goblet gave a hacking cough and spat out a 4th paper. Dumbledore picked it up cautiously. It appears that Ron Weasley has been selected as a 4th champion, representing himself. Yes. There was a dead silence as everybody turned to look at Ron. I didn't put my name in. But I am proud to represent Hogwarts now that I have been selected. You aren't representing Hogwarts, dipshit, came a voice from the Slytherin table. Ron and the other champions had not returned by the time dinner was over. So the Gryffindors had gone up to their dorms without him, but the mood in the common room was cheerful. One of their own was competing in the Triwizard Tournament. Well, most were cheerful. As soon as the door opened to admit Ron into the common room, Ginny was in his face. What were you thinking of, putting your name into the goblet? Didn't you listen to what Dumbledore said about it being too dangerous for younger students? And only being restricted to 7th years. I didn't put my name in. Yet out it came. Do you think I'm an idiot? Well, even if I did, which I didn't, what's it to you? Being the boy who lived is an awesome responsibility. I should be allowed to have some fun once in a while as well. Awesome responsibility. Is that what you call all those Skeeter interviews? You tell him, Gin. Neville cheered her on. Shish. Harry shushed his step-brother. Don't spoil the show. Harry wished he had some popcorn or even one of George's snacks as he watched Ginny rip into Ron. And George wanted me to date that. Hard pass. Ginny's right. Hermione chimed in from Ron's other side. These tasks are going to be far too dangerous for a 4th year. Yeah, but, Ron was reduced to whining. No buts. The only solution is that you will have to prepare extra hard. Hermione grabbed his arm and dragged him back towards the portrait hole. Now, the first task is in less than a month, so yes, now. Hermione lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. Well, it wasn't the ceiling. It was the cloth-covered tester of the Hogwarts 4-poster bed that all students were issued. I'm being pedantic again, she sighed. It was a failing of hers. It was why she was never able to make any friends. Well, the sort of friends that she wanted to make. If she wanted to hang out with the nerdiest of the nerdy Ravenclaws, she would fit right in. But she didn't want to bury her head in the sand and wait for somebody else to make the world a better place. That was why I liked Ron. He was the boy who lived. He had stopped he who must not be named. Speaking of Ron, why did that idiot put his name into the cup? It was frustrating. He was already a hero. Why did he have to do something like this? And more importantly, what am I going to do about it? She had to somehow keep him safe. If something happened to him, her stomach coiled into knots just at the thought of it. She glanced at the clock on her nightstand. It was 1 a.m. I might as well get up and start working on a curriculum. Obviously, she would need to research the potential dangers in the Triwizarding Tournament first. Then she would need to find resources, books or older students, that could help Ron learn how to deal with the tasks. And then comes the hard part, getting Ron to actually learn everything in time. She kicked her feet out of bed and quietly, so as not to wake up her dorm mates, grabbed her book bag and went down to the common room. During the next couple of weeks Hermione almost never saw Ron except during class and mealtimes. And even then, as soon as he finished eating, Hermione would drag him off to the library, where the two would ensconce themselves. Once, as Hermione waited impatiently for Ron to finish his third helping, Harry walked over to her and asked, "So what are you guys working on?" According to the record of the previous tournaments, the first task almost always involves magical creatures, so I have been researching possible creatures and then we have been going over ways to deal with them. That wasn't the way Harry would have gone about it, but it actually sounded like a pretty good approach. Good luck with that. He returned to his seat to find Neville looking dejected. "What's wrong?" Neville just pointed to where Cho was giggly. As Luna was looking under the table for something. "The pranks didn't work." "What pranks?" Ginny asked as she sat down next to them. "We charmed Cho and Marietta's robes to read, I heart spew." "That was you. That was brilliant." "Yeah, but the point was to get them to stop bullying Luna." "There what?" "Look." Ginny watched as Marietta took Luna's spoon as Cho distracted her with a question about some animal. Ginny turned back to the boys. "And how was your prank supposed to dissuade her from doing this?" Her eyebrow arched up in anticipation. "Well, the idea was that they would know what it was like to be bullied and they would then stop doing it to Luna." Neville explained patiently. Ginny gave him a look that made it quite clear that she thought he was a prize idiot before pushing back her chair and stomping across the great hall to the Ravenclaw table. She pushed past the two boys sitting opposite Cho and slammed her hands onto the middle of the table as she leaned halfway across. "Cho, stop taking Luna's stuff. She doesn't like it, and it's not funny." "Excuse me, but this is the Ravenclaw table," Marietta interrupted. "Shut it, Edgecrumble, or I'll mess up your face." Ginny shook a fist right under Marietta's nose. The rest of the great hall was starting to turn to watch the confrontation. Ginny was not a quiet girl. As Ginny turned back to Cho, Luna interrupted, "It's okay, Ginny. My things always find their way back to me." "Yeah, but wouldn't it be nicer if you didn't have to keep asking the elves for new cutlery? Or if you could wear matching shoes?" Cho was starting to look ashamed as McGonagall called out, "Miss Weasley, that is 5 points from Gryffindor for poor manners and a detention for threatening another student. Please return to your dismissive sniff before stomping back to her spot. And that's how you take care of business, Longbottom." She cast a glance over at Harry before she dropped down into her seat with a satisfied thump. Despite himself, Harry was impressed with her getting shit done attitude. "Hold your horses. I'll get to ya." McNair ambled over to his front door. It was dinner time, and he wasn't expecting anybody. It was probably that busybody from next door, coming to complain about something or other. He waited for whoever it was out there to knock a second time before deigning to crack open the door, keeping the chain on. "What you want?" "Orders. Open up." James Potter held up his badge. "I ain't done nothing wrong. I's an upstanding member of society, I am. Open the damn door, Walden, or we're going to have to charge you with obstruction." Grumbling, the wizard slipped the chain off and opened the door to reveal both James and Sirius. "What do you want?" He continued to stand in the doorway, preventing the Aurors from entering. "Where were you on August 18th, in the evening?" "I was at home. I come straight home every evening." As a refresher, the 18th was the night of the Quidditch World Cup. "I didn't go. Isn't that right, Claire?" He turned part way to a severe-looking woman who stood back in the doorway to the kitchen. She just nodded mutely. "Yet I have records of you purchasing a ticket," Sirius replied. McNair's eyes darted to look at him but then jumped back when James demanded, "So I'm going to ask again. Where were you the evening of the 18th, at 9 o'clock? "I wasn't there," Walden gasped out, in a panic. "I mean, I went, but I left as soon as the match was over. I apparated home in time for dinner, right Claire?" The woman again nodded stiffly. Walden turned back, to have James step up so that his face was pushing right up to Walden's. "Who were you with, at the match?" "Ah, Amicus Caro." McNair was starting to look panicky. He wasn't a brave man. He relied on everybody else being intimidated of his size and giving his a lot of leeway. But when the tables were turned, he didn't know what to say. Being scared always made his mind go blank. "That's a lie." James shoved McNair. Amicus didn't go. He did. He was there the whole night. He stayed after I left. So you're saying Amicus Caro dressed up as a Death Eater and attacked the Muggles? No. No. I would never say that. Hey, James, ease up. Sirius pulled at James's shoulder. Look, Walden, I know that you're a family man. This isn't the sort of thing you would do unless the other guys pressured you into it. You just give us a name. And we'll be out of your hair. It was Electo. She made us do it. I never liked that fat woman, always so manipulative and demanding. See, that wasn't so hard, was it, Walden? Sirius smiled. James waved his wand, conjuring a pair of handcuffs around McNair's hands. Walden McNair, you are under arrest for assault on a Muggle, violation of the Statute of Secrecy and Terroristic Actions. Quote, a few days before the first task, Harry came into the library to see Hermione frenetically reading as Ron reviewed her notes, looking overwhelmed. The pair were seated at one of the study tables that were scattered around the stacks, and it looked like half the library was piled up, slapdash, on their table. Books were laying open, and others were closed around makeshift bookmarks. How are you guys doing? It's dragons, Ron replied, still shell-shocked. Charlie wrote me that they're bringing a bunch of dragons to Hogwarts. The only reliable way to deal with a dragon is to cast a conjunctivitis curse at its eyes, Hermione recited. Their skin is too thick for any other spells to do them harm. Yeah, Ron nodded. Apparently this was not the first time Hermione had made this pronouncement. Is there any way to get out of the tournament? Ron shakes his head no. Hermione asked Dumbledore. Apparently, when the goblet selected our names, that formed an unbreakable contract. The only way out is to lose your magic. There was an awkward silence fell on the group. Yeah, I'll leave you to it, then. Harry turned to go before adding, if you need me to order anything. My dad's an Auror, and he has access to specialty equipment. He felt bad for Ron. He was an idiot, but he didn't deserve to be flame-broiled by a dragon. Hermione's face lit up. If you can get a flame-freezing potion, that would be a real lifesaver. Harry gave a thumbs up as he left the two to their studying. Mr. Potter, can you please report to your head of house? It was the morning of the first task, and Harry had just walked in to get some breakfast. It was still a couple of hours before the task was supposed to start, but the whole school already had a festive atmosphere. Many parents had arrived early, to spend a few hours with their kids before going to watch the task, so the halls were filled with people talking. When Harry arrived at McGonagall's office, he found his mother chatting with the Transfiguration professor. Hello Harry, I came a little early because I want to get that marriage contract nonsense taken care of. Dad got the contract reconstructed. No, not yet. Apparently it's very old, so it's tricky to recreate. I came up with a way that doesn't require the contact. She turned to Minerva, do you mind if we borrow your classroom for about a half hour? Not at all. Do you mind if I watch? That's not a problem, but please keep the ritual to yourself until after I publish. Out in the classroom the Y moved the chairs and desks aside until they had cleared a 20-foot diameter patch of bare floor. McGonagall cast a couple of housekeeping charms to clean it before Lily set up a ritual circle on the wood floor using chalk. Making sure that she and Harry were inside. She then set up 4 different candles, 3 spread out on the west side, and 1 due east. The candles were all different sizes and colors. Lily consulted her notes to make sure that all the placements were correct before pouring a few drops of a potion at the 4 cardinal points of the circle and lit the candles. Once those were nice and hot, she dribbled wax from each along the edge of circle. When she was done, she motioned for Harry to stand by her side at the center of the circle and she proceeded to recite a string of Latin words, reading them from a small note card, as she wasn't an expert at languages. Harry felt a slight tug. Is that it? Yes, that is it. It's not a terribly complicated ritual. Ritual magic is a lot like potions. Isn't it? It's all in the preparation. Does it matter in which order you drip the candles? Yes, you have to start with the plain tallow then move on to the snack oil candle before using the one that is infused with the incense of myrtle. And then you seal it all in with another plain tallow. Lily went on to discuss how far apart the drops had to be, talking half to Harry and half to McGonagall. so she ended up going into more detail and depth than she would have if speaking to either one alone. And what was that potion you started with, was that Everclear? Minerva asked. Yes. Lily turned aside to Harry. Everclear is a purification potion. You start most rituals with it, to remove any trace magics from within the ritual circle. She paused and glanced at her wristwatch. Your father will be here in a few minutes. Why don't you go get your brother and go on up to the stands, so we can get good seats? Lily paused. If we're early, we can grab some extras. If you have any special friends you'd like to invite along. Harry considered, completely missing his mother's innuendo. Nah, they're all going to be with their families. Lily nodded, only slightly disappointed. She was looking forwards to when her boys would start dating. It would be her next big thing, as a parent. The stands were full of noise as Harry and Neville sat with their parents, munching on the dragon-shaped cookies that George had convinced them to purchase. The Hogwarts staff had expanded the stands so that they could as many people as normal, and they were still almost full. Those at the top would have to use omnioculars to see the action down below, on the repurposed Quidditch pitch. There are the Weasleys, Neville pointed out. They were sitting in the second row, looking understandably anxious. Did you give the flame-freezing potion to Ron? James asked his son. Yeah, I think he was planning to douse his robes with it. James nodded. That will give him a few minutes of protection. Until it dries out. They watched as Cedric tackled his dragon first, transfiguring a rock into a dog to draw the monster's attention away from himself. G ran up to face the dragon and started barking. As soon as the dragon lunged to snap at the tasty morsel, it dodged to the side. The crowd went wild as Cedric used the distraction to run past the dragon. Without stopping, he scooped up the golden egg from the pile of real dragon eggs and kept on running for the edge of the pitch. It went even wilder when, just as he was about to cross through the wards to safety, the dragon turned and shot a stream of fire at him. Cedric dodged out of the way, but the fire was so hot that part of his face was still burned before the dragon tamers had a chance to take control of the enraged fire breather. Second was Fleur Delacour, who faced a common Welsh green. As soon as she stepped onto the pitch, she started singing. The dragon paused and examined her. She tried to snarl, but her saurian head drooped lower and lower. Is that a ritual she's using? No, that's non-hermetic magic. It's probably something that she learned from the Vila side of her family. Lily replied as Fleur finished enchanting her dragon to sleep. She walked right past it to retrieve her egg. But as she was doing so, her dragon sniffed as if sensing something amiss and then gave a mighty snort, spewing sparks of fiery snot into the air, setting Fleur's robes on fire. The cheering when she had to strip off her burning garments was even louder than when she had snatched the egg. Don't look, Lily commanded, though it sounded half-hearted. Or at least don't stare. James nuanced. Victor Crumb went third, facing a Chinese fireball. He came out fast, casting the conjunctivitis curse as he ran. The curse hit his dragon square in the face. She turned, trying to confront her opponent using hearing alone, and lunged as best she could, but Victor danced aside repeatedly, making use of his athleticism to dodge like a professional before finally throwing himself under the dragon to scoop up the egg and exit the pitch. He was the fastest by far of the other champions, but he lost points when his dragon smashed up the other eggs. Finally, it was Ron's turn. He strode determinedly out onto the pitch. As soon as his dragon turned to face him, he cast a conjunctivitis curse at it, hitting it right in the eye. He then ran as fast as he could for the egg. But he had hit the dragon only in the right eye. She turned so that she could bring the left one to bear and released a blast of flame. Ron dodged. Harry hadn't realized the boy could run so fast, and managed to just avoid the flame. The fire licked at his robes, but the flame-freezing potion protected him from the worst of the heat. What followed was several minutes of Ron ducking and weaving as he desperately tried to stay on the dragon's blind side. He was almost at the egg when the dragon whipped her tail around, spearing him in the stomach with a spike. There was a collective gasp as the fourth champion flew through the air to land in a floppy pile. A pair of dragon handlers ran out to Dr. Ive off the dragon as a Medowitch levitated Ron off the field. Several tense moments passed before Albus Dumbledore announced, "Ronald Weasley, while injured, will be fine." Cheering broke out. In the end, Ron didn't manage to get the egg, but he received 14 points for effort. Ludo gave him 8, Karkaroff gave him 0, and the other judges gave him 2 each, putting him solidly in last place. Ludo Bagman also brought him the golden egg as he was recovering in the infirmary. That was awesome, Neville repeated for the umpteenth time. Their parents had gone home after admonishing the boys to congratulate Ron on his exceptional effort. Yeah, thanks, Ron mumbled sourly. Maybe he had put in a good effort, but he had failed, and his stomach hurt a lot, as the healing spells knit his guts back together. I think we should let Mr. Weasley rest, Madame Pomfrey pronounced, gently chivying the 2 boys and Hermione, who had been sitting with them quietly, not saying a word, out the door. Thank you for stopping by. Hermione finally managed. He might not show it, but it meant a lot to him that somebody came by to congratulate him. Aside from Hermione, the Potter boys were the only ones to drop by Ron's room. And Hermione would know, having spent the most of the afternoon there. Neville shrugged. He's a prat, but he's our prat. Hermione nodded, pretending as if this made sense to her, while internally chalking it up to boy logic, along with the other nonsensical things boys said and did. As the boys headed for the common room, with a detour to the kitchens for a snack, Harry A. almost tripped over Luna as she peered into small crevice just outside the kitchens. Hey, are you okay? What are you doing? Harry asked as Neville helped him back up. I was reading that gray nifflers like to live in small burrows formed by old stone walls, so I am investigating to see if this is one. The tip of her wand was glowing, and she was using that small light to peer into the crack. There was an awkward pause before the boys said their goodbyes and continued on. Did you see? Luna wasn't wearing her weird earrings. Neville pointed out. I bet that's why she's looking for niffler dens. Harry was bemused that Neville was looking so closely at Luna that he noticed something like that before he remembered. The Caro sisters like to take her stuff, especially jewelry. Right. We never warned them off. There was a pause as the 2 considered what to do. You want to sick Ginny on them? Neville finally asked. Harry shook his head. That doesn't feel right. Let me think out it. Maybe I can find out some way to get them to behave. Or we could prank them. Nev, despite what Sirius claims, I'm not so certain anymore that pranking people actually gets them to change their ways. Neville paused to consider, but we can prank them anyways. The Caros were creepy. Yeah, I guess they have it coming. We can have them, Joe and Spew. The 2 boys continued on their way, discussing possible pranks. Neville was too casually leaning against the wall, mostly hidden from view by a suite of armor that stood opposite the girls' bathroom on the 1st floor. Neville wasn't certain how to project casualness, but he was doing his best, leaning back like he had not a care in the world as he twiddled a quill between his fingers while surreptitiously casting glances at the door to the girls' bathroom. To be more exact, he was glancing at the bucket of water that he had charmed to hover over the door. Why are you stalking my sister? Neville almost leapt out of his skin at the voice from by his elbow. He whirled around to see one of the Caro girls looking at him with her expressionless dead fish eyes. Shit, I thought both of them were in there. I'm not. Neville stuttered. Oh, that's brilliant, Nev. Way to go sounding casual. We aren't stupid, Longbottom. You've been staring at us whenever we're in the Great Hall for meals, and you follow us when we head for the dorm. She paused and cocked her head. It looked remarkably lizard-like. I'm not. It's just happenstance that I am going in the same direction. A Gryffindor just happens to be heading towards the Slytherin dorms. Get real. If you like my sister, ask her out. You aren't bad looking, for a Gryffindor. She might say yes. Neville blanched at the thought of dating a Slytherin. Any Slytherin, but especially one of these 2. I'm not. Which is when the bathroom door opened, spilling the water over the other child. The dry Caro demanded indignantly as she went to help her sister cast drying charms. This is just because of Luna. The wet Caro glared at him. Gryffindors are so immature. You flirt like a preteen boy. She wasn't certain if the socially awkward Findor was trying to flirt with her or Luna, but it didn't much matter. He was failing. Just stop taking her stuff. Both girls paused in what they were doing to glare at him. Why would we be taking her things? Do you assume that all Slytherins are bullies? The dry Caro glared at Neville. There was no way she was going to admit that bullying those lower in Slytherin's very strict social hierarchy actually was the norm. Or that most of the pranks targeting Luna were carried out at the behest of Pansy Parkinson, who loved to lord it over those beneath her, like the Carrows who were at the very bottom. She and her sister didn't like taking the poor girl's belongings, but what choice did they have? All the fourth years were superior to them. Even some third years, like that overdeveloped slut Olivia Shardlow, who was cousining up to Blaze, were above them. So she just glared venomously at the Gryffindor who thought that he could change the world by dumping water over her sister. When she turned back to casting drying charms, Neville took the opportunity to slink away. Harry was exiting the remedial potions class that Snape forced him to take, though it was remedial in name only. The material they were covering was not part of the standard syllabus, but Harry was convinced that it was Newt level, when he was confronted by Hermione Granger. Hello. Harry was surprised to find her in the dungeons at this time of the day. It was after dinner, and official classes were done. Hi, I was looking for you. She looked nervous, adjusting her hair. As she did, Harry noticed that she was dressed up, and even wearing a necklace and earrings. He hadn't even known that her ears were pierced before. Why is she dressed like that? Hat's not normal. Alarm bells started to ring in his head, as snippets of wisdom that Sirius had imparted to him about girls started to bubble up. Yes, he gasped in a panic. When there was no response, he added, "How did you know where to find me?" I asked Neville. She took a deep breath and, "I need your help," came out in a rush, as a single word. What? I need your help. For Ron. If he keeps competing in this Triwizard tournament, he's going to get killed. I want you to get him out. Why me? You know I'm not really friends with Ron. Hermione replied pedantically. Hufflepuff won't help because they are loyal to Cedric. Ravenclaw feels that he got his name in through cheating, so they want nothing to with him, and Slytherin doesn't help anybody, so it had to be somebody in Gryffindor. As she spoke, words started coming faster and faster, as she was not used to asking anybody for help. And of those, Ron's pissed off pretty much everybody. Even you. I know, but everybody knows about you. You and Neville are troubleshooters. I mean problem solvers. You help people, and you already have a record assisting Ron, i.e. in second year. She swallowed hard. I'll do anything if you can get Ron out of this stupid competition. As Harry took a moment to parse the verbal torrent that had spilled out of the witch, he momentarily visualized himself as some gangster, troubleshooter, with trench coat and a gun before shaking his head in bemusement. Are you always this intense? He asked, stalling to give himself time to think. Yeah, pretty much. Hermione shrugged awkwardly. It's a wonder Ron tolerates you. No accounting for love, I guess. Quote. Hermione stopped talking and turned red. It's not. She stuttered. Why do you like Ron anyways? Harry interrupted. Hermione looked away, considering making another denial before quietly answering, I just do, okay. Harry sighed. Look, I don't know if there is anything that can be done, but I'll talk to my parents. Maybe they can think of something. Really, I thought when she gestured, as if to encompass the past 5 minutes, that you would say no. What? You want me to helpful and well-mannered? I think you're asking for a bit much, don't you think? Hermione smiled in relief. Thanks. Without warning, she enveloped Harry in a hug before running off. Harry stood in thought for several minutes. She's weird, but maybe she had the right idea about how to deal with problems. Not for Ron. As far as he could see, he was screwed, but for Luna. Outsource them. I'll talk to Malfoy. He has pull with the Slytherins. He was just approaching the stairs up out of the basement when who should walk by, heading for the Slytherin dorms. Hey, Malfoy, I want to make a deal. What do you want, Potter? Malfoy sneered, stopping a few steps over Harry so that he could look down on him. He didn't hate Potter, but his father worked for a living, so he was by definition beneath him. The Carrow girls have been bothering Luna lately. Can you get them to lay off? In return, I'll keep Neville from hassling you. I can take care of myself, Potter. Draco frowned, ready to reject anything the Gryffindor offered. But a part of him latched onto the idea. It would be very convenient. Every year he got several detention because of the Longbottom. He had already gotten one this year when their argument had gotten a little heated. Of course, so had Longbottom. But serving detention together just made it that much worse. Fine. Tell him to mind his own business, and I'll tell you how to handle the Carrows. Done. Malfoy turned to go. LK to Greengrass. There's a reason they call her the Ice Queen of Slytherin. All the girls walk in fear of her. It took Harry several days to work up the nerve to approach Daphne Greengrass. She was beautiful, never smiled, and none of the other girls ever spoke to her in class, which took on an ominous tone after what Draco had said. How am I supposed to approach her? Harry threw up his hands. Do you want to be the one to talk to her? Heck no, Neville replied. They had arrived early at Dada, which they had together with Slytherin, and were strategizing before other students arrived. But you're the one who wants to rescue Luna, and be her gallant knight in shining armor. But Harry didn't say that part. Neville was just giving him a disappointed look when Moody came stumping out. Ah, you are here early. Excellent. Come with me. Alistair pointed to a row of lifelike mannequins. Set those up against the back wall. We're going to start the class with a little targeting practice. As the two boys levitated the disturbingly human-looking targets to the back, Alistair added, "You're friends with Ronald Weasley, are you not?" Taking Neville's shrug for an acknowledgement, he continued. "You should tell him to soak his egg." "What egg?" "Sorry, I can't tell you any more. I'm only giving that much of a clue because he's a fourth year, and it's not fair to him to be expect D to perform on the same level as seventh years. How did his name ever come out of the goblet in the first place?" Harry asked. Was it some sort of curse? It most likely was, but that goblet is an ancient artifact. Dumbledore had a witch from the Department of Mysteries come by, but she wasn't able to figure it out. The spells on it are just so old. Before Harry could ask anything further, several Slytherins filed in, and Harry let the subject drop. As class let out, Harry finally built up the nerve to approach Daphne while she was putting her supplies away. Fortunately, she wasn't surrounded a coterie of friends like most girls were. The only girl next to her was Tracy Davis, who hung back to give them privacy to speak. Can I talk to you for a minute?" Daphne didn't reply, but she didn't walk off either. She just looked up at him like he was something that had splashed up out of the gutter. Harry was getting more and more nervous. "I was wondering if you could do me a favor." "I am not interested in dating you." "That's fine, I'm not interested in dating Elaxing." Now that she had actually preemptively rejected him, he didn't have to worry about her misconstruing his request. "I was hoping that you could talk to the Carrow girls and ask them to stop bullying Luna." "Why?" "Because it's cruel." Daphne looked at him like he was speaking a foreign language. "I mean, why should I make an effort on your behalf?" Then, realizing that she was talking to a Gryffindor, and a male one at that, she elucidated, "What's in it for me?" "Nothing is in it for you," Harry replied hotly. Her attitude was starting to piss him off. She was acting as if she really was some sort of royalty, and he was the scum beneath her boot. It's just what a decent person would do. Daphne didn't reply for a moment, and her expression didn't change. Finally she nodded. "Okay, but you owe me." "Thanks." Harry turned to go when Daphne put a hand on his shoulder. It was surprisingly warm. "Stop. I mean it. At some point, I will ask you to do something for me. And you will do whatever I request, no questions asked." Harry swallowed nervously and examined Daphne's expression before nodding. Okay. Harry arrived at Transfiguration class with a sense of accomplishment. They had gotten the Ravenclaws and the Slytherins to stop bullying Luna. Additionally, the conversation with Dr. ACO had made him hopeful that he would finally grow up and stop being an ass all the time. And he had an idea for how to help out Hermione in her quixotic quest to keep Ron from dying. All of his problems were getting solved, one after the other. It was a good feeling. But the best thing was that Transfiguration was Slytherin-free, so no Malfoy or Daphne to worry about. Not that he was worried about Daphne. Really. Hello class. Before we start, I would like to announce that there will be a Yule Ball this year on the 25th of December. It is open to all students 4th year and above, though younger students may be invited as a date. She turned to look at Ron. The champions and their partners are expected to open the dancing. Harry watched as horror spread across Ron's face. This would be good. The whole room broke out into a bout of whispers. Seamus leaned over from the neighboring row and stage whispered, "Who are you going to ask?" "I wasn't planning to go." "Really?" Everybody going to go? Seamus replied condescendingly, making it clear that only losers would skip the dance. Harry and Neville exchanged looks of panic. James sat down opposite his barrister. It's finished. The lawyer nodded. It's finished. But it's like no other contract I've ever seen. It's almost like it was abandoned halfway through. He handed the parchment to James. It read, when Harold J. Ames Potter completes his education or on July 31, 1998, whichever comes first, he must marry somebody. The name, Harold James Potter, was in an extra fancy font. And so was somebody. End chapter. Yeah, Neville and Harry are a little immature. But what can you expect? They grew up listening to Sirius's and to a lesser extent, James's stories of pranking bad kids. Yule perturbations and contracts. Hello Amicus. I am surprised to see you here. We requested this. Interview with Electo. James stepped into the man's parlor, followed by Sirius. The Carrows were members of a noble and ancient family, so the tactic that they had used against McNair couldn't be applied. James had to write a letter formally requesting an interview, and then Electo had replied with a time and place. My sister is waiting for you in the sitting room. He led the way into the house. Hello Auror Potter. Auror Black, the large woman stood and courtesied politely. What brings you to my home? Except this isn't your home, is it? Sirius asked. Why are we meeting here instead of at your condo? Ah, I am having it remodeled. The whole place is a mess. I am staying with my brother until the work is finished. Fine. Let's talk about August 18th. The Quidditch World Cup. James continued. Oh, it was terrible what happened there, just terrible. Electo crooned. Can you tell me where you were? Sirius asked. We were there, Amicus interrupted. It was a great match, and everybody was in high spirits afterwards. We walked the campsite, stopping by friends and sharing a mug. I don't know about Electo, but I drank too much and turned in early. I didn't wake up until the following morning. You slept through all noise. My tent is top-notch. It has sound-canceling charms. Amicus took a sip of his tea and leaned back. The very portrait on calm. And you? James turned to Electo. I joined my brother for some of the visits, but the partying was getting too rowdy for me, so I returned to our tent shortly before he did. The two Aurors chatted some more with the Carrows, but were not able to elicit anything further. As they apparated back to the office, James asked, so what do you think? I think we should swing by Electo's apartment. Not without a warrant. We don't, James frowned. Not to break in. I'm not suggesting something like that. Sirius smirked in amusement. Now that James had become a stick in the mud, it was fun to sometimes push his buttons. And after being friends for over 2 decades, he knew where most of them were. But we should swing by once in a while and check it out. Maybe see if anything incriminating goes into the trash. James nodded. Good idea. He and Sirius stared at each other for a moment before Sirius gave a sigh. You want me to do don't you? It's your idea, Padfoot. I wouldn't want to steal your credit. The days after the announcement of the Yule Ball were pure chaos. Hogwarts hadn't hosted an official dance in years. The girls Cialy were gossiping non-stop about who was going with whom. After the initial scare, Harry had calmed down. Unlike Ron, he didn't have to go with anybody. He could just show up with his friends and hang out. He was just leaving remedial potions, aka happy fun time, with the most negative, condescending, and greasy wizard known to mankind when he almost walked into Daphne. Potter, can I talk to you for a minute? What is it with people ambushing me outside of remedial potions? He was not at his best after that stressful experience. Daphne looked puzzled. You're in my territory. You're alone. You're available. This prevents any unwanted rumors from circulating. It was also how spiders hunted and killed their prey, but that was irrelevant. Right, Harry replied as he regained his composure. So what do you need? I finally understand why zebras travel in herds when crossing lion territory. The favor you owe me. I want you to escort Tracy Davis to the Yule Ball. Tra. Cy was a rather plain girl that was always hanging around with Greengrass. Not only that, but he had never so much as exchanged a word with her. I don't know if that will work out, seeing as I'm a Gryffindor, and she's a Slytherin. Harry began. Stop trying to weasel out, Potter. I'm not asking you to date her. This is just for the one dance. Whether you have fun or not is irrelevant. You just have to be by her side for 2 hours. Harry swallowed. He had agreed to this, kind of. Okay. Harry, what's wrong? Neville asked as Harry shambled in through the portrait hole. Greengrass ambushed me. Are you injured? Ginny asked. Only emotionally. She wants me to take Tracy Davis to the Yule Ball. Neville's face lit up. Good for you. No, but, I guess. Harry couldn't come up with a reason not to go. Sure, he didn't really know her, but he didn't really know any girls. And she wasn't ugly, just plain. But on the other hand, Cho was pretty hot, but there was no way that he would ever ask her out, not in a million years. Ginny nodded. You can always ditch her if she's a skank or something. At Harry's confused look, she elucidated, you know, if she's acting weird. But that means I'm going to be stuck all alone. Neville moaned. Ask Luna. Harry interjected quickly. 3rd years are allowed as long as they're a date. Neville was taken aback, but I don't know. Look, do you want me to ask for you? It won't be weird. Your brother or friend is a thing. Harry reassured his step-brother. How can he be such a wuss when it comes to girls? It was obvious to him. At least that Neville had it bad for Luna, and at least she was already a friend. Neville steeled himself. No, I'll ask her myself. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Tracy Davis was just exiting the girls' room when something whirled her around and slammed her into the wall. What's the deal with you having Daphne ask Harry out? Are you playing some sort of Slytherin mind games? Ginny demanded as she gripped Tracy's lapels, pulling them tight. Given the difference in height, Ginny was petite, while Tracy was of an average height and in weight, as well as a year older. It was less intimidating and more amusing. Like a chihuahua trying to menace a German shepherd. I'm not playing at anything. And I don't see how it's any of your business anyways. Ginny glared at the other girl as she leaned in, trying to restrain the larger girl. Not certain what to do next. She was always very impulsive, and her plans didn't typically have a step 2 feet. Fine, but if you do anything to him, I know where to find you. She stalked off. Tracy adjusted her clothing and tried to calm her breathing down as she watched Ginny's backside as the hot-blooded Gryffindor disappeared from sight. Okay, let me get this straight, you asked Fleur to the ball. Harry repeated for the 3rd time. I said yes, Ron mumbled, not looking up. Dude, what made you think you had a chance? Seamus was never one to mince words. Look, I need a date for the ball. I have to open the dancing. That means I have to go with a girl. Ron was hyperventilating. I don't know any girls. Hermione was standing off to one side, her hand half raised like she was in class. But for once wasn't certain of the answer. Maybe you can ask Greengrass. She's into setting up people, Harry joked. Fine, I'll do that. Ron stormed out. Harry and Ginny exchanged a look. That's not going to end well. You want to go after him? Harry considered. Nah, she won't kill him. It will be educational. He chortled. Hermione scowled at the pair. You're irresponsible. And ran out after Ron. Harry shrugged. That sounded more like Neville than the Frizz. Incidentally, where is he? I haven't seen him today outside of classes. Ginny shrugged. Maybe he's trying to work up his nerve to ask Luna out. Neville sneezed. It was cold hanging out up on the astronomy tower all by yourself, but at least he didn't have to deal with his stupid brother trying to set him up with Luna. She was a nice girl, but he wasn't interested in her. Just then the door to the roof slammed open and a petite form stomped out onto the roof, and taking a deep breath, screamed at the top of her lungs. Neville was monetarily shocked immobile, but before he could move to render assistance, the girl began ranting, he doesn't know any girls. So what am I? Swiss cheese. I have been by his side every free moment, trying to keep him from failing or dying or doing something stupid, again, and what does he do? He asks that. French floozy. Hermione kicked 1-0, the uprights holding the railing so hard that it rang like a basso bell. Oh, fudge nuggets. She grabbed her toe. After a moment, she gently lowered her foot back to the ground and cast a soothing charm on it before limping back downstairs. Okay. Neville stepped out of the nook that he had hidden in to avoid becoming a collateral damage to Hermione's, whatever that was. Hey, are you coming in? Neville called out. They had just finished up an impromptu game of Quidditch. It wasn't just the team. Everybody was getting so stressed about the Yule Ball that when Harry asked if anybody wanted to come play, half the common room had joined them. They had even picked up a couple of guys from Hufflepuff that they walked into on the way to the pitch. It had been pretty chaotic, well, all sorts of skill levels, but fun. Nah, Harry gestured with his broom. I'm going to do a little flying. It's a beautiful night. The pitch had been too crowded for him to really let it rip. He kicked off and swooped into the sky. It was all the way dark, but the moon was full and bright. Harry banked and swooped towards Hogwarts. As he flew, a presence shadowed him on his right. He looked up to see Ginny paralleling his course. He waved but didn't say anything. They flew silently until they reached the castle. Harry banked and swooped around Gryffindor Tower before dipping down to fly parallel to the third-floor gallery. It was empty at this time of day, so there was nobody to report him to the teachers for reckless flying. A moment later Ginny swooped in beside him, grinning like a maniac. He gave a grin back and swerved hard, racing up the astronomy as fast as his broom would go, his feet almost brushing the stones. At the top he looped over backwards, so as not to disturb any couples that were making out up there. As he did, he saw Ginny following the same trajectory up the tower, a look of concentration on her face. Harry gave an evil chuckle and did a barrel roll through the Ollery, rotating to pass through the narrow windows untouched, careful not to disturb the birds. Ginny followed, though she managed to fly into the cloud of straw that his passage had swept up, so she was coughing as she righted herself. You okay? That was fun. Yeah, though it was also dumb. Especially that last stunt. They had to hunch down on their broom and turn sideways to avoid hitting the window frames. Her broom's not as good as yours, dumbass. What if she couldn't pull of the barrel roll and got hurt? Harry flew up higher, up towards the moon, as Ginny pulled in closer. We don't have enough opportunities to fly. She sighed. I thought you lived out in the boonies. Can't you go flying there whenever you want? Ginny shrugged and didn't reply right away. It's not the same. Ron and George don't fly. Not like this, and Charlie isn't around anymore. And flying by yourself is not as much fun. Yeah, Harry considered, and I bet you don't have challenging terrain like the castle to fly through. Harry leaned forward and accelerated straight up before stalling his broom and let himself fall backwards, dropping by Ginny just a hand's breadth away before pushing into a dive and letting out a whoop. You're crazy. Ginny shrieked out a laugh as she turned to follow. Crazier than me, and that's something. Finally, the day the Yule Ball arrived. Girls all over school were clustering and twittering about makeup and jewelry, while the guys pulled awkwardly at their dress robes, hoping to look less dorky. Harry was waiting by the entrance to the Great Hall along with Neville for his date, so. Are you certain Luna is coming? Yes. You did ask her, right? Yes. Neville sounded exasperated that his brother didn't trust him. He had asked Luna yesterday. Well, I was just. Harry faded out as Luna arrived, surprisingly on time. She was dressed in a nice but not formal spring dress. You made it. Neville turned to his date. You look nice. He was dressed in formal robes. And despite wearing almost the exact same thing as most of the other guys waiting here, he now felt terribly overdressed. Hello Neville, Luna replied with her usual oddly infected voice. By the timing of your invitation, I assumed that you wanted to go more casually, rather than putting on a mating display. She gestured to a sixth-year Hufflepuff girl that was in a fancy evening gown. With her hair up in a coiffure that must have taken an hour to arrange even with magic and a string of pearls around her neck. The ensemble would allow her to pass for 25. It's not a marriage display. Luna looked at Neville with a puzzled frown. Of course it is. But please note that many animals start putting on mating displays before they are ready to mate, as training for later. Harry swallowed nervously. He had been fairly relaxed before, but Luna's comments ratcheted up the tension. What is Tracy expecting? I thought we were just going to go hang out with my friends. But what if she swallowed nervously again? I really should have talked to her beforehand. Maybe she had a crush on him, and this was a huge deal for her, and his laid-back attitude would end up destroying her spirit or something. Just then, the girl in question came up. She appeared fairly relaxed. Hey, Harry. Thanks for agreeing to this. She looked surprisingly pretty dressed up in an evening gown, with a pair of earrings accompanying a tasteful necklace. Before Harry could say anything, McGonagall called out, "Champions, please line up with your date by the door. I'll lead the way in and open the dancing." Harry smirked to see Ron, looking extremely uncomfortable, escorting a second-year girl. "Who's that with Ron?" Harry whispered. He was surprised when Tracy replied, "That's Astoria, Daphne's little sister." "Well, I'll be." He really did go and ask Greengrass for help. Harry replied as they filed into the Great Hall, which had been emptied of tables and transformed into a passable dance hall. The far end had a small band stand for the Weird Sisters to perform on. "Oh, yes," Harry could hear the amusement in her voice. He was so desperate, she squeezed out 3 different favors from him. Quote, Harry snorted, and all he got in return was an underage kid. "I bet Astoria just wanted to get into the party and see what the big kids were up to. Daphne might not be as cold as she first appears." "So how do you know Greengrass, Daphne?" "She seems pretty unapproachable." "She sometimes seemed more a mafia don than a student." Tracy shrugged. "The usual. Our families knew each other, so we got to be friends as firsties. We've gone in different directions since, but we've stayed friends." "Well, good for you, I guess. Everybody needs friends," Harry replied noncommittally. You want to sit over here? You mean with all your friends?" As Harry cringed slightly, she added, "Yeah, that's fine. I don't really hang out with anybody other than Tracy." "Is she here?" "Maybe in the shadows, but she wouldn't come to something like this to dance." Harry looked around nervously. "Full disclosure, I don't know how to dance." Tracy nodded. "It's okay. I don't particularly want to dance with you." They took seats next to a very nervous-looking Neville, while Seamus and Dean joined them a moment later with their dates. "Then why are you here?" Tracy bit her lip as she looked around the room. Everybody was busy talking, and the level of noise was high enough that you had to speak loudly to be heard. She leaned in and whispered, "I'm trying tea." "Oh, avoid not. He's been following me around all year." Harry nodded, but before he could ask why she didn't go with somebody that she liked instead, Tracy added, "And I'm a dyke, so I can't exactly ask out a date for real." Harry boggled, but having grown up in a Muggle area, he wasn't horrified the way most pure-blooded wizards would be. "Oh, do you have a girlfriend, then?" he finally asked. He wasn't certain why Tracy had trusted him with something that was borderline scandalous. Maybe it was because he was a Gryffindor. Or maybe she had been keeping it to herself so long that she had get it out before she exploded. "That's none of your business, Potter." Harry swallowed nervously and started scanning the crowd. Greengrass had to be somewhere around, watching. If he did anything to offend Tracy, he was now certain that Greengrass would have him murdered in his sleep. Fortunately, Tracy was fairly laid back, and she was fine just hanging out with Neville, Luna and Dean. Seamus had wandered off and was spending almost all of his time over by the punch bowl, talking Quidditch. His date, Parvati, eventually left to sit with her sister in frustration. Neville, who was usually very glib, had a hard time getting 2 words out, so Harry ended up having to carry the conversation and attempt to include his stepbrother in his date. Dean and Susan Bones, his date, were both loquacious, so that made it easier. For her part, Luna mostly just nodded along with what he said out of politeness, but appeared to be quite bored. Tracy found all of this quite amusing, but she did attempt to help the conversation along from time to time. After an hour of this, she plucked at Harry's arm. "Mind if we take a walk?" "Yeah." Harry was emotionally exhausted. "I'll see you guys later." He and Tracy walked out onto the courtyard. A warming charm had been cast to make it pleasant despite the wintry weather. Harry took a deep breath and let out the tensions of dealing with Luna and Nev. "You're a good guy, Harry." "What?" Harry looked up in surprise. "Nothing. Walk with me over to the astronomy tower and we can call it a night." "So, how did it go?" Ginny intercepted Harry as soon as he came into the Gryffindor common room. "Surprisingly, not bad. I was expecting some crazy psycho like Greengrass, but she's mellow." "So, you have a girlfriend?" "No, definitely not." He paused. "If you want somebody to worry about." Nev crashed and burned. "If you can talk to him when he comes in, that would be great, but I'm going to sleep." Harry figured that he had put in his time. He was going to punch out for the day. I can't believe I messed things up so bad, Tuna. Lily slumped at her sister's kitchen table. If I hadn't been in a rush to get rid of that darned contract, James would have been able to use the escape clause to break it. Now, the thing is so broken that there is no escape clause. What exactly does it say? Petunia asked as she patted her sister's back awkwardly. Usually, it was Lily who was reassuring and helping her put her life back together, not vice versa. Lily had always had a gilded life, where nothing went wrong, not for long. Lily waved her wand, and a duplicate of the parchment appeared. Petunia sat down and put her reading glasses on, something else that Lily didn't need. Magic makes everything so much easier. No, Petunia wasn't bitter. Why do you ask? HMMP. Of course there is an escape clause. All this says is that Harry has to marry somebody. There is nothing here about staying married. In modern England, a divorce is not hard to obtain. Why they even have something called a no-fault divorce? She should know. It's how she had gotten rid of Vernon. She sighed. And he had seemed like such a nice young man when they had first met. He was controlling and couldn't stand the fact that she was close with her sister, calling her all sorts of names behind her back. The straw that broke the camel's back came when she and Lily were patching up their relationship. And Lily had mentioned that magic was recessive, and there was a chance that Dudley's children would end up as wizards. Vernon had lost it, yelling and storming about the house. Petunia tsked. He had been a good provider, though. Lily perked up, but still looked pensive. Divorce is still very frowned upon in wizarding society. Of course it is, Petunia rolled her eyes. So he'll have to make an arrangement with a muggle-born girl. If he doesn't have any female friends that would be fit for this, then you can just put an ad out in the paper. There are plenty of girls that would be willing to file some paperwork for a couple £100. Petunia. Lily replied shocked. I'm not saying that they do anything. Petunia retorted, flushing. Any further discuss? Scion was interrupted by the front door opening. Hey Mom, Dudley strode in. He attended Guildford Comprehensive School, just a few miles up the road. He was still large, but since he had gotten into boxing it was turning more into muscle. Thanks, Petunia, I'll think about what you said. With a nod to the boy, Lily apparated for home. What was all that about? Dudley grabbed a protein shake from the fridge as he kicked off his shoes. Petunia smirked. Don't tell anyone, but Harry is stuck having to get married to somebody right out of high school. Oi, that's bad news. You can't make anything of yourself if you do that. Dudley replied sympathetically. Petunia had trained him well. First get a college degree, then marriage. She didn't want her son to end up like her. Or now like her. Wish there was somebody I could talk to about this. She sighed. That was the one hardship about Lily living like she did. She couldn't gossip about half of what she told her. But where there was a will, there was a way. So, how was school? James asked as he picked the boys up from the Hogwarts Express. It was the day after the Yule Ball, so the break would be abbreviated this year for those students who had attended. Some of them had elected to remain behind at Hogwarts, but most had decided to come home on this second train. Nevertheless, it was a much less crowded platform 9 3/4, as all the younger students had gone home 2 days earlier. It was fine, though Harry might have a girlfriend. Neville replied, preempting Harry before his stepbrother could bring up his date with Luna. Harry rolled his eyes. I do not. I told you, we just went as friends because she's trying to avoid not. Well, not as well worth avoiding. Cantankerous Not is a suspected Death Eater. James replied, but if something does come of it, that's okay too. James tried to be supportive. He was nervous about his son starting to date what parent wasn't. But he would rather Harry come to him for advice on such things than Sirius. Not that Sirius didn't have far more experience dating, but James didn't want Harry to pick up Sirius's approach to relationships, which could best be characterized as, wham, bam, thank you ma'am. Harry sighed. Everybody was getting so tiresome about this. It's not like his going to dance was that big a deal. Are we getting together with the Evans this year? I know we missed the usual time. Yeah, they're coming over for lunch tomorrow. James let the topic of girls go. If Harry didn't want to talk about it, he couldn't force him. Grab hold of the portkey. We have presents already wrapped for you under the tree. He held out a piece of junk mail that he had charmed. Oh, I hate portkeys. Harry took a corner of the letter and the three of them whirled through the air to land in the Potter's backyard. The house was a touch bigger than average, but nothing ostentatious. When they bought it, James had used the money from renting out the Potter cottage to help pay the mortgage, as it was bigger than he could have afforded back when he had been a rookie Auror. But Potter Cottage was just too small for a family of 4. Welcome home. Harry woke up late, luxuriating in sleeping in his own bed for the first time in months. As he came downstairs, his mother was already in the kitchen, preparing lunch. Typically his parents traded off cooking duties. But when they had guests, Lily always took over. It's not that she didn't trust James to cook something good, it's just that his repertoire was limited. Very, very limited. Oh, hey, Mom. I've been meaning to ask, were you really into potions when you were in school? Harry asked as he sat down to breakfast in the kitchen. They had a mix of Muggle and wizarding appliances, and Lily was making full use of them. Whenever they had lunch, guests, the meal would actually start around 2, and run until sometime after dinner time. No, my best subject was charms, though I was also in Transfiguration Club. They used to have that back then. That's how I got to know Minerva, that was her thing. Huh. Harry took another spoonful of cereal as Snape lied. Not that it was much of a surprise, it was Snape, but the fact that Harry had allowed him to use that lie to dragoon him into 3 years of remedial potions was galling. But I guess I am getting something out of it, so it's not a waste of time. I wonder what happened to the club. Harry quickly switched the subject so as not to dwell on it. Minerva's getting older, and I guess interest waned. Lily shrugged. And so many wizards died or fled England in Voldemort's reign of terror that the current Hogwarts class was barely half the size of her year. But she wasn't going to say that. Nobody talked about it. Who else is coming besides the Evans? Quote, just Sirius and Remus. After you finish eating, you and Neville can show Dudley around the mall. Harry nodded, and sighed. He didn't really have anything in common with the larger boy. When they were younger, he had been all about video games, but now it was boxing and girls. That and complaining about all the chores that his mother assigned him. Harry was glad he didn't have Petunia as a mother. She sounded so much more strict than Lily. But he was the guest, and Dudley would be bored out of his gourd listening to Dad talking to his school buddies. And it would give him an opportunity to buy some novels to bring with him to Hogwarts. The library there didn't have any light reading. The last night before he was to go back to Hogwarts, Harry snuck down into the greenhouse. He wasn't really sneaking. The greenhouse was open to all, and he had every right to be there, but it felt like sneaking because he was about to do something he knew he really shouldn't. Neville was upstairs packing up for the trip back to Hogwarts, and Mom was baking them some last-minute cookies to take with them. The shelves next to Lily's desk held all of her recent projects, each one in a carefully labeled wooden box. The one he was looking for was right on top, contract breaking. Harry pulled it off the shelf and opened it up. Inside was a collection of half-burnt candles, a diagram and a list of the ingredients and the order they were used in, as well as a note card with the actual incantation. Harry meticulously copied all of it out into his notebook, including the instructions on which candles to purchase, before putting everything back in the box and heading upstairs to finish packing. The Potters usually watched a movie the last night before the boys had to head back to Hogwarts. And he didn't want to miss out on that. It was a good thing that his mother was a very organized woman, or he would never have been able to squeeze this in. It's made out of tooled dragon leather. Harry was showing off the wand holster he had gotten for Christmas. Neville had gotten one just like it, but he was too slow to show his off, so he lost out on the coolness points. He was standing with a small cluster of Gryffindors in the back of the Hogwarts Express. And not only that, it has Muggle repelling and aversion charms. Nobody will see it unless they know that it's there. And Muggles will avoid noticing it under any circumstances. You can even wear it with a t-shirt when you go to the mall, Neville added, managing to steal Harry's thunder as he whipped out his own. Boys, please take your seats, we will be leaving momentarily. A sixth-year prefect called out from the other end of the corridor, causing the guys to split up into 2. Mobs as they filtered into separate compartments. As the Hogwarts Express pulled out from the station, Hermione slid open the compartment door and dropped into the bench opposite Harry. The compartment was only half full with the regulars, Neville and Ginny, as well as Dean, who was busy arguing Quidditch with Ginny. Luna was markedly absent. So, were you able to make any progress? Hermione asked without preamble, assuming that Harry would be able to read her mind. Yes, I got it, Harry replied before turning to Neville. Hermione asked me to help keep Ron from dying in the Triwizard Tournament. He turned back to Hermione. I just need to order a few things. I should be ready to break the contract by the end of the week. Hermione snorted at the word, contract, before nodding, okay. What's so funny? Nothing. It's just that my family just got a weird letter from the ministry. It was labeled as a contract, but it was just a parchment saying that I should get married at the end of my 7th year. It didn't say to whom or anything, but it was still extremely patronizing and very parochial. Don't they understand that it's not the Middle Ages anymore? Woman can be something more than housewives. In the Muggle world, most women work. Why my mother earns as much as my father. Despite her rant, she sounded a little nervous. Don't worry, the ministry trying to mess with Muggleborns again. Harry replied, when we get back, can you scout out a place where we can work undisturbed for about a half hour, or maybe an hour, come to think of it. Maybe in one of the unused classrooms on the 3rd floor. We just need a clean floor that is 20 feet across. Hermione nodded, a sense of relief settling in. She beamed a smile at Harry. Thanks, you're a lifesaver. She was actually a little surprised that she had never really interacted with Harry until now. He seemed like a really good guy. And he wasn't bad looking either. She bit her lip and quickly looked down at her hands, embarrassed. I should go tell Ron the good news. Once she left, Dean blurted out, why would you help? The boy who lied deserves everything he has coming. True, he's Manag, Ed to piss off pretty much everybody in the school at some point or another. I think everybody is watching, waiting to see how he bites it. Neville agreed. It was an open secret that Malfoy was running a betting pool on when Ron would die. And it was getting into the High Galleon range. Ginny bit her lip, not certain how she felt about all this. On the one hand, Ron was an ass, but on the other hand he was her brother. On the third hand, these were her friends, she didn't want to go against them. Before she could say anything, Neville continued, but, at least this will piss off Draco, so that's worth something. I'm in, if you need help. Harry nodded, and I'm doing this because being annoying shouldn't be a death sentence. A week later, Harry had everything he needed and Hermione had identified an unused, out-of-the-way classroom which wasn't being used to store tons of desks and junk. Okay guys, my mother came up with this. It's pretty straightforward, but it is kind of like using a meat cleaver to cut off all of the magical bindings on you. If you have any family magic, you're going to have it recast. Ron swallowed. We don't have anything like that. He glanced at Ginny who nodded. I think the Pruitt side had a magical tapestry, but I don't know what happened to it after my uncles passed. The classroom was empty save for the cluster of student at one corner. Harry and Neville were using scouring charms to clean the dust off the floor while Hermione, Ginny and Ron waited anxiously. Finally, Harry began scribing the magical circle, just like his mother had. And arranged the candles. Ron, you should step into the circle. Nev, why don't you and Ginny go out into the corridor to keep watch? This corridor was rarely traveled, especially after dinner. But he didn't want to risk being interrupted. What about me? Hermione asked. Watch and learn, my Padawan. Harry smirked. It wasn't often he got to one-up the bookworm. Hermione rolled her eyes but she couldn't contain a small smile, while the two Weasleys looked confused at the reference. Harry quickly looked over the notes he had copied from his mum and compared them to his memory of the ritual. It was all pretty straightforwards. The only tricky part was the Latin phrase, but he had practiced that a bunch. Show time. 15 minutes later, they were done. Is that it? I don't feel any different. Ron examined his hands as if hoping to see withdrawn stamped on them, like a library book or something. That's it. My mum used it to get the marriage contract off of me, so this should work as well. We'll find out in a bit, I guess. That means you can't quit prepping until you know for sure, Hermione felt obligated to add. Speaking of, have you made any headway with that egg thing? No, every time I open it, shrieks out in some crazy language. Hermione's tried every translation spell in the library, but none helped. Sometimes we get more screeching, and once we made it sort of warble. But never anything that sounds like English. Oh, I forgot to tell you that Moody said that you should soak the egg, Harry mentioned as they packed up their soupli and headed back for the Gryffindor dorms. Is that okay? It won't ruin it. Hermione was skeptical. The egg reminded her too much of a radio or some other electronic device, and soaking those was a recipe for disaster. At this point, I'll be happy if it does get ruined, Ron groused. The next morning Harry came down to breakfast early, as it was a Monday. Ron was already there, arguing with Hermione. Something to do with her spew activities. Well, he certainly looks more cheerful. Harry sat down next to Ginny. Tell me about it. He's already almost started a fight with Draco. Something abo. Oot the Slytherin charming the buttons that Hermione is selling to everybody. Draco walked off halfway through his rant, but he's still going even though Hermione is the only one still listening. Harry poured himself some tea. Well, whatever makes the two of them happy. You know, we have a Hogsmeade weekend coming up. Ginny began before pausing. Do you think we can get them to stop dancing around each other and just go as a couple? She quickly finished. Harry looked at her incredulously. Those two. A couple. They would kill each other. He paused before adding, I know that you grew up in a single-parent household. But that is not how normal couples interact. Harry took a bite of pancake off of his fork before gesturing with it towards the Hufflepuff table. For example, take Exhibit A. Ginny looked, and then started and looked closer. Angeline was sitting with her brother, shoulder to shoulder, and chatting. He's a Hufflepuff. They're different. Why was George smiling? He never smiled. Before Harry could reply, Professor Dumbledore approached his end of the table. Harry, would you be so kind as to please come with me? There is something we need to discuss. Cold ice formed in Harry's stomach as he exchanged a worried look with Ginny. Did the headmaster suspect that he had messed with the Triwizard Tournament? Of course, sir. Give me one moment. RRY took a final bite of his pancake and wiped his mouth before following after the headmaster out through the door behind the head table. He led them up the winding staircase to his office. Harry was so distracted that he didn't even notice what the password for the gargoyle was today. Take a seat, Harry, and relax. You aren't in trouble, though you may be in for some difficulty. Albus shuffled some papers on his desk, straightening a few before pulling out a particular parchment. I was just going over some Triwizard preparations when a discrepancy came to my attention. He handed Harry a parchment labeled Official Champions. The list read, Fleur Delacour Victor Crumb Cedric Diggory, and then a smudge, where the last name had been mostly erased, replaced with, Harry Potter. Sir, what does this mean? Did somebody write my name in? I am sorry, my boy, but this parchment is enchanted. You can't write on it. Something happened, and now you are the fourth champion, in place of Ron Weasley. A large black dog sat under the bushes of a row house, to all appearances waiting for its owner to return. It gave a friendly wag of its tail the one time a child came up to pet it, but its attention was focused up at a third-floor apartment. It was 6 p.m., after dark at this time of the year, and there were no lights on inside. But several times today somebody had shifted the curtains. Bellatrix closed the curtains again. She sensed that somebody was watching her. Over the past year on the run, she had become adept at scribing warning words so fine that they would sense even a trickle of attention. But each time she checked out the window there was nobody there. Tasks, mortal, hi, Greengrass. Daphne. Hermione sat down next to the Slytherin in their Ancient Runes class. The Ice Queen quirked an eyebrow but didn't say anything. She didn't even turn to face Hermione. They had both arrived early, as was their wont, so they were still the only two students in the class. It was a small class and students came from all four houses, with both 4th and 5th years included. They would filter in as third, but even though there were no witnesses, acknowledging a Gryffindor was not something that the Ice Queen could do. I was hoping that you would join me in a study group. Daphne snorted, asking coldly, "You're my chief competition. What advantage would I gain from working with you?" Hermione swallowed. "Why am I the competition?" Daphne made her nervous. "It's not a subject-based study group. It's more of a keep Harry Potter from dying study group." When Daphne didn't reply, she continued. "He did a favor for you, taking Tracy to the ball, so I figure you owe him one." Daphne finally turned to look at the Gryffindor in exasperation. "That was payback for a favor that I did him." She sighed. What sort of trouble has the golden boy gotten himself into this time? Everybody knew that Harry was almost as bad as Neville at rushing off to rescue hapless firsties from distress. Or maybe worse, Neville mostly saved them from Draco and his goons. Harry faced off against monsters in some subterranean vault, if rumors were to be believed. He got Ron out of being the Triwizard champion, but accidentally got stuck as the fourth instead. Daphne giggled. She tried to push it down, but it built and built until she was chortling in a very undignified manner. "Oh, Merlin, that sounds just like him. And I bet he didn't even ask for anything, that idiot." She took a breath to calm down. "Fine, I'll help out, but you share all your notes, including research notes, until you graduate." Hermione didn't hesitate. "Done, idiot," Daphne muttered as she straightened her robes. It wasn't clear if she meant Harry or Hermione. "So what do we do?" Harry asked. "Try to keep you from drowning," was the immediate response from Neville. Yes, obviously. They had finally thought to open the egg while underwater and had heard the clue. Now was the hard part. "I'm not certain I can maintain a bubblehead charm for a whole hour, and transfigurating myself into a fish is way beyond my abilities." The group consisted of Harry, Neville, Hermione and Daphne, sitting at a quiet table in the back of the library. "Why don't we start with a literature search?" Hermione had a huge stack of books in front of her that she handed out to the others to start reading. So far Daphne had been citing quietly, a supercilious smirk on her face, but she took a couple of books reluctantly. "If you're not interested in helping, you don't have stay." Greengrass, Neville scowled. He did not like Greengrass. She was cold and manipulative. "Ooh, so intimidating." Daphne rolled her eyes. "Stop it. Just stop it." Hermione appeared to be on the verge of tears. Harry had gone out of his way to help Ron, only to get stuck taking his place. And it was her fault. She was the one who had asked Harry for help. And now that he was free, Ron refused to have anything to do with the Triwizard tournament. So she had to save Harry all by herself, and she had tried to assemble this study group, but they spent all their time arguing, and... "Hermione, are you okay?" Harry asked, tentatively reaching out to pat her back. At which point Hermione ran out of the library. "Neville, can you and Daphne keep digging? I'm going to see if I can figure out what's wrong with our favorite bookworm." Harry jogged after Hermione. "So, it's just you and me, Longbottom. Are you planning on ditching also?" Neville asked belligerently. "I'm not a quitter." She grabbed a book off of her stack and started skimming it. Neville nodded and took one of his own. He was interrupted a moment later. "Don't read it, skim. Read just the first and last line of each paragraph to see if it contains anything worthwhile." "Thanks," Neville muttered. "Hey, Hermione, wait up." Harry caught up with the girl as she stormed out into the courtyard to cool off. Hermione paused. I'm sorry, I have just been under a lot of pressure. It all got to be too much. I'll be okay in a few minutes." Harry waited a few steps behind Hermione. How's Ron doing?" It was a dumb question. He saw Ron every day, and he was as much of a dork as he always was, but Harry was at a loss of what to say. He didn't really know Hermione. All he knew about her was that she was bossy, loved books and had a crush on Ron. Though it looked like she had outgrown the bossy thing, she had been remarkably polite and conciliatory during all this. After a few minutes of standing side by side, staring out into the snow-filled courtyard, which, while pretty, was not very enlightening, Harry finally blurted, "Come on, let's head back before Daphne and Neville kill each other." Hermione subtly wiped at her eyes and turned around. "Or start making out. They give off the same vibe as Ron and I did, back a couple of years ago." She smiled self-deprecatingly. "Why did I say that?" She barely admitted to herself that she liked Ron. But whenever she was with Harry, stuff just came out of her mouth. Without any filters. I guess it's because no matter what, he won't hold it against me. Not just a couple of years ago. Harry was always a little surprised at how self-aware Hermione was. I don't know about that. They're polar opposites. Hermione replied, just knock before you enter their aisle. They were most of the way back to the library when Harry stopped in his tracks. Does that mean you and Ron are dating? Not exactly. Hermione looked uncomfortable, but soon. Harry shook his head in bemusement. When they made it back, Neville and Daphne were busy making their way through their respective books. See, Harry pointed. Hermione just smirked at him and mouthed, just wait. Hey, Weasley, Ginny. Ginny turned to see who was accosting her as she was about to head up the stairs to her charms class. Tracy Davis jogged the lad 2 steps over to the stairs. Hey, I heard a rumor that Harry's now the 4th champion. Is there anything to it? It's all over the school, but you know how reliable rumor is. And people will believe whatever they want to believe. Ginny leaned back a little. Tracy was uncomfortably close. Yeah, their names got switched. Harry won't admit it, but he's pretty worried, especially with the way that Ron almost died during the first task. Ginny swallowed convulsively. It was clear that Harry wasn't the only one who was worried. But he's working hard to get through it. It was turning into a rough year. First her brother had to risk his life for other people's entertainment. And then when he was finally free, her friend got sucked into it. It was emotionally draining. That sounds rough. Tracy gave the younger girl a quick hug. How come you're being so solicitous? Ginny replied, extricating herself from the unexpected contact. Tracy just shrugged. If you need anything, just ask, okay? Ginny shrugged awkwardly, saying, Harry is the one who needs help, not me. You certain the gillyweed will last for an hour? Harry asked Hermione. Along with Ginny and Neville, the 4 students were at the edge of Black Lake. Harry was striped down to a pair of bathing trunks, with warming charms layered over him. That's what we're here to find out, Ginny replied. Remember, if it get hard to breath, swim straight for the surface. Harry nodded and took off the Engorgio Ed towel that he had been wrapped in. Here goes nothing. He gagged down the aquatic weed. It tasted foul, but not insurmountably so. The taste was like a mix of spinach and fish. As soon as he did, he could feel gills growing at the base of his neck. He dove into the water and slowly swam down. Will he be okay in there? The water is going to be super cold. I think so. Harry's good with warming charms. But again, that's why we're here. We need to test them before the actual task. Hermione replied, not taking her eyes off the black water. There was nothing to see. Not unless you had X-ray vision. Hermione didn't. There wasn't any charms for that. She had checked, but that didn't stop her. Her stomach was churning with anxiety. You do know that Harry doesn't have to win. He just has to make a good faith effort. Neville added, I don't trust that Trewizard cooked up by a bunch of lunatic wizards sometime back in the Middle Ages, when watching people die was considered fun. I want Harry to have every advantage possible. Neville nodded. He wasn't certain if Hermione was being competitive by proxy or if she was genuinely concerned for Harry. He was just about to reply when he heard the crunch of snow behind him. How's it going? Nobody died yet. It was Greengrass, accompanied by her usual shadow, Tracy. Neville sighed. Stop pretending to be a bitch. If Daphne wasn't actually concerned, she wouldn't have stopped by to ask, but her attitude was grating when Neville was genuinely worried about his brother. Everything is going fine so far. Daphne just snorted. Let me know how it goes. And walked off casually. Half an hour later, Harry surfaced. How long was that? I had no way to tell down there. A half hour. How was it? Not bad. Visibility was surprisingly good, and all the charms worked, well, like a charm. Harry got out of the water and wrapped himself in a towel. And immediately sat down, feeling lightheaded. I think the gills are making it hard to breathe air. Let me sit until they wear off. What did you see under there? Lots of thick kelp. I'm going to have to keep away from that, as there seem to be things living in it. Watching me. Oh, and I was right about the Drumstrang boat. I came across an underwater tunnel. How do you know it lead to the ocean? Did you explore it? Well, no, but it could. Harry replied mulishly. The teens chatted with Harry as he slowly pulled on his outer clothing. Finally the gillyweed wore off. Well, it worked, but let's see if we can find an alternative. That is a little more convenient to use. Hermione made a notation in her notes. Harry sighed as he drank his tea morosely. How are ya holding up, Harry? Hagrid asked as he set a plate of tooth brie. Acres in front of Harry, Hagrid's baking skills left something to be desired. In his defense, his jaw could crush granite, so to him these were soft-baked cookies. Not bad, considering I am competing in this stupid contest. At least I have my friends supporting me. Though he felt guilty about that. I couldn't imagine doing it on my own. Like the doofus. How did somebody as incompetent as Ron manage to get his name into the goblet? It was almost enough to make Harry believe, the boy who lied, when he claimed that it wasn't his fault. Well, I have faith in you, Harry. You'll succeed. You're smart, and you come from a long line of talented wizards. Yeah, well that makes one of us, he muttered. Despite the success he had earlier today, the enormity of the challenge sometimes snuck up on him. He was competing in a contest that was supposed to be difficult for 7th years. It was insane. And why did everybody always bring up his parents? Hagrid's giant dog must have read something in Harry's posture, because he came and stuck his dinner plate-sized nose into Harry's armpit and made a piteous whine. See, even Fang thinks you can do it. Harry forced a smile. Don't worry, I've resigned myself to coming in last. My goal is to not get hurt. That's the spirit. Harry nodded as he rubbed at the dog's head with his free hand. I just hope Dad sees it that way. James Potter was strict and exacting. And not really good at being supportive. James was the best at what he did, at bringing criminals to justice, at dueling, at helping people and not requiring them to bail him out. And he expected the same from Harry. What Harry dreaded most was disappointing him. Especially if he found out that Harry had stolen the ritual that had catapulted him into this mess. And Hermione will be pretty angry with me too for stealing her stuff. Hagrid let the boy play with Fang. Animals were the best thing for whatever ailed you. Some time later, there was a knock on the door and Neville poked his head in. I thought you might be in here, Harry. It's almost curfew. We should head back. Harry smiled. Nev was a good brother. Thanks for the tea, and for letting me mope. He waved to Hagrid and followed Neville back to the castle. Why is my 14-year-old son entered into a tournament that is restricted to those 17 and older? Lily demanded. She and James were in Barty Crouch's office. Which was an achievement in of itself, as Crouch did not want to be having this discussion. He had managed to keep the Weasley patriarch out of his office when it had been his progeny that was wrongly entered into the Triwizard Tournament by the simple expedient of glowering at him intimidatingly until he lost his nerve. But the Potters didn't intimidate. He had tried to oop them off by claiming that his schedule was too full for helicopter parents and such nonsense, but James had called in some favors, and here they were, after hours. Barty scowled, putting on his best, I am more important than you, face. There is nothing I can do. The goblet switched the names. The goblet switched their names. Lily repeated, are you listening to yourself? You sound like a child trying to dodge responsibility for breaking the cookie jar. The goblet is an inanimate object. It doesn't just switch names. Somebody cast a spell, and forced my son to participate in a foolish, dangerous competition. It was your responsibility to safeguard the Triwizard Tournament and the goblet. You failed. I did what could be reasonably expected. It is not my responsibility to prevent unexpected and inexplicable magics. Crouch looked to James for support against this irrational woman impugning him. There was none. James leaned into Crouch's face, radiating anger. Harry is a minor. That means he should not have been able to consent to this agreement without my or Lily's permission. If anything happens to him, it is therefore your fault, and I will see to it that the courts hold you criminally liable. Clearly the Triwizard competition hadn't been properly connected to Wizengamot law, like it should have. And that was this man's fault. What he wanted now was his pound of flesh. But that wouldn't benefit Harry, so James composed himself. At the very least, I want to be at the edge of the tournament, so that if something happens I can get my son out. Crouch swallowed. As a former head of the DMLE, he didn't intimidate easily, but he was getting on in years, and James Potter was in a righteous fury. Very well. February 24th, the day of the second task, dawned bitterly cold and sunny. Whose idea was it to hold an underwater contest in the middle of the freaking winter in Scotland? Harry moaned. He wasn't certain if the warming charm that he had used during practice would hold up under these conditions. He was waiting with his friends at the edge of the Black Lake, with Dean, Ginny and surprisingly, Luna. She hadn't been around much since last term. Harry was just looking to see where Neville was when Ginny interrupted him. Here. She pushed a pair of galleon-sized valentines, hard into his hands. Wah, I scrounged a couple of these from last week. They're enchanted to give off heat. Keep them in your pockets to help you stay warm. She tried to say all that with a straight face and not blush. Thanks, except swim trunks don't have pockets. You could always slip 'em inside, Dean commented. Ginny looked away as she tried to avoid visualizing what Dean had described, but she flushed anyway. And then she inevitably reacted. Ow, what's that for? Dean doubled over from where Ginny had punched him. That's for being an ass. Can't you see that Harry is worried? We're here to help, not make fun of him. Hey, son, I think it's time for you to head down to the tent and get changed. Before the argument could escalate, James Potter joined the group. He was in his Auror robes. He had been assigned to guard Harry's tent, and to prevent cries of favoritism. Other Aurors had been assigned to the other 3 tents. Harry nodded to his friends and headed down to the shore like a man going to the gallows. They had just arrived at the line of tents when a young red-headed man stepped out from amongst Tri. He held out his hand. I want to say thank you for getting my brother out of this mess. Good luck out there. Harry absent-mindedly shook hands with the Weasley before continuing on to his changing tent. As soon as he was inside, James dropped the profession demeanor. Are you ready? Yeah, I have a gillyweed pot. Ion that a couple of friends helped me brew up. And you checked it? Yeah, I asked Snape. James scowled. Yeah, he's good at that, at least. After a pause, he continues, I wish I could help. I know, Dad, but the rules. Yeah, the bloody rules, which nobody updated for the modern era. James sighed. Good luck, and gave Harry a hug. Meanwhile, Bill had stopped and was gazing bemusedly at one of the other tents. Somebody had put together a slapdash ward scheme on each one, almost like it was done at the last minute. He hadn't seen one this bad since that real estate guy, Drumpf, had lapped up a ward just to comply with the insurance requirements. It hadn't ended well. The wards had ended up giving the tenants hives. Hey, stop trying to ogle underage witches. A female Auror called out, stepping into his line of sight. Bill looked surprised. You're not underage. Though you're certainly worth ogling. Excuse me. Sorry. I am a Gringotts warding specialist, and I was just looking at the crappy wards that somebody put on those tents. Yeah, well, that's the French girl's tent, so I don't buy it. Why don't you move along? Nymphadora tried to look stern, but as a 21-year-old junior Auror, it was hard to pull off, especially when faced with a rather roguishly attractive guy a year or 2 older than her. Were you in Gryffindor? Yes, and oh, hey, you were friends with my brother Charlie. The two fell to talking. Alistar might have demanded constant vigilance, but this was a school. What was the worst that could happen? Harry walked out to the starting line, at the edge of the water. He knew it. His warming charm was struggling already, not quite keeping up with the freezing gusts off of the lake. He now wished he had taken Dean's advice and put the heating stones in his swim shorts. Ludo Bagman stood at the podium and pronounced more for the crowd than the champions. On the count of 3, you will enter the water to find which you miss most. You will have 1 hour to complete the task. 3, 2, 1, go. Harry cast his point me spell and quaffed the gillyweed potion. It worked like eating the gillyweed, but it was longer lasting. And was less prone to side effects, i.e. he could breathe air even when he grew gills. As he waded out into deeper water, he saw Cedric and Fleur cast bubblehead charms, while Victor transfigured himself into a man-shark, with the arms of a human but otherwise fishy appearance. Finally, the water was deep enough and Harry dived in. He made sure to swim above the kelp forest, but as he got deeper the visibility got worse and worse. He could barely see which way the bubbles from the point me spell were heading. I should have experimented with going deeper underwater. But he had assumed that it wouldn't make a difference. And going this deep was a little intimidating. No, it was downright scary. Harry swam a little lower, in the hopes of using the terrain to help guide him. On the plus side, everything except the point me seemed to be working perfectly. Even the warming charms were holding up. Maybe it was the exercise of swimming, but he didn't feel any chillier than he had up on the surface. And even the point me wasn't a complete failure so long as Harry kept bringing the wand close to his face so he could see the bubbles. He swam slowly, letting the other champions get ahead of him. He didn't particularly care about winning this stupid contest, he just wanted to avoid getting killed. He was swimming over a dense patch of kelp when a small green humanoid darted out and grabbed at his leg, a Grindylow. Harry made a slashing motion with his wand, trying to cast a banishing spell the way his dad had showed him, but underwater, all he got was another stream of bubbles. Fortunately the Grindylow recoiled from those, letting Harry quickly swim up, away from the kelp. He powered along as best he could, trying to get away from that spot. Now that he was paying attention, he could see something moving through the kelp, shadowing him as he swam. He wasn't certain if it was more Grindylows or something worse. By the time Harry had gotten over his panic, he realized that he was lost. His point me spell had stopped when he had tried to cast the banisher. He tried casting it underwater, but all he got was a stream of inky bubbles. They did seem to all be drifting in the same direction, though. So he tried swimming that way, recasting the point me every few minutes. In the distance, he saw one of the other champions send up sparks, asking for assistance. And being eliminated from the competition. It was good to know that at least that spell worked underwater. Though he hoped that whoever had to cast it was okay. It was slow going, but a half hour later he got to the outskirts of a village. Mermen as well as merwomen and merchildren stood in the doorways of their dwellings and watched as he swam by. They looked severe and a little scary with their unsmiling faces and gilled necks. He kept swimming between what must have been apartment buildings built up in ridges of rock. Some of them jutted out so far that there was barely any space for him to swim through. He saw a child standing in a doorway pantomiming swimming the way he was before, releasing a stream of bubbles from his gills and collapsing to the floor holding his stomach. Well, I guess they do laugh. He finally reached what looked like a main plaza. It was an open space surrounded by more buildings. In the middle 4 poles had been set up. 2 were bare, but the last 2 had people tied to them. Neville on one, and a little girl that looked like a miniature Fleur on the other. I guess that's what they meant by that which I'll miss the most. It also explained why his step-brother had ditched him right before the contest. That made Harry feel a bit better, though it would have been nice to know beforehand. Both captives were in a magically induced sleep. What do I do about the girl? It must have been Fleur who sent up the sparks. He swam over and waited near the posts. I wonder how long their breathing spells will last. A merman who had been standing guard at the outskirts of the plaza motioned for him to go, but Harry ignored him. He needed to understand the situation first. Maybe he should bring both up. But what if it wasn't Fleur that had been disqualified, but one of the others, on their way back? Harry was getting nervous. His gillyweed potion should last for some time longer, but the allotted 1-hour span for rescuing the hostages was coming to an end. The organizers wouldn't have used just an hour-long breathing spell, would they? That would be criminally stupid, but from what he had seen, criminally stupid was the name of the game in the Triwizard Tournament. And what if the breathing spell does last longer, but her sleeping potion wears off before the organizers can come retrieve her? She will wake up all alone at the bottom of the lake. Nev will rip me a new one if I don't help her as well. He grabbed Neville and swam up, lifting him up off of the pole he was tied to. He then repeated the procedure with the little girl. Then, looping his arm through both sets of ropes, he swam for shore. It was a very exhausted Harry that staggered up out of the Black Lake 20 minutes later, well past the set time limit. As he reached the surface, he was met there by his father and a group of Gryffindors. We were just about to send out the rescue team. James helped him up. As soon as their heads broke water, Neville and the little girl woke up, causing Harry to stagger as they flailed, trying to stand up. I didn't know how long their breathing spells would last, and the hour was up, so I brought them both, Harry managed to gasp. leaning heavily on JT of the lake. Swimming was very hard work, especially when dragging two others. I need to work out. Gabrielle. Fleur ran up, splashing through the knee-deep water to hug her little sister. I was so worried. Thank you, Harry. She would have given him a hug as well, but she was too busy holding onto her sister. It was a couple of hours later and Harry was sitting, relaxing with his friends by the lake. He wasn't certain how many points he had gotten, but he was pretty certain that he was in last place, when the little Delacour girl, Gabrielle, came over. Thank you for rescuing me. She stuttered in heavily accented English. No problem, kiddo, Harry smiled, waiting to see if the girl would say anything more, but she just stood there. Are you lost? I don't think she's lost. Neville countered. She came here on purpose, to thank you. Well, she's done that, Harry whispered before turning back to the kid and forcing a smile. Do you need something else? Gabrielle shifted from foot to foot, starting to look awkward before blurting out, I wait for you. And rushing off. Harry turned back in confusion to see Ginny sniggering. What? I think you just had a 6-year-old confess to you. What? Neville frowned at Ginny. No, I'm pretty certain that she's almost 11, or at least that is what she said when we were being selected as the prizes. That's not any better. Harry blurted out, maybe I should go explain to her that she's mistaken. You think your French is any better than her English? Now it was Neville's turn to snicker. URG. Harry moaned as he put his head in his hand, as he visualized how that would play out, a teenager chasing after a little girl, protesting something about love. At least she's going home after today. He looked up at Ginny. Please tell me she's going home. I think so, yes, Ginny patted Harry sympathetically. She was glad that Harry wasn't looking at her, so he couldn't see her struggling to hold back the laughter. The following morning, Harry noticed a buzz as he came down to breakfast. It was a Sunday, so he was a little late. Breakfast was officially over, many of the kids were still hanging out in the Great Hall, chatting. I hope the elves are still willing to serve toast at least. What's going on? He asked blearily as he dropped onto the bench next to Dean. Neville must have already finished, for he was nowhere in sight. Seamus, who was sitting on Dean's other side, held up the Daily Prophet. The front page headline blared. Harry Potter uses dark magics to displace the boy who lived. By Rita Skeeter. We all saw that Harry Potter had somehow maneuvered to replace Ron Weasley, the boy who lived, as the 4th champion, a position that the boy who lived was mysteriously selected for by the magics of the Triwizard Tournament. Mr. Potter, in a fit of jealousy at the attention that was being rightfully given to our great champion, used nefarious magics to remove Ron Weasley from the role of champions. Seriously, she's making it sound like I murdered him. Harry took a sip of his orange juice. It gets worse, Seamus chortled. Here, read this. He pointed halfway down the article, where it had said something about Harry using unknown magics to betray his friendship with the boy who lived. No, thanks. I'm not interested in that. Crazy woman's purple prose. Harry finally understood why Ginny hated Skeeter. The woman could take the most innocuous thing and make it negative. I'd better do something about this before it gets even more out of hand. With a sigh he put his toast down and went to the far end of the table. Hey Ron, do you want to ask Skeeter to take it down a notch? Maybe tell her that you wanted out of the tournament. Ron shrugged. I guess. What do you mean, I guess? I mean that it was Hermione who pressured me to give up being the 4th champion, Ron retorted. I wasn't certain that it was a good idea. But she kept badgering at me as I lay there in the hospital bed until I agreed. Harry paused and looked around the room for inspiration on how to deal with this lunacy. Ron, you ended up in a hospital bed. And as I recall, you were fine with me doing the ritual until just now. Yeah, but now I realize that I gave up something special, Ron muttered sullenly into his oatmeal. After a moment he added, fine. I'll give her an interview and tell her. Okay, thanks. Harry went back to his seat to finish his breakfast. What a way to start the morning. At least it was Sunday. After wolfing the rest of his toast and jam, Harry got up to go find Neville. He's probably in the library. They had a Bear of a Charms essay hanging over them. Who would have thought that Flitwick, the nicest professor in the whole school, would have assigned them something like that? Though admittedly, He and Nev had been putting it off while they worked on the second task. I didn't know you were so desperate for attention, Potter. Harry stopped and looked up at the ceiling in exasperation. He had just exited from the Great Hall when he had been accosted by his least favorite Slytherin. He turned slowly to face Draco. What do you want, Malfoy? Harry replied with a long-suffering sigh. I thought we had an agreement. I keep Neville from beating you up, and you stop being an asshat. Draco didn't dignify that with a response. Got tired of always being in the shadows, and decided to try for your day in the limelight. Except you couldn't even do that right, as you came in dead last. Draco crowed. Neville wasn't around, so he figured he could score a few points at Potter's expense. Maybe you were hoping to attract a girlfriend, since you clearly don't have. Ow. Draco staggered back into the wall, holding his nose. You want another piece of that? Ginny shook her fist into his face. Harry grabbed Ginny and pulled her away. By some miracle there were no witnesses. Harry turned to Draco. Just go. I'm going to report this to the professors. Harry sighed. Fine, you do that. And I will tell all of Gryffindor that you got beat up by a girl half your size. Draco snarled something under his breath and Ginny responded by lunging at him, only being stopped by Harry's arm. Draco nervously took a step back, before covering it up by pretending to smooth his robes. I don't fight girls, he pronounced and stalked off back into the Great Hall, where one of his goons, probably Goyle, but Harry had never bothered to learn the skill for telling them apart, was standing chatting with Bulstrode. Oh yeah, look at him run, Ginny crowed, pumping her fist in the air. Ginny. Harry paused and rubbed his forehead. Why are all my friends violent pugilists? Ginny, you have to think before leap. I did. I knew I could take him. I mean, I know what you meant, but he just pisses me off so much. Seeing Harry's look, she caved. Okay, I'll try to avoid doing things that will end up with detentions. You know it's the right thing to do, Ron, Hermione huffed. Yeah. Ron took the seat opposite Harry and pulled out a chessboard, but in exchange, you got to play me a match. Fine. Harry shook his head in bemusement. The trio were in the Gryffindor common room, the evening after the news article came out. I still don't see why this is so important. Harry. Hermione sighed in frustration. I am trying to salvage your reputation. I know it seems stupid now. Heck, it is stupid now, but when we graduate, if people remember you as having done something bad to the boy who lived, you won't be able to get a job in the wizarding world. Hermione, that's over 3 years from now. Everybody will have forgotten all about this by then. I am just trying to look after your future. Harold Potter. Hermione was starting to sound shrill. Colin Creevey, who had been waiting patiently at the periphery of the group, shrank back at her raised voice, clutching his camera close to his chest for protection. Okay, I'll pose for the pictures. Harry made himself comfortable in the overstuffed chair and looked over at the chess set. And my full name is Harry. 8. Ron gave him a thumbs up. When Hermione was distracted directing Colin, he added in a whisper, it's always easier to just go along with her plans than to fight her. A few moments later Colin set to work, taking a series of photos. Okay, that's it. I'll develop these and see how they look. Harry leaned back. In just the few minutes of play, Ron had already taken his queen and had his rooks out pinning his king on the right side of the board. So what are you going to do with the photos once you have one that you like? I spoke to Luna, and she agreed to have her dad publish one in the Quibbler, with a caption about fast friends at Hogwarts, or something similar. Neville stopped, perching on the arm of Harry's chair, and I'll take one and send it to Lily. She knows people at the Prophet. Maybe we can get it published there as well. Oi, you're getting murdered. The last was to Harry, who nodded morosely. I concede. I don't see how I can win. Oh, come on, play a few more turns, Ron whined. Nobody ever played chess with him anymore. Sorry, Ron, but it's not fun when you're that much better. Hello Amicus, Electo. James stood on the doorstep of the Caro mansion again, feeling a slight sense of déjà vu. Except this time, in addition to Sirius, he had a pair of uniformed Aurors. To what do we owe the pleasure? Amicus asked. The Aurors office has not contacted him beforehand, so he wasn't obligated to talk to them, but he always enjoyed tweaking the fools. Sorry, This is not a pleasure visit. Amicus Caro, I would like you to come down to the ministry to give a statement under veritaserum as to your involvement with the Quidditch incident. James would have loved to place Amicus under arrest for assault on a muggle, violation of the statute of secrecy or even terroristic actions, but this semi-official invitation was the most that the ministry would agree to. They weren't even allowed to search the premises. Amicus, what's going on? Alecto came down the stairs as James was casting a binding charm on her brother. Alecto, you are. Sirius began when she turned and fled back towards the stairs. Sirius swore in race. D after her. If she left the foyer they would have no legal way to get her out. Their warrant didn't cover anything more. She had just made it one step up the stairs when Sirius's impedimented jinx caused her to trip and fall backwards. Shit. Sirius swore and darted under her to catch the large woman. That's all they needed. Detaining somebody from the nobility, even from a very cadet branch, was already a fraught business. But if they brought them in injured and bloody, the whole establishment would turn against them. That was why they brought another pair of oars, to act as witness more than as backup. He gently lowered her to a sitting position and then cast a binding charm on her hands. What is the meaning of this? Amicus demanded. We have evidence that shows you were involved in the incident at the Quidditch World Cup. McNair had finally agreed to testify in exchange for immunity. They had already examined his memories in a pensive, and if they played their cards right they had a good chance of getting Amicus. They just needed something that they could use I court. The link to Alecto was more tenuous. They were just bringing her in the hope that the added pressure would make Amicus crack, or maybe she would let something slip that they could use on her brother. Alecto never struck James as the smartest witch. It was a bit of a risk, but they needed every trick in the book. If they could get him to flip, then maybe they could roll up the whole lot of the conspirators. And what is wrong with letting house elves choose their employer and be fairly reimbursed for their labor? Harry stopped outside the portrait of the fat lady and glanced to Neville. They were still outside the common room, but they could clearly hear Hermione yelling. Because they don't want them. Beside, if you free the Hogwarts elves, who's going to cook our food? Did you think about that? Apparently, food is all you can ever think of. Harry turned to Neville. They sound like an old married couple. Yeah, except they skipped the getting married part and went straight to the acrimoniousness divorce, Neville replied. I'm going to go work in the library. Good idea. I'll join you, but I guess I should do the assignment for my remedial potions class. The two boys headed back downstairs. Why do you keep doing that? You know Snape can't make you take extra classes. I don't know. It's not so bad, and the stuff he's teaching is kind of cool. I can't see myself doing potions for a living, but it's a good skill to have. Harry paused, and he's not so bad, one-on-one. Neville rolled his eyes. Snape was the bane of his academic career. He made it his personal mission to see that Neville failed in potions. But for whatever reason, he liked Harry. Anyway, I'll see you later. Neville turned to head into the library as Harry continued on towards the potions lab. He made his way to his usual desk, but there were a couple of second-year Hufflepuffs already there and he wasn't a jerk to kick them out, so he went deeper into the stacks. He was just about to take a seat at a small desk in a less popular nook when he heard quiet sniffling. Driven in equal parts by curiosity and a need to help, Neville peered around into the next set of stacks to find one of the Caro girls sitting on the floor, her head on her knees. Hey, are you okay? She looked up, her normally impassive face tear-stained. Neville stepped all the way into the stacks and crouched down opposite her. Do you need anything? Yes, she was a Slytherin, and yes, she was one of the girls who bullied Luna. But he couldn't just leave her like this. No, I'm fine. Neville opened his mouth to disagree but closed it without saying anything. Instead he shrugged and sat down on the floor as well, pulling out his textbook to start reading. The Caro girl glared at him for a moment, but didn't leave. After a few minutes, Neville looked up again. How are you at potions? My brother's really good, but I stink at them. The girl didn't reply for a while before muttering into her knees, my dad just got arrested. Oh, Neville was at a loss of what to say. As an Auror's son, he was used to thinking of what happened to a criminal's family. Before he could reply, Daphne came striding down the aisle, accompanied by Tracy. "There you are, Tracy. Can you help Flora to the nurse?" Neville looked on as the two girls chivied the distraught Caro, Flora, up and towards Madame Pomfrey's office. Once Tracy had Flora moving, Daphne sat down next to Neville. "Thank you." "For what? I know a lot of Gryffindors think of me as some sort of mafioso, controlling half of Slytherin with an iron fist, but I feel responsible for the girls too. I appreciate you keeping Flora company." Neville smiled in bemusement. "You don't deny being a mafioso." Personally, he couldn't see it. Yes, she was aloof, but Daphne didn't seem like the sort that could send a goon to break your knees for being late on a loan payment. "Why should I? So all the Slytherins follow your orders? You're the secret power behind Slytherin House." Daphne snorted. "Don't be silly. Just the girls. And it's not really about issuing orders. If I did that, nobody would listen to me. It's all about information. I learn who needs what and then I arrange favors. Somebody needs help with their homework. I get one of the upper year girls to give her a copy of her old notes in exchange for the other girl running errands for her. It's all just business." Daphne spoke with more vivacity than Neville had seen from her before. She clearly enjoyed being an information broker. She also saw no need to bring up the other ways she used information, as blackmail. Neville nodded. "How come you're telling me all this?" Immediately, Daphne's face slipped back into its usual cold mask. After a moment she got up. "Anyway, it was good chatting with you," and walked off. "What a strange girl. WH's from people I don't even know." Harry groused as he threw a coat over his shoulders and joined Neville in heading into town. It was a Hogsmeade weekend. Because Hermione was right. Yeah, that's one of the more annoying things about her. Hermione was almost always right. Imagine how much worse it would be if she hadn't gotten those photos of you and Ron published. Skeeter's new article was supposed to come out tomorrow. And that should help as well. Harry just shrugged. He was still getting 1 to 2 howlers a day. Professor McGonagall had provided him with a charmed box that he could toss them into S. Oh, that he didn't have to open or listen to them. They would just detonate inside, and a little curl of smoke would escape the box. Despite that, it was still oppressive having so many people he didn't know hating on him. As they walked past a pair of third-year Puff girls, they both gave him angry looks. "And why are the Hufflepuffs of all people giving me dirty looks? They have their own champion to worry about." Neville shrugged as he got into the carriage for the ride into town. "If I had to guess, any show of disloyalty bothers them, even if it has nothing to do with them." It was a pleasant day, and normally Harry wouldn't have minded walking down to the village, but it was nice to have the privacy of the carriage. For once, Harry didn't want to be at Hogwarts or around the other students. "I have the third task orientation meeting when we get back, so I can't stay long." The two boys wandered the streets, chatting and window shopping. They started at High Street Brooms, a SMA LL Quidditch supply shop which catered mostly to students, and then passed through 3 broomsticks before ending up at the pet store. "I was thinking of getting an owl." Neville pointed to the small selection. They had 3 cages. 2 of which held small barn owls, with their dopey-looking white faces, and the third had a screech owl with ear-like tufts. They were sitting on bars near the top of the cage, well out of reach. As they were inspecting the birds and trying to get them to come down to be petted, Harry heard Ginny's voice. "Are you almost done?" Harry, followed by Neville, wandered over to find Ginny standing, looked bored as Luna crouched down next to a cage holding what looked like a hedgehog. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Harry asked. "It's a gnarl," Luna replied distractedly, still watching it intently. "Can you tell us what you are seeing?" Harry tried prompting again. "See how it's ripping apart that cardboard tube. Gnarls are deeply mistrustful creatures, and it is convinced that the tube is a trap. It will half destroy it before it feels safe using it as a nesting spot." As Luna talked, Neville crouched down to see what she was pointing at. Harry tapped Ginny on the shoulder and jerked his head towards the door while placing a finger on his lips. Once the two were outside, Ginny asked, "What was that all about?" "Nev's got a thing for Luna, so ought we should give them a chance to hang out, just the 2 of them." Ginny squinted back at the shop, as if she could see through the brick exterior through sheer force of will. "Are you certain?" Because I'm not seeing it. Nev didn't act any different around Luna. He didn't stutter or look awkwardly at the floor or any of the other things boys were supposed to do when they were with their crushes. Trust me, I have a sense for these things. Ginny shrugged. Neville was his brother, so he would know. So where do you want to go? Let's go check out if the new racing brooms have come in at High Street Brooms. Okay, Ginny beamed. And if they hadn't, she was certain that the store had a couple of firebolts. Luna had no interest in anything like that. She glanced at Harry. It would be fun to explore the Quidditch store with somebody who loved flying as much as she did. It was just after dinner when Harry made his way down to the Quidditch pitch for the orientation. He was the last to arrive. The other champions were standing in a small circle around Ludo Bagman. As has Ron Weasley. Oh, good, we're all here. Let me start with an overview of the third task. Excuse me, Mr. Bagman, why are both Ron and Harry here? Cedric asked. He had a bad feeling about this. The goblet has changed its mind again, and now both Ron and Harry will be competing together as a single champion. Ludo replied nonchalantly, proudly waving the list of names in front of the assembled teens. The spot where Ron Weasley's name had originally been written, and then replaced by Harry's, had become a blackish blur. It now had both names on it, intermingled. I discovered this when I was checking over the names this morning. He smiled insouciantly. M.A. by Juan. Lose the bet. This is absurd. Fleur exploded. First you have a fourth champion, and he is a little boy that makes a mockery of our challenges, and then he is replaced with another little boy. And now both little boys will be working together. Every time Fleur pronounced "little," Ron's shoulders hunched together a little more. It makes sense, Crumb chortled. Together they make one champion. No, it doesn't. I was out. Harry replaced me. Why do I have to compete in this thing again? He had almost died the first time. It had sounded cool back in the fall when it was announced, but now Ron wanted nothing to do with the contest anymore. The contract is the contract, Ludo replied obstinately. It is magically binding, and both Ronald Weasley and Harry Potter are listed as contestants. Unless you want to risk losing your magic, he added, to a cowed Ron. May I see that? Harry asked. When Ludo grudgingly handed it to him, Harry sighed. Yeah, it does look like we're both listed. He showed it to Ron. But we'll work together, and our goal will be to make it through the contest intact. Let one of them win. Harry gestured at the other champions. Even Fleur's scowl softened at that pronouncement. Very well, now that we got that out of the way. The third task. Ludo clapped his hands together in anticipation. The third task will consist of a maze that the school staff and other volunteers will create out of the Quidditch pitch. It will be filled with challenges and puzzles too. Puzzle and challenge you. Ludo finished weakly. He had gotten his ministry position on the strength of his sports career. Not out of any particular academic skill or weight of intellect. Will there be monsters? Cedric asked. Yes, but don't worry, no dragons. Ludo gave a casual laugh. After the four champions asked a few more questions, the students walked back to the castle. Along the way Fleur walked up to Harry. Gabrielle says hello. Harry forced a smile. That is very kind of her. Fleur added, she plans to come for the third task. Before increasing her pace to enter the castle before Harry. Harry's smile turned even more sickly. What? A message from your little girlfriend? Ron chortled. Don't start, or I'll let the maze eat you. So what are we doing here? Ron mumbled, looking around the classroom. We're going to practice some defensive spells. McGonagall was nice enough to let us use this classroom. Harry pulled a desk off to one side. How about you help clear a space for us to work in? Fine. Ron knew that he could use all the training he could get. His stomach still twinged. Periodically where the dragon had impaled him. He dragged a desk off to one side before casting a charm to get rid of the dust. This room hadn't been used in a while. Why don't we use the same classroom as for the ritual? Harry shrugged. This is the one McGonagall offered, and I guess I prefer to try following the rules first, before I break them. Not that he had a strong inhibition against less breaking, at least when it came to arbitrary school rules, but you had to at least try following them first. Speaking of rules, before we start, we should set some, for safety, no spells that cause injury. And if the other person looks overwhelmed, Stop and reset, okay. At Ron's nod, Harry took a fighting stance. Take your guard. Begin. After aim clear that Harry knew a lot more about magical combat than Ron. And the spar turned into a tutoring session. Always stay in motion, and only pause long enough to have a good stance when your spell goes off, Harry lectured, though Dad says Had with enough practice you don't really need to do that either. While Draco constantly bragged about all the secret family magics that his father had taught him, Harry's dad mostly taught him basic spells. But he also taught him how to cast them in a fight, though sometimes, James and Sirius would both start showing him stuff. And then they would end up trying to one-up each other with cool techniques and get into some really advanced spells. Harry noticed that Ron was nodding along, glassy-eyed. Let's take break. He sat down on a desk and pulled out a bottle of water. You're like the Hermione of defense, Ron finally pronounced, sitting down on his own desk. Harry passed him his water bottle, after hitting it with a sterilization jinx. You mean that I know a lot, or that I not only put up with you but I also try to help? Yeah, both. Ron hung his head in embarrassment. You know, she likes you. Harry mentioned nonchalantly. Wait, what? Ron's head snapped up. She has a crush on you. That's why she works so hard to help. No, you're mental. She just likes bossing people around, and I'm one for the few blokes that puts up with her being bossy. Then it sounds like a match made in heaven. Harry snarked. Come on, let's see how you do with those stunners. Ron nodded reluctantly and the two boys faced off against each other for another practice bout. James slapped the anti-apparition ward onto the wall outside the apartment and pounded on the door. Open up. Orders. There was no response. He glanced at his team. In addition to Sirius, they had Nymphadora Tonks. A freshly minted order. On the count of 3, I'll Alahomer the door, and you cover me. Sirius, you watch the ward and make sure that nobody can apparate or portkey out. 1, 2, 3. James spelled open the door, making it slam all the way open. Tonks crouched on the other side of the doorway, ready to cast a spell at anything that moved. When nothing did, she threw a couple of will-o-wisps into the room for illumination. It's empty. James nodded. He sprinted to the doorway leading deeper into the apartment. Once he had set his back to a bookcase that he could use for cover. He gave a nod and Tonks advanced towards it and then down the short corridor leading into the back of the apartment, with now James providing cover. Sirius remained by the entrance, just in case. 15 minutes later, they had verified that the place was indeed empty. Well, Tonks, it's your job now. James took up a relaxed guard by the apartment doorway. It had taken some wrangling to get a search warrant for Electo Caro's apartment, and the Wizengamot had set as a precondition that the search had to be carried out by a female or. James glanced at the young woman. Lee wouldn't have taken somebody so fresh out of school that they still smelled of textbooks, but Alistar had vouched for this one, and Old Man Moody didn't approve of pretty much anybody. It had taken James 5 years of busting his ass just to get a grudging, good job, out of him. There are some hairs on the pillow. They're too long and black to be Electos. Nymphadora held up a small specimen bag with the hairs. The stove was used recently, Sirius added. The grease in this pan hasn't congealed. Whoever was here, we just missed them. Damn, that means we have nothing to hold the Caros on, Sirius sighed. They knew that Amicus was an unrepentant Death Eater. The judge knew that she was a Death Eater. Everybody knew she was a Death Eater. But yet again the purebloods closed ranks, and prevented one of their own from being charged for any crimes. And after I put my back out catching that cow when she fell down the stairs, with all the extra training that Harry and Ron did for the third task. The remainder of 4th year flew by. They had almost no time to hang out with their respective friends, though Hermione did come by periodically and watch them train, and even joined in a couple of times. This is what next year is going to be like for all of us, all of the time, Neville pronounced morosely at dinner. Meal time was the one time Harry saw Nev and the others. Next year was the owl year, and they could see this year's crop of 5th years all studying like mad. Yeah, well in that case Ron and I will have a leg up on the lot of you. Harry tried to look on the bright side of this fiasco. How is the boy who whined? Do you think he'll be ready? I don't know. Harry sighed. I don't know if I will be ready. This stupid thing was designed for talented 7th years. You'll be fine. We're all rooting for you. Ginny gave Harry a thumbs up before pulling out her wand and writing in the air with sparkling letters, Harry's number 1. Harry rolled his eyes in exasperation at her exuberance. But despite himself he ended up smiling at the show of support. Finally, the day of the final task dawned, overcast and chilly, in other words, a typical day in Scotland. After a hurried breakfast, Harry and Ron made their way down to the pitch to join the other 3 champions. Harry's stomach was roiling, partly in anxiety, but truth be told, mostly in excitement. He loved competitions. This wasn't exactly Quidditch, but it was still a sport. And maybe he wasn't expected to win, but he and Ron had trained hard, and they would put on a good show. This is actually kind of cool. Ron looked around at the expanded stands full of spectators. Is this what it feels like before every Quidditch match? Sometimes. Often. Harry shrugged. He and Ron had gotten to be sort of friends during the training. They still had almost nothing else in common, but at least they could work together effectively. The crowd is a lot bigger, though. A lot of the parents and other guests had come again, and the top rows of the stands had to rely on omnoculars to see into the maze. But at least the lower levels could see the action with their naked eyes, instead of having to rely on the omnoculars as well to look through the water, like with the second task. They were last to the champions' tent when James and Sirius intercepted them. "Hello boys, good luck." "Dad, you're not supposed to be down here," Harry hissed. James shrugged, jerking his thumb at his robes, or privileges. James and Sirius looked tired, like they had been working long hours. Harry sighed. "Well, thank you. We'll do our best, but we have to." He pointed at the tent. The 2 oars nodded and continued on their patrol, and the boys continued up to the champion's tent, where Ludo Bagman was explaining the rules. "Remember, if you get hurt or feel like you can't advance any further, send up Sparks and one of our assistants will come rescue you. You will enter in the order of your standing. That means first Cedric Diggory, followed by Victor Crumb, then the Harry and Ron, and lastly Fleur." "Wait, we're not in last place." Harry looked questioningly first at Ron and then at Fleur. The older girl sighed. "The judges." She glared at Ludo specifically. "Awarded you extra points for good sportsmanship, for bringing Gabrielle up with you at the last task." But her glare melted away as she nodded at the first row of the stands, where the families of the champions were seated. Harry blanched as he saw a hyperactive 11-year-old who still looked to him like she was 6, waving at him. "Very well, our champions. Line up on the mark and wait for your name to be called to enter." Harry and Ron watched first Cedric, and then Crumb enter the maze. And then it was their turn. "Okay, like we practiced, wand out. Slow and careful." The maze was full of rustling sounds, and Harry twitched at every one. And there was always motion right at the corner of his vision as well, like the maze was moving and rearranging itself when no one was looking. Harry took the lead, with Ron right behind him. Ron see if anything was sneaking up on them, which is why he saw a wall move to close off the way they had come. He swallowed nervously. They were just approaching the first intersection when they hear a scream. Ron and Harry exchanges glances. Let me peek first." Harry dropped to his hands and knees and leaned forward to peer around the corner. Halfway down the next passage was a jumble of spike-like legs. It was a blast-ended Scroot. It is pacing back and forth in one tiny bit of the maze, blocking the next intersection. One of Hagrid's pets is in there. Remember what he said? They sense vibration. We can rush by it, casting Bomardas at the maze behind it. Ron nodded and the 2 boys advanced. Ron's hand was so sweaty that he could barely hold his wand. He rubbed it against his side to dry it before taking a better grip on his wand. He used a loose grip, the way Harry had showed him. As soon as they got within 10 feet of the Scroot, the monster whirled to face them, though face was a relative term, as it lacked anything resembling one. Bombarda, Harry cast, blowing a piece of turf out of the ground behind the horrid thing. As soon as the creature whirled around towards the noise, Harry ran past it, sliding to the left to pass between the Scroot and the hedge. Ron dithered a moment, almost running right, before changing his mind and following Harry. Ron was just passing it when it whirled back. Bombarda. Ron cast immediately, setting the opposite hedge wall a quiver. This time the Scroot spun and lunged for the exploded space, giving itself an extra burst of speed by blasting a gout of flame from its hindquarters. Right at the boys. The flames enveloped Harry, who dropped and rolled, avoiding most of them, but his robes were still smoldering when he stood up. Ron helped pull them off of Harry before they could reignite and they staggered clear of the danger zone. Well, that's one threat down, Harry panted. It was a good thing he had worn a t-shirt and jeans under his robes. He had heard rumors that Albus Dumbledore went commando. But that didn't seem like a good idea, as today had proven, which is when the Dementor sprang out at them. Ron screamed and turned to run. Harry was standing off to the side, so he had a moment to collect his wits. Expecto Patronum. Ron watched in amazement as Silvery Stag sprang into the spot between Harry and the Dementor, pawing the ground angrily. That was you, at the lake last year. Before Harry could reply, the Dementor lunged right past the Patronus for Ron, who fell onto his behind to get out of the way. Ron, it's a boggart. There's no way a real Dementor would ignore a Patronus like that. Ridiculous. Ron pronounced the counter spell, and the boggart changed into something resembling a killer clown, complete with a party hat. It spun around in place and disappeared. Yeah, there was no chill. I should have noticed that. Ron dusted himself off. They made their way through the rest of the maze in the same fashion, going slowly and carefully. Several turns in, they found an unconscious Cedric slumped by the hedge wall, a grasping vine attempting to steal his left boot. Well, that's one eliminated, Ron said smugly. A seventh year couldn't handle the maze, but he was doing fine so far. 2. Remember we saw somebody shoot up sparks earlier. So we have just one last competitor. Maybe we'll actually win this. Ron gloated. SSH. They turned the corner to see the center of the maze. And the goblet sighting there. Why is the whole tournament structured around that ugly old thing? It probably has something to do with the rules, Harry replied with a shrug. He was convinced that whoever had come up with this stupid tournament had been drunk out of their mind, possibly thanks to this very same goblet. They two boys strolled out of the hedge maze, even. Harry let his guard down with victory in sight, when suddenly a giant spider leapt at them. Ron saw it out of the corner of his eye and whirled around to face it, giving an earth-shattering shriek. That was louder than any shriek that Harry had ever heard before. It was loud enough that even the Acromantala froze in shock for a moment. That moment was enough for Harry to incarcerate two of the spider's legs together. Run! He yelled as the Acromantala was momentarily distracted by freeing its legs from the ropes. Ron would have run if there was someplace to go, but he just knew that the spider would catch him before he could get away. He hated spiders. No, more than that. He was wholly and truly terrified of them. He channeled that fear into his magic, yelling, Bombarda. Maximus. B.L. Asting a hole in the ground where the spider had been a moment ago. As the spider leapt upwards, Ron yelled it again, and again, blindly blasting out at the monster with all his energy. After the third spell he was panting with fatigue. But the Acromantala had decided that discretion was the better part of valor, and that no meal was worth getting blown up for. It retreated, allowing Ron to join Harry by the plinth. Wow, that was impressive, thanks. I'm scared of spiders, Ron admitted. No kidding. Harry put his wand back into his arm holster and reached out his hand towards the cup. Okay, let's take hold of the cup together. Quote. Ron nodded. The moment they both touched the cup, they were yanked up into the air and spun around. Harry held tight to the goblet. Apparently it was a portkey, which made sense. He was expecting it to take them back to the judge's stand, but the whirling went on for too long for such a short jaunt. They finally landed somewhere in the countryside, in a graveyard. He looked up to see an emaciated woman dressed in a black robe. Her hair was a wild mess of black and gray, shooting out in all directions. She looked like he imagined Hermione would after 40 years of marriage to Ron. But all humor left him and ice ran through his veins as he recognized the woman. It was Bellatrix Lestrange. She was cradling something like a child in one arm and pointing a wand at the two boys with the other. Kill the spare, a voice hissed from her baby bundle. Harry had just a moment to process what it had said as the woman jabbed the wand at him. Avada Kedavra. As the green light leapt from her wand, Harry dropped to the ground and raked his hand through the dusty soil, hoping to throw something, anything into the way of the spell. But he was too slow. Ron watched as the killing curse hit his friend. He looked up to see Bellatrix smirking as she cast a Incarcerous spell at him a moment later. Remember, fanfiction is powered by reviews, so leave one and let me know what you think. Burying the lead, there was growing concern at the judges' stand. The two Hogwarts boys, who together were the unauthorized, fourth champion, had disappeared 15 minutes ago from inside the hedge maze that was the site of the third task of the Triwizard Tournament. That in of itself was not a problem. The goblet was a portkey, after all. But it should have brought them straight to the judges. Instead, nothing happened. They had not appeared. Albus Dumbledore was trying to project confidence as he quietly sent Alastar and McGonagall to investigate. So far, the spectators were talking amongst themselves, discussing what had happening, but there was no panic. Yet, as Dumbledore looked back towards the stands, he saw the Potters leaving their seats, followed by several others. Including a Weasley. They would no doubt accost him momentarily. Albus sighed. It seemed like time had run out, and he would have to make an announcement. Just as he cast the sonorous charm, there was a whirling in the air, and the goblet arrived, with a bloody Ron Weasley clutching onto it for dear life. What happened? Albus asked. He's back. Voldemort is back, Ron gasped out. What about my son? Where is Harry? Lily Potter ran up. He killed him. Who? James demanded. Voldemort. He killed Harry. Hermione had been just a few steps behind the Potters when Ron made his pronouncement. And she felt her knees go weak. Harry had been there because offensibility. Ron, where is Harry? You were partners. Bringing him back was your job. They attacked. I couldn't. Voldemort. I ran. But Harry, I had no time. They were everywhere. Ron, concentrate. Where did this happen? James grabbed Ron's shoulders, trying to get him to focus. I don't know. I don't know. Ron started crying. Please give the boy some room. He is clearly in shock. Madame Pomfrey finally arrived. Let me get a calming draught into him, but until then, give me some space please. It was a good half hour before Ron was able to give a coherent account of what had happened. He described the ritual that Voldemort used to recreate his body, and how he escaped due to Voldemort's hubris. Minister Fudge spent the whole time scowling. He would have been muttering denials that it was actually Voldemort, but having the father of the dead boy, a prominent Auror, by his side, curtailed that. After all, what did it matter if it was the real thing or some copycat? The man's child was equally dead. When they finally managed to get the details out of the Weasley boy, James turned to Albus. Do you know where this graveyard is? Albus nodded sadly. It's at Little Hangelton. Come on. James snagged Sirius and the two apparated away for headquarters, to make use of the dispatch room. Hay came back an hour later to the judge's stand, which had become the operational control center for this disaster, to report. Sirius looked haggard. There were clear signs of spell fire on several of the tombstones, and there were footprints everywhere. The turf was badly torn up. We couldn't find Harry or any physical evidence of what transpired there, but there were several large burn marks on the ground. One was obviously from the cauldron that Ron described, but one of the others was off to the side. It was big enough for a body. He turned towards where James was holding Lily and went to stand with them. Hermione shambled into her room at her home like a zombie. She had not spoken much since her mother had picked her up from King's Cross Station. Are you okay? Her mother asked as she helped carry her luggage up. She knew that the answer was no, but what she was really asking was, do you want to talk about it? But ever since her daughter had started doing magic, and going to that boarding school, she felt like their connection had become tenuous. Like she might turn around one day and completely forget Hermione existed. No, I'm not. Hermione took a deep breath. Remember my friend Ron? Her mother nodded. That was the boy that Hermione liked. She took a seat next to her daughter on the bed and tentatively put her arm around her and waited for her to continue. He got entered into a dangerous competition. I don't know how, and neither does he, but he had to compete in 3 tasks. He got hurt after the first one, so I asked Harry Potter, he's another boy in out year. He's pretty smart and very helpful, he helps everybody. I asked him to help Ron, and he did. He managed to switch with him for the second task, but then something went wrong with the magic ritual and they ended up both having to do the last one together. A sob broke loose from Hermione, and Harry died. "Don't blame yourself, sweetheart." Her mother enveloped her in a hug. "Sit, and tell me all about it. Who else am I supposed to blame? If it wasn't for me, Harry wouldn't have been there. But you weren't trying to get him hurt. You did your best to help Ron. For all you know, if you hadn't done that, Ron would have ended up getting killed." Hermione scowled. "Thanks, Mom, that makes me feel so much better." So she had traded the life of one of the nicest peep. She knew for the life of a guy she liked. That just made her feel even worse. It was the sort of thing that the bad guys did. Her mother sighed. They both knew that she wasn't as smart as Hermione, which made it difficult sometimes to get her to listen to and respect her words. "Hermione, we all make the best choices we can, and they sometimes have unexpected consequences. If we hadn't sent you to Hogwarts, you wouldn't have met either Harry or Ron, and then who knows what would have happened. We do the best we can, from moment to moment." Hermione nodded. "Okay, but I think I want to be alone for a bit. Alistar, can I have a moment of your time? I would like to discuss where you were during the third task." The defense against the dark arts professor was just heading upstairs to his classroom when he saw Albus Dumbledore approaching, flanked by Snape and McGonagall. Something in their posture was off. They were walking too far apart, and two of them already had their wands out. The erstwhile professor turned to run, changing direction and leaping down the stairs like a man half his age, but to no avail. Before he could get to cover, he was hit by multiple stunning spells. Albus sighed. Ever since the disaster, he had been going over the events surrounding the third task with a fine-toothed comb, relying on his pensive when his memory failed him. Alistar's absence for most of the task had been noteworthy. "Severus, do you have the Veritaserum?" It wouldn't be admissible in court, but he had to know what had happened to his friend and discover what other dangers his students might be facing. It was less than a week into summer and Neville was at a loss as to what to do. Mom and Dad, it seemed wrong to refer to them as Lily and James now, were busy arranging Harry's memorial service. And there was nothing around the house that he wanted to do. Everything was tinged with Harry. Flying. Harry's broom was right next to his own. Hanging out with friends. They weren't his friends. They were both his and Harry's friends. He was sitting at his desk, getting a start on his summer homework, though even that felt pointless, as Mom was making noises about sending him to Salem Academy, in the States. Tap tap. Neville looked up to see a strange owl tapping on the window by his desk. He let it in and gave it an owl treat before taking the letter off of its leg. "Hello Neville, I have something I need to discuss with you. Please meet me at Fortescue's at 1 p.m. today." It was signed, Daphne Greengrass. Neville quirked an eyebrow. The Slytherin girl was the last person he expected to get a letter from. And an invitation to meet on such short notice. It must be something important. He glanced at his clock. It was 11 a.m. He had plenty of time to flow over to the Diagon Alley. He jotted a quick note for Lily, Mom, and made sure that his hair was combed before throwing a pinch of flow powder into the fireplace. He arrived at Fortescue's a good 15 minutes early. But Daphne was already there, a half-finished butterbeer on the table and a book in her hand. "Hello, Greengrass." He slid into the seat opposite her. "So what was it that you had to tell me in such a rush?" Daphne carefully put her book down, making sure the bookmark was firmly in place. "The new cherry chocolate swamp ice cream here is really very exceptional." She stood up and headed inside the store, towards the counter. Neville followed after her, and was she waiting for something before telling him? Was there some sort of password that he was supposed to have gleaned from her letter? "That is it. I expected that you would be suffering from melancholy at this point, so I invited you out for ice cream." Daphne quickly stifled the incipient smirk at the success of her plan. Because Neville would misconstrue a smile at his juncture. By acting all mysterious, would you have come otherwise? Probably not, Neville admitted as he got into line next to Daphne. But what made you think I would be able to make it out here on such short notice? I have faith in your abilities. Now the smirk escaped her control. Neville snorted. They didn't talk again until they had their ice creams. So why all this? We aren't exactly friends, so why go to all this effort to cheer me up? You and Harry are good people. You take care of your friends, and even help those you don't like. Such as Weasley, the annoying one. And Tracy out of a bad situation. Neville shrugged. He had made a deal with you, so he had to. Or what? I would report him to the teachers. Oh, or I could point my finger at him and yell, liar, liar pants on fire. The only thing forcing him to help was his own sense of honor. And you're always helping out Luna, even though it makes you appear quixotic and annoys some of your friends. I like that. Huh, okay. Neville wasn't certain what to say. Daphne was definitely on another level compared to him when it came to understanding and communicating with people. You want to walk around while we eat our ice creams? Yes, I would enjoy that. As they walked out of the shop, Neville noticed the front page of the Prophet at the neighboring newsstand. Hold up a moment. He scanned it quickly. Ron's going to be pissed. He sighed in exasperation. The headline read, Boy Who Lived Demented, and went on to question whether Ron's assertio NS that he was attacked by Voldemort were the effects of him being hit by a dark curse from a group of cultists worshipping you-know-who, and described the whole incident as a deranged action of a desperate few of Voldemort's followers who had refused to accept that he was gone for good. Do you think it's true? Daphne momentarily took Neville's arm to steer him away from the newsstand. I don't know. Ron has always been a glory hound, but I saw him when he came back. He was in no shape to make stuff up. He was barely able to recite what he saw. Daphne, Med, before steering them towards safer shores. Conversationally and physically. Hello. Ginny knocked on the frame of the screen door. The main door was open to let in some air on the warm July day. Is anybody home? Come in, Lily replied, drying her hands. You must be looking for Neville. He's out right now, but I will tell him you came by. Yeah, I actually came by to find out about the memorial service for Harry. Ginny shifted awkwardly from foot to foot. She had heard her father mention it in passing, but he hadn't known the details. And Ginny had needed to get out of the house anyways. She was going stir-crazy like she did every summer. But this summer was worse than most. And she wanted an excuse to see where Harry grew up. This was her last chance. With him gone, there wouldn't be any excuse to visit. Take a seat. I have some biscuits. Lily brought out a jar of fresh-baked cookies and a pot of tea. One of the few advantages of working as a school administrator was that she could take the afternoons off during the summer. Were you close with Harry? As a teenager, Harry hadn't really talked a lot about his life, and so Lily saw this as opportunity to learn about what her son had been like at school. We were friends. Just friends. He helped a lot of people, so he had a lot of friends. Like Luna, he and Neville made it a project this year to rescue her from being bullied. They weren't very good at it, but they made Luna feel like people cared about her. Luna is my neighbor, by the way. She's really socially awkward. Ginny knew that she was rambling, but it was hard to focus. She just kept thinking of all the things she had done with Harry. Or worse, things she had planned to do. They never did have that broom race through the Forbidden Forest. Lily nodded. When Ginny fell quiet, she added, Harry was always like that. He and Neville listened to too many of my husband's stories of fighting crime and arresting dark wizards. They both grew up trying to be heroes to everybody. Ginny swallowed convulsively and nodded. Lily sighed. We will be having a memorial service at the end of July, on what would have been his 15th birthday. Did they ever find the body? Lily shook her head no, surreptitiously wiping tears away from the corners of her eyes. Ginny Weasley did not cry. That was for old women and flighty over-emotional airheads. But she blinked quickly a couple of times. Okay, I should go. Thank you for the cookies, Mrs. Potter. Do you want to stay and chat for a bit? Okay. There was nothing for her to do at home, and she had nowhere else to go. Ron, I think you should go to the memorial for Harry. Hermione was visiting the burrow. It was her first time doing so. She had met most of Ron's family already either at King's Cross Station or at Hogwarts. But this was different somehow. Spending the week at Ron's house felt very mature and a little risque. She was kind of surprised that her parents had agreed to it. But they Ally agreed to her requests. She had long ago learned that they found well-reasoned, logical arguments impossible to refuse. Her parents prided themselves on being intellectual and progressive. And Hay also prided themselves on how mature and logical their daughter was. They took it as an article of faith that she wouldn't mess around with boys. Though right now, messing around was the furthest thing from her mind. She still felt like an awful person for what she had allowed to happen to Harry. Not that she would ever mention it to anybody, it was her job to help people, not to be the one getting helped. I don't know, we weren't really friends, were we? Neville will just get pissed that I'm there. Ron was helping his dad by doing the dishes. Don't be like that, Hermione replied, exasperated. He got involved with that stupid contest because he was trying to save your life. So I owe him. I didn't say that. All I meant was that he did think of you as a friend. He helped everybody. Ron replied obstinately before giving a long-suffering sigh. Fine, I'll go. He racked another plate. After I'm done, you want to play Quidditch with us? He had been trying to teach Hermione the basics of the game. We'll do a 2-on-2, chasers only. Hermione forced a sickly smile. She hated flying. I'll try, but I can't promise I'll be any good. But if Ron was going to unbend enough to go to Harry's memorial, it was incumbent on her to reciprocate by trying something that she wasn't comfortable with. Hermione had not yet learned that applying logic to emotion responses could be a recipe for disaster. That's okay. We can do boys versus girls. Ginny's pretty good, Ron strategized, trying to balance skill levels but completely oblivious to Hermione's discomfort. You know, there are several kinds of trees that require forest fires in order to germinate their seeds. Luna mentioned as she and Ginny worked in her kitchen, baking. The two girls had been very close when they were younger. But in the last few years their interests had diverged. Ginny was athletic and rashly adventurous, while Luna had become increasingly studious and had become fascinated with looking for answers to things that Ginny didn't even realize were in question, ranging from nesting habits of common pests to the potential existence of mythical creatures. One of the few hobbies that they both still shared was baking, though for Ginny, the greater appeal was in eating the resulting cookies. What? Ginny often had trouble following what Luna was saying. And right now she wasn't really paying attention to her friend. She wasn't really in the mood to socialize, but her dad had already chewed her out for climbing onto the roof today. It was only 4 stories up. Her dad was more than a little overprotective. Which was also why he refused to let her go wandering out of sight of the house, claiming that the situation in the wizarding world was too dangerous right now. She was almost 14, for goodness sakes. And she couldn't stay inside any longer. Ever since the Prophet article had come out, smearing him and calling him deluded, Ron had been driving her mad with all of his raving about how the Skeeter woman wasn't returning his calls, and how she was betraying his trust, etc., etc. He had taken a break from it when Hermione had come over for her week-long visit, but now he was making up for lost time. Luna shaped her batter into a fanciful shape that was more likely to burn in the oven than bake. People assume that forest fires are really bad for trees, but they aren't, really. Not for a ticked over as she puzzled out what Luna was getting at. Are you saying that Harry's dying is somehow a good thing? Ginny's voice rose to an almost scream. Luna hunched in on herself. Harry was my friend. One of my best friends, but tragedy is part of life. Even the phoenix has to die. Ginny slammed the dough down into the mixing bowl and stormed out of the Lovegood house. Not even bothering to wipe the batter off of her hands. Sirius stormed into James's office. The forensic wizards have identified the hair we found in Electo's apartment. It was Bellatrix. James sat quietly for a moment, a cold fury building within. The Weasley boy had said that it was Bellatrix that had cast the killing curse. They had missed the witch that had murdered his son by mere hours. Let's bring them in. Both of them. He meant the Carrows. The DMLE had released them, claiming that there was insufficient evidence to charge them for what happened at the Quidditch World Cup. Rius nodded and went to get his gear as James ran to the department head to get a warrant issued and put together a team. It was a sign of how much the ministry feared Bellatrix that he had both inside of an hour. The Carrow residence was at the end of a winding dead-end lane which was overshadowed by oaks. It was a calm, bucolic day, and the fact that the house was not in the best condition, it had some moss growing from the gutters, and the bushes were being strangled by ivy, did not detract from that. Amicus was just finishing a letter to one of his friends on the continent when his apparition ward chimed. He immediately grabbed his wand and looked out the window. He wasn't expecting any visitors. He could just see a red-headed man disappear behind one of the oaks. Amicus apparated outside, or he tried to. The spell failed. His eyes widened as he ran for the flow. Electo, we're being raided. Who? I don't know. The Aurors would never dare, especially after that failed attempt by James Potter and his lapdog. He threw flow powder into the fireplace, but the flames stayed red. He felt the house wards shudder, and a moment later there was the sound of multiple apparitions. Aurors, open up. We have a warrant for your arrest. They tried this before, and they had to let us go. They have nothing on us. And this time we will bring charges against them for harassment and see to it that they are driven out of the ministry, Electo reassured her brother as she adjusted her dress and went to open the front door. She was a member of a respected noble house. She was almost to the door when the door was hit with an aperta curse, dissolving it into a sparkle of gray lights. On the floor, hands behind your head, a masked Auror roared as another Auror burst through the opening, crouching under the cover of an umbrella stand while two more stood under partial cover in the doorway. He was also masked. Do you know who I was? All she managed before she was hit by a stunning curse. Amicus' bowels churned. He was a pureblood, and the Aurors couldn't get away with treating him like this, but apparently they didn't know that. If he didn't appease them, they might not find out before they injured him. He carefully raised his hands and placed them on his head before slowly lowering himself to the floor. A spell hit him, making his hair grow and tangle his hands together in a Gordian knot. There was no way to get his hands out without a counterspell. Is there anybody else in your house? Demanded another Auror, also masked. No, of course not, he managed. He had never before seen Aurors come in wearing masks. A thread of worry wormed its way into his self-confidence. How would he know who to apply pressure on? Without leverage, it would be much more difficult to get the fair treatment that he deserved. He would have to rely on the court of his peers, like a commoner. If we find any fugitives, it will be worse for you unless you come clean right now. Now Amicus' bowels turned to ice. He recognized the voice. It belonged to James Potter. He swallowed compulsively. It was his boy that Bellatrix had killed. This could be bad. There is nobody. His voice squeaked. James nodded. Tell Weasley to bring his team in. They can work in parallel with forensics. He turned back to Amicus. Why don't you save us some time and tell us where you keep your cursed items? Otherwise Weasley and his people from the misuse of Muggle artifacts will tear your house apart. And before you get any smart ideas, we borrowed a top curse breaker from Gringotts. He's going to take down every ward and spell you have. You're going to have to replace every kitchen appliance and every house ward after he's done. And I bet some of those were put up generations ago. And will cost several thousand galleons to replace. Amicus swallowed again. We have some family heirlooms in the safe in my study. James turned to the team from the misuse of Muggle artifacts. You hear that? Start in the office, and then take the rest of the house apart, stick by stick. Hey, that's a new look for you, Neville commented. Daphne nodded. You said we're going out into Muggle London. So I don't have to dress to conform to exacting pureblood expectations. She was wearing a bright yellow sundress with daisies on it. It was the sort of thing Neville would have expected Luna to wear, rather than the typically somber Slytherin. Though they had gotten together several times over the summer, and he had come to learn that she wasn't quite as severe as she tried to appear. Well, it looks good on you. Daphne smiled at the compliment. They walked amicably down the street for some ways, not talking, as they took in the sights of Muggle London. Finally, Neville spoke up. I thought we would go take in a Muggle movie. There is one about a lion that's supposed to be good, even though technically it's a kid's movie. Daphne shrugged her acceptance. She was not familiar with anything Muggle. They were almost to the theater when Neville couldn't keep it in anymore. I'm not coming back to Hogwarts in the fall, he blurted out. My parents have enrolled me in Salem Academy, in Oregon. That's in the States. He paused, but when Daphne didn't say anything, he continued. Which makes sense, I guess. Being at Hogwarts without Harry would be hard. And all the rumors that are circulating. He glanced nervously over at the girl, hoping that she wouldn't take this as a rejection of some sort. Logically, she shouldn't, but girls were weird. Neville wasn't certain what else he could say on the topic. He and Daphne never discussed Voldemort or anything political, as each suspected that the other would disagree with their family's positions. But it's going to suck starting all over in a different school where I don't know anybody. Would it be okay if I write to you once in a while? Neville sighed in relief. Yeah, that would be great. But I feel like I'm getting the better end of the deal. Daphne gave a small smile. Slytherin is a political rat's nest. Everybody is in a hierarchy of some sort, usually several. And every action is weighed for its political benefit. I've found a way to succeed, but it'd make it hard for me to make friends. I'm close with Tracy, but that's only because we grew up together. Her father works for my father. Somebody outside the school I can just talk to would be wonderful. Neville smiled. Then it's a deal. He never considered that Daphne had just pushed his helping people button with laser-like precision. Are we all here? Albus asked. Everybody who said that they were coming, Alistar agreed. He was still not completely recovered from his ordeal, but he was getting better day by day. He took so frustratingly long to heal at his age. In that case I call the first meeting of the reconstituted Order of the Phoenix to order. Albus smiled to see so many familiar faces. It was unfortunate that they had to be meeting in such circumstances, but it had been too long since he had seen them all in one place. All of you know what we're about. You were with us when last England Voldemort. Unfortunately, it seems like he has returned. How is that possible? This was from Amos Diggory. That is something I will endeavor to discover, but for now it is sufficient to know that he has indeed returned. And that the threat he poses is very much real. Like before, we will try to discover everything we can about his operations and bring it to the attention of the Ministry. I don't think the Ministry is as prepared to act as it was last time. Sirius interrupted. There is a lot of pressure on the Aurors to downplay any Death Eater activity. We've been told to refer to them as imitators, or copycats. At least they are holding the Carrows, for now. James scowled. But that's only because they never had any politically connected friends. And because we dug up so much dirt that they can bury them under it. Sirius gave James a thumbs up and a cocky grin, so that even his dour Fried was forced to break a smile. Be that as it may, the first order of business will be to bring in some new members. Albus nodded to the only two that had been vouched for as yet, Arthur's oldest son Bill, and Alistar's apprentice Nymphadora Tonks. As the meeting slogged through logistics, where to meet, and when. Tonks turned to Bill. Watcher. Nice to meet you official-like. Likewise. And this gives me an opportunity to show that I'm not some creepy stalker perving on underage girls. Tonks guffawed, interrupting the discussion momentarily. Seriously, you're still worried about that? I didn't want you to have the wrong impression of me. Fine, you want a chance to make a new impression. How about you join me at my pub for dinner? Bill smiled. Suits me. He looked up to see the meeting breaking up. Did we miss anything? Probably not. I'll ask Alistar and let you know. 6 p.m., Lost Niffler Pub. Off of Watling. Be there. She gave a wave and left. Hermione wandered through the rented function hall, feeling out of place. She had arrived early, as was her wont. But the only people here were adults she didn't know. She gently tugged on her dress, adjusting it slightly so that it wasn't quite so uncomfortable. I hate black. Well, there were some people here that she did know. At the front of the room, by the coffin were the Potters and a few others chatting quietly, but she didn't feel right intruding on them. Hermione. Thank Merlin you're here. Ron rushed over to her as soon as he stumbled out of the flow. You came. Hermione beamed. Yeah, you were right. I would be a total heel if I didn't. Before Hermione could think of a response, both flows started flaring. And guests started arriving in surprising numbers, including a fair number of Hogwarts students. Most came with their parents, but not all. Daphne Greengrass and her perpetual shadow Tracy arrived on their own. We should find our seats. Come join us. Ron led the way to where his father was getting seated with George, Ginny, Luna and Bill. My condolences about your son. Lucius Malfoy stopped James in the hallway as he was heading for the DMLE. I heard about what happened. I will personally see to it that Barty Crouch never works in England again." James's lips pressed together as he nodded. Lucius was a suspected Voldemort sympathizer, but nevertheless James sensed that he was honestly sympathetic, and not just being his usual political self. He was a father as well, after all. "Thank you. But there is no need to go that far with Barty. Let's trust in the legal process to deal with him." James had filed a complaint with the ministry. He didn't think it would actually get Crouch fired. But he didn't think that Harry's murder was his fault. Crouch just needed to be taken down a peg for negligence. James wasn't one to scapegoat people, while there was plenty of blame to go around. The lion's share was on Bellatrix. The rain ride back to Hogwarts was strange. There was no other way to describe it. Ginny sat with Luna, but the atmosphere was much more subdued without Harry or Neville. Was the memorial service the last time I see Neville? She hadn't been as close with him as with Harry, but he was still one of her few friends. And now he was gone. Attending Salem Academy, somewhere in Boston. She wasn't even certain where it was. Chances were, their paths wouldn't cross again. As they were pulling out of the station, Draco came by and poked his nose into their compartment. He took a long look, glancing all over, even crouching down to look under the bench. Finally, Ginny couldn't stand it. "What are you looking for, Malfoy?" "Zhu, seeing if the Potters are hiding in the luggage rack or something." He smirked. "If you want a beating, I can oblige you in their absence." Draco ignored the comment. "I'll almost miss them." "Almost." He leered at her before leaving. "I believe Draco was improperly named," Luna commented. "He is not an apex predator. A more appropriate name would have been Flabo." The door slid open again before Ginny could reply. And she was just about to leap to feet and plant her fist in Draco's face when Hermione was revealed. Do you mind if we join you?" Standing behind her, looking awkward, was Ron. Ginny sighed, sure, like she hadn't seen way too much of her brother over the summer. But turning them away would be rude. "Ron was telling me that you had Dementors stalking you," Hermione asked as she took a seat opposite Ginny. Ron glanced at his options: sit next to his sister, or sit next to Hermione and have Ginny assume things. He sat down next to Hermione. "I don't know if they were stalking us. But there were several sightings. We had to spend all of August locked inside the house, just in case. And hadn't that been a joy? She and Ron had almost killed each other. Ron's constant self-aggrandizement had always annoyed her, but this summer his deflecting any responsibility over what happened with Harry made her furious enough that she wanted to punch him. Only the fact that George was there, smoothing things over, prevented them getting into a brawl. Luna shrugged. "It was not a problem for me. Daddy had wanted to teach me about the birds and the bowtruckles for a while, so we went to the Scandinavian Dragon Reserve." "What do the birds and bowtruckles have to do with dragons?" Ron asked. Hermione looked confused as well, but she wasn't ready to admit that she didn't know something, at least not in front of Ron. "Nothing. The birds and bowtruckles are metaphorical. The dragons, however, were en route," Luna elucidated. Even Ginny turned a bright red at this casualness pronouncement. Luna then nonchalantly picked up her copy of the Quibbler and opened it to the page she had been reading. It was quite informative. "Anyway, have you heard anything from Dumbledore about Voldemort?" Hermione quickly changed the subject. "No. Dad is in the Order of the Phoenix, but he still won't tell me anything. Says that I'm too young. He can't keep sheltering me like that. I'm the boy who lived." Ron expounded. "Once we're back, you can talk to Dumbledore, maybe ask him for extra defense training." Hermione was worried that Voldemort would target Ron again, and that he wouldn't be able to protect himself. "That would be so cool. You're going to have to teach us what he shows you," Ginny caroled, momentarily forgetting that her brother annoyed her with his sheer presence. The conversation finally started to flow as the four teens adjusted to the new dynamic. The following weeks gave the lie to Hermione words. Not only did Professor Dumbledore not provide any additional training, but he seemed to withdraw in the face of the new defense against the dark arts professor, Dolores Umbridge, or as Ginny called her, that useless toad that is dumber than roadkill. It was Thursday evening as Ginny slunk into the Gryffindor common room, having just finished serving her third detention with the cow. This time, she had to write lines with a blood quill. She threw herself into the recliner next to where Hermione was studying. We need to do something about the toad. Hermione looked up. You're right. She's not Tiak. Those of us that have our owls this year will end up failing. We should organize a study group or something. Yeah, that too. Actually, Ginny had been visualizing something more along the lines of eviscerating the toad and strangling her with her own entrails. But Hermione would probably look at her like there was something wrong with her and send her to Madame Pomfrey for a calming draught if she mentioned it. If Harry was here, he would understand. Ginny hid her scarred hand as she sat up. How do you want to do it? Do you want to put up a notice on the bulletin board? Ginny had never done something like this, but Hermione had experience organizing her spew. I don't think Umbridge will take kindly to us undermining her authority like that. I think we should invite people in person. We have a Hogsmeade weekend coming up. Let's call a meeting then. We can meet up at the Hog's Head. It will be less crowded than the Three Broomsticks. Okay. There was a pause before Hermione added, do you mind being the one to talk to the other students? For some reason I get a negative response whenever I try. Ginny rolled her eyes. Yeah, that sounds about right. Hermione's only friend was Ron, and given the poor response to her previous organizational attempt, she was probably scared of being rejected. Again, ask Ron to invite the fifth years. They will listen better to him than to me. Which wasn't saying much. The meeting in the Hog's Head was well attended. They got over a dozen students, mostly fifth years, stressing about their owls. The only ones who weren't were Luna and a pair of chasers from the If indoor team who were friends with Ginny. The large cluster of students stood out in the ill-lit taproom, which was otherwise mostly empty this early in the afternoon, with just a couple of older wizards chatting at the bar as they knocked back large flagons of beer, and a witch eating her lunch at a side table. So who's going to be running this study group? Terry Boot asked. I was thinking we could get one of the older students to tutor us. Maybe we can ask Cho Chang. Hermione replied. Cho was a Ravenclaw prefect. Secretly, Hermione wished she was more like that girl. Not only was she smart, but she was also pretty and popular. No, Ginny retorted. She still had a grudge against Cho for how she had treated Luna. I'll ask my brother. No way, I'm not being lectured at by the boy who preened. I meant my other brother. George. He's a seventh year. Huff, and while he's smart, I don't think he's planning to take his newts, so he's going to have time. After some muttered discussion, the group agreed that George was acceptable, and honestly, that was how most everybody usually saw him. He was not terribly good, but not terribly bad. He was just acceptable. On the way back to the castle, Hermione turned to Ginny. Maybe things will get better now. Maybe. They certainly couldn't get worse. Ginny's year so far had been awful. She felt isolated, with nothing to do. She could still pull the stunts like before, but climbing the outside of the astronomy tower wasn't any fun if there wasn't anybody to be horrified yet secretly impressed by her exploits. But maybe Hermione was right. Maybe having the study group would give her something to work towards. I miss Harry and Neville. Author notes. Need. Reviews. Losing. All. Motivation. Not really, but do leave a review, letting me know what you like. What you don't, what you want to see more of. I can't promise to honor the requests, but they will direct my writing. Homecoming. Hermione sighed again. Fifth year sucked. It was already the end of October and they had still learned absolutely nothing in defense against the dark arts. In all the other classes, the teachers were piling on the work so that they would be ready for their owls. But in Dada they were reading from a book. She wouldn't dignify it by calling it a textbook that purported that all threats had been resolved already, and talked about the legislation that had been enacted to that effect. Now in the mundane world, that might be realistic, but in the wizarding world every person was handed a lethal weapon at the age of 11 and told, here, have fun. Try not to kill anybody. And while most people were responsible human beings and tried to avoid hurting others, it was very easy for those not so inclined to use magic for ill intents. And it was criminal not to teach the basics of defense to people so that they keep themselves safe. Not to mention that sometimes dangerous, magical creatures that seem to be drawn to witches and wizards. Fifth year sucks, Ron moaned, throwing his parchment to the table. It's just October and we already have a crap ton of homework. I don't know how I'm going to survive until June. They were studying in the library. So he made sure to keep his voice down and didn't go full-on drama queen, as he was wont to do. Hermione didn't argue with Ron about the necessity of homework, it was pointless. And he would end up doing it. Eventually. With her help. Don't forget we have the defense tutoring this evening. Don't remind me. They had had 2 sessions already, and it had turned into an OWL cram class. All the students who weren't 5th years had dropped out, including Ginny and Luna. Now it was half Ravenclaws, with the rest being Hufflepuffs and Gryffindors. George is a surprising good teacher. It had never before occurred to Ron to go to his wallflower older brother for help with schoolwork. Yet, despite Ron's trepidations, it had turned out okay. Except it meant more homework. Hello, Hermione. The frazzled Gryffindor looked up at the sound of her name to see Daphne Greengrass slide into the chair next to her. Yes, Greengrass. Do you want to join our defense study group? That's not. Actually, why don't you tell me more about this study group? Daphne quickly changed gears, listening as Hermione started into her sales pitch almost on autopilot. The Slytherin girl nodded along as she calculated the pros and cons of associating with lowly Gryffindors versus the benefits of actually learning defense. That sounds like it could be useful. There was a pause as nobody was certain what to say. Finally, Ron blurted out, "Why are you here?" "Right, I was curious to see if you were illiterate or just rude." "I am leaning towards the latter." "Why you?" Ron was building up a head of steam when Hermione interrupted him. "Can the mysterious lady routine, Greengrass. We can't read your mind." Daphne humphed in annoyance. "Your friend transferred to a different school, where he doesn't know a single person. It would behoove you to write him at least one letter, to see how he's doing." Ron was still staring blankly at the Slytherin in confusion when Hermione replied, "We weren't close with Neville. Yet you were all in the same house. That should count for something." "I guess," Ron replied sullenly. He didn't want to write to Neville, but it probably was the right thing to do. Daphne stood up and smoothed her dress, not that it was the least bit out of place. "And your defense study group, I will be there." As she turned to walk away, she turned and commented over her shoulder. "It would be useful for me to learn more about how Gryffindors think before next Tuesday." Her icy facade broke to reveal and mischievous smirk. Hermione blinked, trying to think of what the Slytherin girl could be referring to. She turned to Ron. "Next Tuesday is Halloween, right? Is the school doing something special? I'm more worried that Malfoy is planning something." Ron scowled. "I bet she's taunting us." Quote. Hermione sighed. She seemed to do a lot of sighing around Ron. "Ronald, Daphne is not like that. All Slytherins are like that. Some just hide it better," Ron replied mulishly. "If they don't start out that way, they turn into complete prats by second year. It's something in the air down there." Ron pointed downwards, in the general direction of the dungeons and the Slytherin dorms. "I'm going to go warn Ginny. She knows what's what." It was Ginny who found Ron, at dinner that EV something about Draco. Ron swallowed his chicken and nodded. What's the slimy get up to? He just knew that he was planning something nefarious, and it probably had to do with Halloween. He's harassing the firsties, threatening them and making them run errands for him. Oh, Ron nodded, deflating. He already knew that Draco was an ass. He thought Ginny had caught him taking the dark mark or something really evil. Don't. Oh. Me, Buster. We need to do something. Ginny scowled, though her indignation was more from Draco's callousness on the Hogwarts Express on their way to school than his bullying the younger students. She just wanted to beat that smug smile off his face. How dare he joke about Harry's death? Look, Gin, I don't like Draco any more than you do, but I'm in my OWL year. I can't be getting detentions, I'm barely keeping up in classes as it is. I just wanted to tell you to watch out for Daphne, she's up to something. I bet she's conspiring with Draco as well. Fine, you be you. Ginny stormed off. Who cared what the Slytherin girl was doing? Draco was the one who needed to suffer. She should have known better than to ask her brother for anything. Harry would have understood, or even Neville. She headed down to the Quidditch pitch to get some flying in, to clear her head. Besides, the Quidditch season was starting soon, so more broom time could only help. As she swooped through air, that was another thing that felt wrong. D easily made the Gryffindor main team this year, replacing Harry as the Seeker. But even a month later it still felt wrong, like she was disrespecting everything Harry had done by so casually taking his spot. She dodged between the towers and down along the wall, almost brushing the stones with the tips of her toes. She knew that she wasn't supposed to fly this close to the castle, but nobody had said anything about it yet. So in her mind, it was all good. She made a sharp turn to veer off before she passed in front of McGonagall's window, but as she did her foot clipped a crenellation, sending her into a spin. She slammed hard into the wall and just barely kept her seat on the broom. She almost smashed into the ground, pulling up to a stop at the last moment so that she stumbled forwards as she landed. Catching herself against the wall, shakily, she stood back up and took a moment to collect herself. Her shoulder hurt like hell, and her robes had road rash, but she was okay. Ginny took a couple of breaths to calm down as she leaned against the wall and looked around. Thankfully, nobody had seen her. What now? She had so much adrenaline coursing through her that her hands were shaking, probably best not to fly. But if she walked through the halls of the school carrying a broom, people would notice. She cast a quick reparo on her robes and got back on the broom. As she took off, her broom wobbled. As the tip started to precess, she had to fight the broom to keep it from veering into the wall. It must have hit something on the way down. She held on tight with her knees and her good hand as she gently lofted the broom up. The broom wobbled again and felt like it was just moments from giving out altogether. Ginny had to keep adjusting her weight to prevent it from corkscrewing. Gritting her teeth, she flew over the wall and back towards the pitch. But the alternative was landing and carrying the broom back to the pitch. And there was no fucking way she was going to explain why she was walking with a broom. Ginny Weasley did not carry her broom carried her. Daphne was having a hard time sitting still. It was almost Thursday, the high point of her week. She was ensconced at her usual table at the library, books scattered around her, with several artfully arranged to block a clear view of what she was working on. Because she wasn't doing homework. Nor was she writing in her little black book where she stored all of the juicy gossip potential blackmail material. Instead, she was writing a letter to Neville. She usually wrote a little each day, right before dinner when there were fewer prying eyes around, and sent it out on Tuesday evening, when she took her weekly constitutional up to the Ollery. Neville's replies usually came back on Thursday. She assumed that the camouflage scattered on the table would suffice to prevent any of her fellow Slytherins from discovering what she was doing, for it wouldn't do for her to end up in somebody else's little black book, but anybody who saw the uncharacteristic smile on her face would know that something was up. So far, Neville was adjusting to the new school okay, but the American kids were a little clique Y. Most had known each other since first year, or even earlier. So Daphne made sure to keep him up to date on everything that was going on at Hogwarts, including the blasphemy. Why against all things educational that was Umbridge, so he wouldn't feel lost. Get down on your knees and kiss it. Draco held out his foot. His father had a painting of a peasant kissing a king's foot in his study. And he had always liked that image. Goyle stood by his side and tittered. They had cornered a first-year boy as he took a shortcut through a rarely used gallery on the third floor. But, rarely used didn't mean abandoned. Draco and his friends found it a convenient place to hang out and smoke, and woe unto any firstie that was foolish enough to enter their lair. The Hufflepuff boy Lou, had to be on the verge of tears as he looked up at the two larger teens, but seeing no recourse he got down on his knees and was just bending down to kiss the proffered shoe when a bucket dropped over Goyle's head. As Draco looked up at the yelp of surprise, he was hit by a slug vomiting hex. He had barely enough time to glimpse somebody in the shadows before he was bent over double emptying his stomach. The Hufflepuff skittered away, ducking to avoid getting hit by the bucket as Goyle threw it off of his head. Goyle roared with rage only to be hit by a bat bogey hex before his eyes could focus on his attacker. As bats exploded out of his nose, a jelly legs Jinx dropped Draco into the pile of his vomit slugs. And a hiccuping spell hit Goyle, so that he could barely breath, and ended up aspirating several bats as they tried to escape out of his left nostril. As Goyle bent over coughing and Draco squirmed in the pile of slugs, their assailant turned and fled. The entire barrage of spells had been cast so quickly that the Hufflepuff hadn't had time to see who his rescuer was. All he could tell was that it was a girl. "Hey, Looney, what are you looking for? Luna looked up. It was one of her fellow Ravenclaws asking, a third-year girl whose name she had never bothered to learn. I appear to have misplaced my herbology notes. She peered under her bed. Sometimes her notes end up down there. Maybe a hairy wumpass took them, the other girl said, half to Luna and half to her friend. The two girls snickered. There is no such thing. Oof. Luna face planted into the floor as one of the girls kicked her in the rear. See, a wumpass. They giggled and left. Luna pulled her notes out from under the bed and dusted them off. Before running out of the dorm, she was late for class again. Even though there were several other girls in the dorm, nobody had mentioned anything. Now that the Potter boys were gone, sometimes days would go by without anybody talking to her, except for the professors in class. I know what I saw, Ron replied mulishly, ignoring Hermione as she kicked him insistently under the table. They were in their defense against the dark arts class, except today as every day. This year they were sitting at little round, group tables, so that they could discuss the textbook that they were reading. The tables were covered with tablecloths and even had centerpieces, making them look like something out of an upscale restaurant rather than a classroom. Herm, Professor Umbridge waddled over. You are needlessly agitating your fellow students. The minister has already explained that you were attacked by deluded cultists that worshipped Head. Your stupid minister wasn't the one who was kidnapped and almost killed. Ron retorted. He had kept it all in at Hermione's insistence. But this was too much. He wasn't there, and he doesn't know what I saw. Voldemort is. Detention, yelled Umbridge, cutting Ron off before he could finish uttering the feared name. The other students had all sat quietly during this confrontation, not looking at Ron for fear of being accused of supporting his views. Nobody wanted those to be true. And nobody wanted to get on Umbridge's bad side. Hello, Lucius. James fell into step with the Malfoy patriarch as he was exiting the Wizengamot chamber. I was wondering if I could stop by to chat, at your earliest convenience. About the funding for the Auror department for next year. Lucius frowned. I'm really sorry, I am very busy right now. I don't even know when my earliest convenience is. Why don't you contact me, secretary? And she will pencil you in. He strode over to the flow without pausing and pronounced, Malfoy Manor. And with a final smile and nod to the Potter scion, stepped through. Ames sighed and headed back down to his office. Maybe I can at least get some paperwork done, so that the day is not a total loss. No luck? Sirius asked, joining him as he entered the DMLE. No, you. Sirius just shook his head. The ward that James had planted in Malfoy Manor had activated weeks ago, indicating a large number of people with the dark mark had been present. James was desperate to get into the Malfoy Manor and find out who was congregating there and why. It could finally be a lead on where Voldemort was hiding out, or it would be the hideout itself, though James doubted that. Malfoy would endanger his family that way. But neither the ward nor having the dark mark were grounds for a search warrant, so James and Sirius had to be creative to develop an excuse to get inside and do some old-fashioned digging. James had leaned on his political connections to the Malfoys, while Sirius had coordinated with Weasley, down in misuse of Muggle artifacts, to see if they could get a warrant based on leads that he had accumulated. Unfortunately, Weasley's information was not rock solid, and nothing short of an official complaint lodged with the Ministry would suffice to get the department to issue a search warrant. Not for the Malfoys. We'll find something. In the meantime, I will let Dumbledore know. Maybe the Order could get information where official channels had failed. Ginny quickly turned the corner and hid in the shadow of a suit of armor. Ever since Ron had warned her that the Slytherins were planning something, she had been extra careful. And today it had paid off. Tracy Davis was following her. No doubt for some nefarious reason. As the other girl rushed by her hiding spot, Ginny stepped out behind her, Encarcerus. Ginny frowned as the ropes looped around the Slytherin. They were a lot thinner than she had intended. Fortunately, Tracy wasn't athletic like Ginny, so even the twine that she had managed to conjure would suffice to hold her. Why are you following me, Davis? I'm not. I have class. Which class is out this way? The only thing down this corridor was Moaning Myrtle's bathroom and a pair of unused classrooms that had been long converted into storage rooms. I am going to care of magical creatures, but I was going the long way, because I had some things to think about. Like what? Like? Tracy looked down at the floor. Would you like to go to Hogsmeade with me this weekend? Ginny's wand drooped as her brain tried to add 2 plus 2 and got, error. Does not compute. Like you, Tracy added as she shimmied out of the conjured ropes. Ginny swallowed. Yeah, sorry. I'm not like that, sorry. She turned and ran. We have to be ready, Ron pronounced at dinner that evening. I'm certain that the Slytherins are up to something. No, the real problem is Umbridge. We have to do something about her, she is insufferable. Ginny retorted. She wasn't a nerd like Hermione, so she wasn't so upset about the curriculum or lack thereof. But the way that women treated the students in her class was criminal. Ron ran his hands through his hair. He was so frustrated with how his younger sister refused to listen to his warnings that he wasn't even paying any attention to his lunch, even though the elves were serving corned beef sandwiches, his favorite. It was true that the fact that they weren't learning anything in Dada class was also not so good, but Hermione had that covered, with the defense tutoring that she had arranged, so he didn't need to worry about it. Instead he was lecturing Ginny about Daphne. The new bane of his existence. She was even worse than Draco. Probably. Once he figured out what she was up to. Jen, is everything okay? He belated realized that Ginny had slumped part of the way under the table, so that she was mostly hidden from view except her head and shoulders, and even those were almost hidden by a strategically placed water pitcher. Yeah, I'm fine. Quidditch practice was just tiring. Ron just nodded and went back to pedant-ing. Ginny glanced at the Slytherin table out of the corner of her eye. Tracy was talking to Daphne. I hope I didn't say anything stupid. Those 5 minutes after Tracy had confessed were completely blank in her memory. She had no idea if she had made a fool of herself or not. Maybe I should apologize, just in case. But what if she takes it the wrong way? I don't want to lead her on. Though in retrospect she was somewhat impressed with the Slytherin girl's courage, given the attitude most purebloods had to same-sex relationships. Asking her out must have taken a lot of guts. If one of my friends comes out, I'll definitely refer them to her. But why did the Slytherin girl assume that she would be interested? Was she giving off some weird sign or something? Was she acting too boyish? Ginny slid further under the table as Ron talked. Well, George is doing a great job. Dean replied. He had been sitting on Ginny's other side. Speaking of, do you think we should take up a collection? It's not fair that he does all that work for free. Ron paused, mouth open to respond, as he considered. On the one hand, it was George. He was a pushover. He always agreed whenever Ron asked him to do his chores for him. But on the other hand, more money for the family was a good thing. But before Ron could formulate a response, Dean had already moved on. Turning to Ginny. Hey, Runt, don't you have a game against Ravenclaw next Sunday? Ginny groaned and sat up straighter. Quidditch season had started on the first Sunday of November with the Slytherin vs. Gryffindor game. They had barely managed to eke out a win, and Slytherin sucked. This coming match was against Ravenclaw. Yes, we're going to get hosed. With their 2 top players gone, the team was going through some teething pains. As the new Seeker, Ginny was terrified. Harry had set a very high bar. But at least she could fly. Jack Sloper's only strength, as the new keeper, was that he was so huge that he blocked much of the goal just from sheer bulk. Unfortunately, he also flew like a brick. But for much the same reason, nobody had been willing to try out against him. I wish Harry was here. Or Oliver would, she quickly amended. Actually, having Oliver would make more sense, as they needed a keeper. She might not be as good a seeker as Harry, but she certainly was better than Draco. But she still missed her best friend more. Hermione was pacing the common room. Most of the other Gryffindors had already gone to bed, and the few that were still up, working or chatting, had gotten used to tuning her out. When the portrait door finally opened, she looked up to see a haggard-looking Ron enter. Are you okay? What did that witch have you doing? Ron had been serving his detention with Umbridge, and it had run long. Really long. It was almost 11. I'm fine. Ron turned away from the bushy-haired busybody. He didn't want to talk about it. Or about how he had felt completely powerless as Umbridge talked him that he had imagined everything. And made him write lines with a blood quill. It had been humiliating. He wanted to punch the old hag. But he didn't dare do or say anything, otherwise he would get even more detention. And he was the good Weasley. He had to make up for the embarrassment that was his sister. His father would be ashamed of him if learned about this. I'm fine, Ron repeated and slunk up the stairs to the boys' dorms. Maybe Ginny was right. Maybe Umbridge was a bigger problem than Daphne or Draco. December was colder than usual, and snow swirled through the air every day, though there hadn't been any heavy snowfall yet. All of the fifth years were working like crazy as winter break approached, bringing with it the midterm exams. Even Ron had his nose to the grindstone. Ginny sighed. She was bored. All of her friends, those that were still alive, added a bitter little voice in the back of her head, were a year older, and thus were unavailable. I can go climb something. It was against the rules to go flying during school hours, even if you had a free period. Ginny's eyes turned to the Gryffindor Tower. Climbing that was also against the rules, but it was forbidden all the time, meaning that it was just as permitted to climb it now as it was after dinner. A smile spread across Ginny's face as she almost ran up to the tower and grabbed hold of the winding ivy. This time, I'm going to get to the top. She had climbed the tower a bunch of times, but each time she had gotten off at the third-floor gallery, where most of the winding ivy stopped. If she went higher, she would have to free climb, holding on to just the rocks. The mortar's pretty worn. There are a ton of handholds. And what was the worst that could happen? If she died, she would get to see Harry again. Ginny threw herself upwards, following a familiar route. As she climbed, students in the courtyard below stopped to watch, and several ran off shouting. It wasn't clear to Ginny if they were getting a teacher or if they were calling their friends to come watch, but she didn't much care. She needed to escape the constraints of Hogwarts. Wow, look at her go. Somebody shouted from below. She's going to be in so much trouble. I bet she's going to get suspended this time. Several voices sounded their agreement. Ginny, don't listen to them, keep climbing. Go Ginny. Yay. Somebody started cheering her on. It was actually kind of nice. She made her way past the third floor, carefully selected handholds. Up at the fourth floor level her arms were getting tired, and it was getting more challenging. She pulled herself up with her shaking arms, but her determination didn't flag. I'll stop when I get to the top. He was just reaching for another notch in the mortar when she felt herself pulling backwards. Panic raced through her and almost yelled when she realized that she was levitating. Slowly the spell lowered her back to the ground. To face Professor Dumbledore. His eyes weren't twinkling. Miss Weasley, if you feel the need to climb, please make sure that you use safety equipment. And preferably have a member of the faculty supervise. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. Professor, Ginny mumbled, looking down. She knew what she had done was foolish. But she just needed to do something. Albus sighed and considered. I am not averse to you climbing. Ginny, we can start a climbing club, with the proper safety procedures, but you can't keep doing this without any planning. Think of how your family would feel if anything were to happen to you. Ginny nodded morosely. Very well, Ms. Weasley. 20 points from Gryffindor, and a detention. Which she will serve with me. Professor Umbridge interrupted as she walked over to the scene. I have seen how you coddle the students, Albus. That won't do. If the punishment does not fit the deed, they will never learn. Professor Dumbledore opened his mouth and then closed it without saying anything. The ministry had appointed Dolores, and they had given her broad authority to straighten out the school, to the point that she could override most of his statements. In my experience, punishment rarely leads to reform. Dolores, he finally stated in a disappointed tone of voice before turning and heading back towards his office. He had work that he needed to catch up on. Despite all of her authority, Dolores didn't actually deal with any of the paperwork that her educational decrees generated. Ginny had just thrown herself into nay of the overstuffed chairs in the Gryffindor common room when Colin Creevey approached. Ginny, here. He held something out tentatively. Ginny didn't even look. She wasn't in the mood for chatting. She was busy sulking at being treated like a small child. I took a photo of you climbing. Ginny turned almost despite herself to look at the photo. That's pretty good. Yeah, I think so. You were brilliant. Colin beams at Ginny. Do you want a copy? Yeah, sure, Ginny replied ambivalently. On the one hand, it's nice to be appreciated. She glanced over to the other side of the room, where Hermione was tutoring Ron again. See, I can have my own fan club as well. But on the other hand, this was Colin, and he was 100% dweeb. Oh, do you want to go to Hogsmeade with me next week? He added in a rush. Ginny wasn't certain how to respond. Maybe, if I don't have too much homework. Hopefully it was neutral enough not to offend the sightly hyper boy. Okay, I'll see you then. Colin waved and ran off, his supply of courage exhausted. Where is it? Voldemort hissed, leaning in like a snake about to strike, an image that was exacerbated by his lip-less, nose-less face. I'm sorry, I couldn't get it. My lord, it's enchanted so only the principals can take it out of the room. The middle-aged man cowered on the floor, not daring to look up. Several robed Death Eaters stood around him, watching with trepidation. In that case, you are of no further use to me, fool. Avada Kedavra. As the spell struck the quivering man, a wet groan emanated from him and he collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. Ron started awake. He glanced at the clock. It was still early, just 11:30 p.m. What is wrong with me? It was the second time that he dreamed that he was Voldemort. The first had been followed by days of angst, as he wondered if he secretly wanted to be the monster. This time, there was just confusion. Why am I seeing what he sees? Ron got up and got a glass of water. He knew he wasn't going to be able to fall back asleep for a while, so he went down to the common room. At least the fire there was cheerful. But when he arrived at the plush chairs facing the fire, he found one of them occupied. Ginny, what are you still doing awake? Ginny was sitting with her legs pulled up and her chin resting on her knees as she stared morosely at the flames. Couldn't sleep. Why are you up? I had a dream. I dreamed that I was Voldemort, Ron replied, guiltily. He really didn't want to talk about it, but the words sort of spilled out of him. Ginny sighed in exasperation. Well, go talk to Madame Pomfrey. It's probably something you ate. Probably everything that he ate. It's a miracle he didn't have indigestion all the time, with the junk he crammed into his stomach at all hours of the day. It's not the first time this has happened, Ron retorted, which just confirmed Ginny's suspicion, but he then continued, last week I that Voldemort had tortured a Muggle-born woman to death. And the following day, her death was reported in the Prophet. Did you talk to Hermione about it? Yeah, no, I know what she would say. She will find some explanation for how it's all in my imagination, that I saw the newspaper and then had the dream, rather than vice versa. Ginny nodded. Hermione was a smart girl, but sometimes she was too smart for her own good. Sometimes, the simplest explanations were the correct ones. Maybe you should talk to Dumbledore instead of Madame Pomfrey in that case. Maybe Voldemort is sending you visions. But why would he? An exasperation. Why was Voldemort always out to get him? What had he ever done to him? I don't know. That's why you should ask Dumbledore. Why do girls always saw? Why? Ask somebody else, instead of doing it themselves. Ron exploded. Thing is, he had tried to see Dumbledore, but he was nowhere to be found. Ron stormed back up towards the boys' dorms. Maybe because sometimes you need somebody else. Ginny called after him, but Ron didn't stop. He might have already been above the noise-canceling charm that protected the dorms from the common room. Ginny sighed. Maybe I will go with Colin to Hogsmeade. She had missed the one he had invited her to, but there was a Hogsmeade weekend the week after they got back from Christmas break. One more day, Ron crowed as he packed up his potions kit. It was December, had one more day of classes and accompanying midterms, and then it was Christmas break. Visions of glazed ham, pudding and more ham danced through Ron's head. And there would even be presents, though his dad never got anything fancy. Last year it had been a subscription to a Quidditch magazine. You're going to be in for a surprise tomorrow. Hermione whirled in surprise to see Daphne Greengrass behind her smirking. Wait, what? But the aloof Slytherin didn't reply, walking out, followed closely by Tracy. I knew it. Something bad is going to happen. Ron glowered after the Ice Queen. She just had to come along and spoil his good mood. As soon as midterms are over, we need to find out what she is plotting. He turned to Hermione. You're a girl, so you can follow her and see what she is up to. Hermione whirled and glared at Ron. Oh, so now you notice that I'm a girl. I thought I was just your personal butler. What's gotten into you? Ron looked up in confusion, his notebook drooping in his hand. Never mind. Hermione slung her book bag over her shoulder and stalked out of the potions classroom. It was the following day, and Hermione was walking back from the library. She didn't have any more classes until after Christmas break, but she couldn't take Ron's monologuing anymore. All of dinner, he had gone on and on about what the Slytherins must be planning, each plan more absurd than the next. He's worse than a Bond villain. As a little girl, she had loved the James Bond movies with Roger Moore. They had been exciting and magical, and the good guys always won. It was part of why she liked being in Gryffindor. It made her feel like she was that sort of hero, even though she realized that she probably never would be. She was just too mousy and bookish. She still musing introspectively, walking towards the Gryffindor dorms, when she walked into somebody coming down from the direction of Headmaster's office. Oof. Sorry, she managed as she tried to keep from falling. It's okay. The voice was familiar. Hermione's head whipped up. Harry. Yeah. Hermione grabbed his torso and squeezed, burying her head in his chest. You're alive. Yeah. Are you okay? No. Can't breath. Pratt. Hermione let go of Harry. I mean. You know what I mean. I guess you're okay, otherwise you wouldn't be here. Does Ginny know you're alive? No. I wasn't ready to face people until just now, so my parents didn't announce it to anybody until last week. Well, let's go tell them the good news. Hermione linked arms with Harry and almost dragged him the last little bit to the portrait. Is this normal? Harry asked as they stopped in front of the fat lady. At Hermione's puzzled look, he added, I mean for you to grab my like that. Hermione blushed. No. It's just I was so excited to see that you were alive. I'm not normally touchy-feely, I mean not that there is anything wrong with it, but I think that it's not proper in public. Except maybe for dating couples. Not that I am implying anything. I mean with you, since, you know, Ron, She made panicky gestures between herself and Ari and the portrait, though that was probably intended to point inside, at Ron's putative position. I meant that completely seriously. I know who you are. You're Hermione Granger. But I can't remember the details of how we interact. It's all fuzzy. Oh. Hermione's exuberance collapsed. You're not okay, are you? No. That's why my parents decided to send me back to Hogwarts. They are hoping the familiar environment will refresh my memory. Well, let's go in and get started. If things get too much for you, just let me know and I'll bail you out. Hermione felt good. She would actually get the chance to repay Harry for saving Ron, if only in a small way. I'm no coming back just yet. I'm probably going to come back for 6th year. Are you going to have to repeat a year? I don't think so. My folks are tutoring me so I can catch up. My mother has written up a schedule. It's pretty intense. And Sirius scribbled himself in for Sundays as well. Oh, okay. Not having you in the same classes would be weird. Hermione commented self-consciously. I missed you this year. Flashback. Harry was walking along a grassy field path. He wasn't certain where he was, or how he got here. All he remembered was a green light. And then lots of yelling and banging. It had been loud. He didn't like it, so he had started walking. His head hurt and his vision was tunneled down to a small spot of the ground directly in front of him. He staggered as he tripped on something, but he managed to keep his footing. There was a slight downward slope here, so he kept walking until they reached the bottom. There was a split rail fence. And then a dirt road. The fence was only waist high, but Harry wasn't certain how to get over it, so he sat down. Hello, sir. Are you okay? It was some time later. And Harry looked up to see a man in a glowing blue uniform leaning over him. He wasn't certain how long he had been sitting. Since he also wasn't certain if he was okay, he didn't reply. Here, let me help you up. The man helped him stand up and then led him into a car. As Harry lolled in the back seat, he vaguely heard the man talking. and the crackle of a radio, but he couldn't make any of it out before he lost consciousness again. When Harry next woke up, he was laying on a gurney. Everything was fuzzy, like when he looked through an out-of-focus telescope, and there were fluorescent lights overhead. Yes, he passed out in my car on the way to the hospital. He could hear somebody saying, "He doesn't smell of alcohol, but you should do a blood test for heroin. Does he have any identification on him?" "No, nothing. We're going to have to wait for him to regain consciousness before we know who he is." "Well, John Doe he is." Harry turned his head to see a young man in a light blue, long-sleeved t-shirt and matching cloth pants. He had a name tag. "Oh, you're awake. Do you know what your name is?" And he had sort of a glow, around him, though his was a light teal that clashed with his scrubs. Harry didn't know the answer to this either. Why was everybody asking him such complicated questions? He just turned to lay back more comfortably and closed his eyes. That made his head hurt less. "Or we can wait for a missing person report to come in." The voice sounded concerned. Harry woke up, feeling better. His head didn't hurt, though he still couldn't remember much. Surprisingly, that didn't bother him. He amused himself with looking at the beeping machine that was to the left of his bed. After a moment, he realized that it was attached to him by wires. He had a momentary urge to peel of those wires, but then couldn't find the motivation. He was in a room screened off by curtains. To one side, the curtains were only half drawn and he could just see another bed. This one with a middle-aged man laying on it, asleep. He had a bluish umbra around him, except it was fluttering as if in an invisible wind, looking like it might tear away at any moment. "Oh good, you're awake." A young nurse, she couldn't have been more than a few years older than him, had entered the room and noticed him craning his head to take a look at the other patient. "Do you are?" It took Harry a couple of tries to reply. His mouth was very dry. "Can I have some water?" The nurse also had a funny blue halo around her. The nurse beamed like he had just answered all the questions correctly on his owl, making her pudgy face attractive. "I'll go get that for you." Now, Ginny was sitting, chatting with Colin, though in truth it mostly consisted of her listening to him go on at length about whatever topic had caught his attention that day. And every day it was something different. That boy had an endless supply of wonder. It was kind of nice, and it forced Ginny out of her own head. Forced her to stop worrying about all the nonsense she knew that shouldn't be worrying about. "Hi." Ginny didn't register the greeting at first, but she noticed when conversation in the Gryffindor common room petered away and stopped. "Harry." Ron shrieked like a fangirl and raced over to the revenant teen. He paused for just a moment when he reached him, probably considering the propriety of hugging another guy before enveloping him in a bear hug and slapping him on the back. "You're not dead." "Yeah, mostly," the messy-haired teen replied sheepishly. The rest of the Gryffindors drifted towards him. Ginny had also gotten up, but she wasn't certain what to do. There wasn't much space around Harry, as her brother and Hermione were already flanking him. And she was dating Colin now, so rushing over to another guy would be weird. She self-consciously joined Colin in the press of people surrounding Harry. "I'll talk to him later." The important thing was that Harry was alive. "How did you survive?" Ron asked. I saw the killing curse hit you." Everybody else fell quiet as well. Apparently others had been wondering this as well, and some had been wondering if maybe Ron had made the whole thing up. "My dad thinks that I blocked most of the spell when I threw the handful of dirt into its path. But it got me good anyways. I couldn't remember who I was for months. And I still have some holes in my memory." "Do you remember me? I'm your girlfriend." Parvati simpered as she struck a pose. Harry froze in panic before he saw Dean cracking up and Lavender smirking in the background. "Don't tease Harry like that." Hermione scowled at Parvati, taking a step in front of Harry protectively. "He almost died, and he's still recovering." Yeah, but the reason I'm here is to help me remember. I'm not going to be coming back to school just yet, but my parents want me to come visit a couple of times, just to help jog my memory." "Oh, sorry," the shallow Indian which actually sounded contrite. "You know, with the way you cheated death, you're like that guy from the Beetle the Bard Tale, the Master of Death." Ron joked. He wasn't certain how to act around Harry. He felt guilty for what had happened, even though it wasn't really his fault. He wanted to do something nice for the guy, but that skill wasn't really part of his repertoire, so the best he could offer was a cool title. Ron, don't be insensitive, Hermione chided the redhead, one hand on her hip as the other wagged in his general direction. It's okay, Hermione. Harry shrugged, but I wasn't really hit with the spell, so I don't think it counts. It's still in poor taste. Hermione scowled at Ron, to make sure that he understood that just because Harry wasn't upset was not an excuse for him to say things like that again. Yeah, it wasn't, Harry agreed with an amiable shrug and a smile. Harry spent the rest of the evening chatting. Ginny sat next to Colin and mostly listened. Single quote, I'll drop by the Potters over winter break and we can animate some snowmen to spook the muggles. A secret smile formed as Ginny fantasized about the sort of pranks they could pull. Harry finally left around 10:30, going to the headmaster's office to flow home. So he wasn't there when Ron woke up in the middle of the night, screaming that a snake had attacked his father. Harry leaned back in his chair and looked around. It was Christmas lunch, and this year it was Petunia's turn to host. Her condo was small but very tidy. There was not a piece of dust anywhere. It was really quite impressive, given that she accomplished all that without magic. And speaking of without magic, the Potters were all dressed Muggle, as Petunia had invited a work friend, Jack, from accounting. As well, very body was crowded around a dining room table that just barely fit inside the dining room. The conversation was all flowing amiably as Lily subtly interrogated Jack from accounting. It was nice to be around family, but the room was too crowded and too stifling. If you don't mind, I'm going to go for a walk, Harry announced, as he got up from the table. Are you okay? James asked solicitously. Ever since he had returned to the living, both his parents had been overly careful of him. It was a little annoying. Yeah, I'm fine, I just need a little fresh air. Lily was just about to recommend that Neville joined them when Petunia beat her. Dudley, why don't you go with your cousin? Just make sure you're back in an hour. Seeing that Neville still had a full plate, Lily just nodded her acceptance. The two teens made their way out into the late December air. It was pleasantly brisk after the stifling heat at Petunia's. She always kept the temperature cranked up too high. Thanks for getting me out of there, Dudley commented as they strolled down in the direction of the park. That Jack guy was annoying. You think your mom's going to be dating him? God, I hope not. Dudley flexed his massive bicep. He's a twig. I could break him in two. Though that could be said of Harry as well. After a moment, Dudley added, do you have a girlfriend? No, at least, he didn't think so. I remember hanging out with Ginny, but I don't think I had any feels for her. And he was pretty certain that Hermione was dating Ron, and Neville was dating Luna. Do you have a girlfriend? I'm the boxing champion at my school. I'm on the varsity team, and I can beat even the seniors. At my school, all the girls want the big D. Dudley jerked his thumb at his chest proudly. They turned to walk under an overpass. It was a common shortcut to the park, but on Christmas Day, the road was empty. Harry blew on his hands. It was getting cold. Dudley gave a sudden nod. You know what, you shush. Old, come with me to one of my school dances. I'll introduce you to some girls. Seeing Harry hesitate, he added, you can sneak in no problem. The teachers never check IDs. I guess I could, couldn't I? Harry realized that since his parents were going to homeschool him for a semester, he could actually go. Harry stopped at the edge of the park. Something is wrong. As he looked around he spotted them. A pair of Dementors were approaching them. Dudley, run. Harry drew his wand. Dudley didn't run. Running away from things was not something he did. In his world, people were scared of him, not vice versa. Especially when he couldn't even clearly see what he was running from. But as he finally caught a vague sight of what Harry was looking at, he felt a sense of overwhelming dread grow in him at the visage of the thing. People that were approaching. Run, Harry repeated, trying to concentrate on a happy thought. Expecto. But one of the Dementors swooped in faster than he expected and backhanded him across the face. Harry staggered back in shock, both that a Dementor would resort to a physical attack as well as the sensation of despair that momentarily coursed through his body at the contact. His heel caught the curb and he toppled backwards, arms pinwheeling. He hit hard, knocking his head against the asphalt. The two Dementors pivoted towards him, like sharks scenting an injured prey. Harry scrambled to retrieve his wand as they drifted closer. The blow to his head was making everything fuzzy again, or maybe it was the fact that his glasses were missing. Also, he was back to seeing the auras. Except the Dementors' auras didn't surround them like with a normal person. Instead, each had a black thing that fluttered behind them, athrotes. The two monsters lustered around Harry as he skittered backward on all fours. "Hey!" Dudley tried to yell. He wasn't certain what was going on. He could just see glimpses of something horrible attacking Harry, but of his worst memories were surging up, all of his teen insecurities and terrors. He felt powerless again, like when Mom and Dad were fighting all the time. His throat clamped tight so all he manged was a hoarse whisper. "Leave him alone," he tried, a little louder. The Dementors paid no attention to Dudley. One leaned in towards Harry, as if to kiss him. Harry finally snatched up his wand, and remembered the sensation when he was at the rehabilitation center, realizing that he was a wizard, jabbed his wand right into the monster's throat, expecto patronum. He yelled. The spell was weak, producing just a thin burst of golden light, but Harry had jabbed the tip of his wand right into the knot connecting the black aura to the Dementor's body. The mist coated the knot in a golden sphere, severing the black aura like a sword. Dudley watched in horror as a skeletal body appeared on top of Harry. His cousin staggered up, pushing the thing to the ground, where it collapsed into a pile of dust. The sense of terror faded. "What happened?" Dudley asked. He glanced down surreptitiously to see if he had lost control of his bowels. Fortunately, he had not. "I think I just destroyed a Dementor. I didn't know that was possible." Apparently, the other Dementor hadn't known it was possible either, as after a stunned moment, it had fled faster than Harry had ever seen them move before. Flashback. Harry sat down on the bench outside the center. It was a warm September afternoon, and he had become accustomed to the routine at the rehabilitation center. After breakfast, he worked with a therapist, trying to recall things from his life. She would show him pictures, and they would talk about what he saw, and how that made him feel. It was kind of fun, but not very productive. He still couldn't remember who he was. But on the other hand, he wasn't certain why he should care. Everything was enveloped in a soft cocoon that insulated him from the world. It was pleasant, and nothing seemed important. He did feel better than when he arrived. His headaches were gone and things didn't look blurry anymore. It turns out that he just needed gases. But most people he saw still had some sort of umbra around them. His therapist claimed that he must be experiencing synesthesia, and that he must have gotten hit on the head. Harry scratched at his arm. There was something there, but he couldn't be bothered to check. It had been getting itchier and itchier the last few weeks, though. He couldn't remember if had washed that spot when he last showered. Something about it made him forget about it except when it was itchy. Though out of the corner of his eye he could sometimes see some sort of stick stuck to his arm. Harry leaned back to enjoy the sun, like a cat. Suddenly, he felt the temperature plunge, and his good mood disappeared. Harry bolted upright, his heart hammering away in his chest. A wild-haired woman was pointing a wand at him. Just as his eyes focused on her, a voice hissed from a bundle in her other arm. "Kill the spare." The woman jabbed the wand at him. Avada Kedavra. Harry returned to his senses just as a black-clad figure, a Dementor, exited the old age section of the center. An alarm was going off inside, signaling that a patient had gone into code. Harry took a fighting stance, but the Dementor flew off in the other direction, not even glancing his way. As Harry lowered his wand, he was filled with a sense of elation. He was a wizard. He knew who he was. Harry walked down to the edge of the road and lifted his wand up, shooting sparks to call the night bus. Author note: yes, I have set the pairing to Harry x Hermione. Please note that this is aspirational at this point. Harry is really clueless when it comes to girls, and Hermione is disastrously bad at relationships. We will see if they actually get together. 5th year academics. Come on, it's this way. James lead Harry down into the bowels of the ministry, to the Auror section of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. It was Boxing Day, and most of the ministry was still shut down and empty, but not the Aurors, crime happened even on holidays. Here, take a seat, and tell Lionel what happened. Lionel was an officious-looking man in his late 20s, with a precision haircut and complete lack of creativity. Harry nodded and started telling over about the Dementor attack. He stopped at the part where he and Dudley left the park. He saw no need to go over how he cast some reparo spells to clean up their clothes, and they made their way back to Petunia's, only for the Potters to make their excuses and leave early because James had a work emergency. The excuse was for the benefit of Jack the Dull. That must be the underage use of magic citation from that area that we received. Nobody was around to look into it, as yet. Lionel took down a few notes, and there will also be a citation for use of magic in font of a mug. Thunk. Lionel stopped, writing as a pair of hands slammed into the table on either side of his parchment. He looked up to see James leaning in across the table, his eyes boring down into his own from just 2 inches away. In his own way, Lionel was pretty smart. He immediately realized that he was in a predator-prey situation. He gave a mouse-like squeak as he quickly leaned back. The regulations state that use of magic in self-defense supersedes the directive against underage magic. And the muggle in question is listed as family, and therefore approved for knowledge of the magical world. James growled. Yes, of course, Lionel nodded, crossing out the last few comments that he had written down. I will see that this is all taken care of. Great. James stood up and smiled. I'm glad we managed to resolve that before any harm was done. The smile slipped off his face as he gave Lionel one last, hard look, to make sure he understood how much harm would land on his ass if he didn't file the paperwork correctly. As they walked out of the office, the elder Potter turned to the younger. Let's go down to the Department of Mysteries. I managed to get an appointment with Croaker to talk about how you decapitated a Dementor. James was now positively radiating paternal pride as he led Harry deeper into the maze that was the Ministry. Neville. Hey everybody, Neville's back. Ginny crowed, when she spotted the other Potter at the train station as all of the students were gathering to head back to school after Christmas break. What brings you back? Did the Americans kick you out? Gin. NY asked as Dean and several other Gryffindors drifted over. No, Salem was okay. Not great, but I was adjusting. No, the reason I came back was so that I can correspond with Harry. He pulled out a small hand mirror. Dad gave me a 2-way mirror so I can talk to Harry. But it doesn't reach across the Atlantic. Neville shrugged, and besides, I'd rather be here with you goons anyways. He grabbed Dean and tried to give him a noogie. But the other boy squirmed out of the way and it momentarily turned into a wrestling match before both stopped and adjusted their clothing as if nothing had happened. They were in public. They were almost adults after all, and had to maintain decorum. British adults, at that. Neville quickly looked around to see if he could spot a particular, aloof Slytherin, but she was nowhere to be seen. And honestly, he wasn't certain how to approach her if he did find her. Almost all of their interactions had been through letters, where she came across as warm and friendly and nothing at all like her in-person demeanor of teenage mafia Dawn. Oh well, I'll figure it out. He turned towards the train. Come on, let's go find a compartment. As they were walking up to the train, they were intercepted by Hermione Granger. Did you hear? Ron's father was attacked at the Ministry. He's fine now, but it would keep an eye on Ron, to make sure he's doing okay. She knew that Ron would never admit it, but he was scared about the visions and worried about his dad. Dean frowned in confusion. Why? Was Ron also attacked? Before Hermione could reply, Neville asked, is Ron still an ass? Or is he over being the boy who lived, now that his life is on the line? He's still an ass, Dean replied at the same time as Hermione interrupted. What do you mean, his life is on the line? It's pretty clear that Voldemort wants to finish what he started. Guys like that can't stand failure, especially one that's as visible as Ron. Neville shrugged. This was pretty basic. I guess not everybody grows up talking about criminal psychology around the dinner table. Neville sighed. I'd be less worried about Ron's mental health, and more about his very literal health. I'll keep an eye on him. But I can't promise anything. I have classes and Harry and other stuff that I am responsible for. Hermione swallowed and nodded. The Potters were just so much more, something mature. No, not mature. At least not last year. But both boys had a certain gravitas that others their age were missing. And as much as she didn't want to admit it, so was Ron. She remembered workin' with Harry last year. It had been so nice. With Ron, she always had to be the one taking care of him. Harry had just gotten stuff done. She hadn't had to worry about him. Except she should have. Wilt roiled her stomach before she forced it down. He's not dead. Oi, Granger, I was asking if you wanted to join us. Hermione realized that she was standing outside the compartment that the others had entered. Yeah, sure. So what is Harry doing? After the break, Harry's days were busy. Just because he wasn't at Hogwarts didn't mean he wasn't doing school work. He actually had more work than he had ever had before, as his parents tried to get him caught up in time to take his owls. Lily took a leave of absence from her position at the Muggle school where she worked as the principal to spend more time with Harry. She taught most of his core subject, covering charms, herbology, astronomy and history of magic, which was just reading the textbook, same as it was under Binns, as well as potions, which was mostly review. As he was, much to Lily's surprise, already at 6th year level. James worked with him on his transfiguration, and Sirius would drop by once a week to help with the defense against dark arts. Having his parents as his teachers was weird, but Harry really wanted to rejoin his cohort next year. Seeing them all before Christmas had solidified their presence and now, their absence in his mind. They were no longer vague ghosts in his memory but real people, and many of them were real friends. Even Ron, who had been embarrassed at his own display of friendship, had been eager to talk to him. It was clear to Harry that Ron felt guilty for what happened at the graveyard, not that there was anything a fourth year, caught by surprise, could have done in that situation. So he threw himself into his studies, especially the subjects with his father and Sirius. Okay, let's see your animate to inanimate transfiguration. James placed a turtle on the table in front of Harry. The two were in James's study, with a desk set aside for Harry to work at. Let's start with something a little bigger, say a pillow. Transfiguring medium-sized animals into objects that we bigger was pretty tough. That was definitely going to be on the owls. Going from object to animal was even harder. A question like that would sometimes also show up, but only as a challenge problem. Harry intoned the incantation, the easy part of any transfiguration, and then focused on the turtle, guiding it with his wand until it was a passable pillow. That's pretty good. It was better than pretty good. It had been smooth, without any hiccups, and it had taken less than 10 seconds. Here, try turning this into a pigeon. He pulled a small rock out of the rubbish bin and placed it on the desk. 30 seconds later, the rock was cooing and looking around. It was now a bird, admittedly. It appeared to be a remarkably stupid one, as it had trouble flying, but it was a pigeon, so that was acceptable. Okay, I'm impressed. I don't think I've seen anybody your age manage that transfiguration so fast. How are you picking it up so quickly? Harry shrugged, self-conscious at the praise. If I squint, I can still sort of see the glow of magic around the object as I am transfiguring it. Whenever the transfiguration starts to slip away from me, I can see the color change in that spot. So I focus on there to balance it out. That's a handy ability you have. With that, we just tossed half the transfiguration curriculum out the window. Do you want to try for animagus transformation? I didn't start working on mine until the end for 5th year, but with your skill, you can skip ahead. I'd rather learn something that I can use in defense, Harry asked self-consciously. James nodded. He typically wouldn't teach combat transfiguration to underage kids, but after what had almost happened to his son, he was willing to bend the rules. Okay, let's start with partial transfiguration. That's the art of changing just one property of an object. Say, turning a wall into rubber. Alternately, you can change all the properties of part of an object, such as giving a rock pig feet so it can run around. Wake up, sleepy head. Wah, was Harry's cogent reply as he propped himself up on one elbow in his bed. It was the following morning, and he had stayed up late working on the homework. It was hard focusing on it, after so long of not having any. Or maybe it was just a residual effect of his nearly dying. We're going for a run. Harry dropped back down to the bed and pulled his covers over his head. James sat down on the edge of the bed. Most pureblood wizards think that if they just practice dueling they will win in a magical combat. But my team takes them out like the trash that they are. Because we cross-train, stamina and physical strength will make the difference in any protracted engagement. He stood up and yanked the covers off of his son, ignoring his indignant squawk. Plus the exercise will help you concentrate on your studies the rest of the day. You have 5 minutes to get dressed. Why is Dolores here? We requested a meeting with the headmaster. Lily asked Dumbledore. The 2 Potters adults and the 2 professors were meeting in the headmaster's office. Herm, Umbridge cleared her throat pompously, the ministry has deemed that the curriculum at Hogwarts is not meeting standards, and as such I have been appointed High Inquisitor, to oversee improvements. James looked skeptically at the woman. He knew her from the ministry, and she did not improve anything. In his opinion, it was a little surprising that she always wore pink, given that her only skill was at generating red tape. Very well, I asked to speak to you, in order to schedule a couple of evaluations by Hogwarts professors for Harry. As you know, we are homeschooling him this year as he recovers from the attack at Little Hangleton. Alleged attack, Umbridge interrupted. Lily paused, gave her a cold look. Her son had almost died and this woman was playing political games. Umbridge smiled and simpered. We can't be making unsubstantiated allegations. James took a deep breath and kept his mouth shut. Let Lily handle this. She's better at keeping her temper. And we want to make sure that Harry is on track to take his owls and reintegrate into the Hogwarts community for 6th year. Lily finished. Not that she was happy to have Harry return to the place where he almost died, but his memories were still shaky, and being in a place where he created many of them might help heal him. That will not be a problem, Dumbledore began when Umbridge interrupted. Having a strange student coming and going on the school property will be very disruptive to the student's education. We must minimize it. She wanted to forbid it outright, but James Potter was NWAS also a senior Auror, with political connections. That's fine. We don't need to do this more than once a month. Maybe starting at the end of January. No, Umbridge countered before Dumbledore could open his mouth. That would be far too disruptive. She waited patiently for the next request for her to reject. Once the Potters were reduced to begging, she would grant them a visit. Maybe. She was starting to get a warm feeling down in her belly. She liked it when people begged. James scowled. How about Harry comes on February the 14th? The student's education will already be disrupted by Valentine's Day. Umbridge frowned, ready to deny this as well, but she was slow to think of a reason, so Albus took charge. Yes, that will be fine. I will instruct the professors to expect him. Okay, are you ready to show me what you've learned? It was Sunday, and Sirius was at the Potters to test Harry on his practical defense. While the 5th-year curriculum included a section on dangerous animals and dark wards, the main emphasis was on defensive casting. Harry nodded and took a fighting stance. They were in the basement of the Potter's house, which James had transformed into a spell-fighting gym. Go. As soon as the word left Sirius's mouth, Harry began casting. Sirius easily deflected his first few spells. But then Harry remembered what he had been taught and started targeting his opponent's environment, casting a blasting hex at the floor to try to get him off of his feet, and Aquamanti spell to fill it with water. At the same time he dodged the jinxes that Sirius was casting at him in return. Harry used his agility to good stead, dodging the spells instead of countering them so that he could concentrate more on offensive casting. He transfigured the magically summoned water into grasping vines. Sirius made slashing motion with his wand and skipped backwards. You almost had me there, pup. The sliced vines collapsed, only to turn into a taffy-like substance that coated the Auror's left leg as it fell on him, gluing it to the floor. Yield, Sirius called a pause to the bout. What the hell is this stuff? He peered at the gunk coating his leg. I don't have a clue, Harry replied, but I accidentally turned a potted plant into it when I was doing transfiguration. And I can do it fairly reliably. Harry slouched as he circled his fanged geranium, examining it. He was sweating, and not all of that could be attributed to the heat in the greenhouse. The textbook claimed that this plant was supposed to be symmetric about its axis, but his was lopsided, with 2 leaves on one side and the mouth bloom listing to the other. Harry sighed in frustration. His mother would be disappointed. She loved plants, and the fact that he had absolutely no talent for herbology bothered her. He glanced quickly to the door of the greenhouse. His mother would be here any moment. I'll transfigure it a little. Harry pulled out his wand and jabbed and concentrated. It was his first time trying to transfigure a magical creature, plant, but how hard could it be? As his spell took effect, Harry realized that the fanged geranium had its own glow, so he couldn't see the transfiguration spell. As he cast, he could tell that something was going wrong, but not where. He applied more pressure, trying to brute force the correct change. The fanged geranium exploded into goo just as his mother walked in. Harry, Lily wiped a strand of sticky green goo off of her face. Now. Well, as signature moves go, it's kind of gross. Sirius struggled to vanish the gunk. It was incredibly sticky and hard to vanish. Your defense is very good. You're often responding before I finish casting, Sirius commented as he finished getting the sticky gunk off. I told you how magical people have a glow to them. Well, the glow changes color when you're casting a spell. It's so. RT of telegraphs when your spell is about to go off. Harry wasn't certain if the glow could tell him what the person was casting, but maybe with enough practice, Harry smirked. Are you ready for round 2? He asked cockily. Yup, but this time, I won't go so easy on you. Harry's smile faltered. Hey, how's it going? Harry sprawled on his bed, the two-way mirror propped up against a couple of textbooks. The mirror showed Neville, who was in a similar position, except on a Hogwarts issue bed, with the curtains drawn for privacy. Not so bad, not so good. On the one hand, it's great to be back at Hogwarts. Everybody's acting all friendly, like I never left, but on the other hand, Umbridge. Neville gave a mock shudder of disgust. Daphne told me that she had got a dada, but I hadn't really understood what she meant. But she really has. We're not learning anything at all in class, it's worse than bins. Instead, we all get together with George for tutoring. He's not bad, but he's not a professor. So you think you're going to be ready for your owl? Yeah, we should manage to pull out an acceptable, though I doubt anybody other than me is going to be able to continue on to Newt level dada. As long as Umbridge doesn't shut down the tutoring, that is, she's been making noises about banning all clubs. Neville gave a sigh of frustration. We're using a room that one of the house elves told us about. The come and go room, that you can only find if you know it's there, so that hopefully we can stay off of her radar. You trust all the kids in the group to keep their mouths when they're in public. Neville had told him about the inquisitorial squad, and how it was full of all the worst sort of Slytherins. Neville shrugged. They're only like a dozen of us, so it's not that big a group. Okay, just don't do anything I wouldn't do. Harry, you do plenty of dumb stuff. But only because you talk me into it. Neville leaned in closer to the mirror conspiratorially. Remember when you wanted to dump a bucket of slugs onto the Caro sisters? That was originally your idea. And that's what I'm talking about. Harry retorted, before changing topic. Anyway, what's up with you and Daphne? Nothing. Neville replied too calmly, we're just friends. She was writing to me when I was at the Salem Academy, and we still talk. Now, though she's worried about being lied by the other Slytherins if they find out, so we've ended up still mostly communicating through letters. Harry managed to hold back the smirk that was threatening to break through. Why yeah, right, just friends. And she's risking her school cred with the Slytherins for this. Harry glanced at his watch. Oh, shoot, I got to go. Dudders invited me to go hang out with him. We'll catch up later. Actually, Dudley had invited him to sneak into his school's dance, but he wasn't telling anybody about that. He pushed on his sneakers and ran to call the night bus. Are you certain that this is fine? Harry asked as he walked with Dudley towards his high school. Harry was dressed in a pair of khakis and a polo, not exactly what he would call fancy, and they were going to the school dance that Dudley had mentioned. The only experience that Harry had with school dances was the Yule Ball, where he had dressed in the magical world's equivalent of a tuxedo, so he felt decidedly underdressed. And also guilty about sneaking out. If Mom finds out I went to a Muggle dance, she's going to throw a fit. You're fine. Everybody comes however they want. True to his claim, Dudley was dressed in a pair of worn jeans and a t-shirt that had the sleeves removed to show off the muscles in his arms. As soon as they walked in, Dudley called out to a couple of his friends, and within a few minutes, they were surrounded by another pair of guys and 3 to 4 girls. Harry was surprised to see how they were dressed, or not dressed, in the girls' case. That can't be comfortable without warming charms. Huff now he understood why his mother was against Muggle dances. As advertised, the girls seemed most interested in talking to Dudley, completely ignoring his slightly withdrawn cousin. The dance was taking place in the school gym, but the lowermost section of the bleachers waste teens someplace to sit and chat when they weren't dancing. Dudley led his group over to those. Apparently he had no interest in the actual dancing. "Hey, this is my cousin, Harry. He's usually up at some fancy boarding school in Scotland, but he got hurt, so they shipped him back for a bit." Dudley had to almost shout to be heard over the music. He put his leg up on one of the bleachers and leaned forward, so that he occupied even more space than his already large body took up, as if to say, "Look at me." "Oh, how did you get injured?" asked one of the girls. "Do you also play sports?" added another. "I was in a car accident, and I hit my head." Harry decided to ignore the second question, as he had no way to explain Quidditch. But he had prepared a story in advance to explain his being here. Dudley wasn't the sort that could have come up with the "getting injured and had to stay home" bit on his own. "Head injuries are nothing to sneeze at," Dudley added, "especially when you got a thin neck like Harry. I've been hit in the head a bunch of times, and it doesn't bother me." He rolled his neck for emphasis. Harry countered by rolling his eyes. "He's like Ron in front of a bunch of firsties." Though here Harry could actually see the appeal of showing off. Several of the girls were attractive, in their own way. Harry let Dudley take the spotlight and just listened into the conversation while he looked around the dance floor. Much to his surprise, he noticed that several of the teens had the MBRA that he typically saw on wizards and witches. They didn't have much of it, but it was more visible because of the dim lighting in the gym. "I wonder if they are squibs or something." "Hi, I'm Becky. Would you like to dance?" Harry started in surprise, realizing that his face had been turned towards a girl with a particularly strong glow while he had stopped to ponder, and she had taken that as a sign of interest. "Sure, but mind you, I'm not very good." Fortunately, it was a fast song and it looked like there weren't any formal steps to it. Most of the guys he saw were just stepping from foot to foot and bouncing their arms in front of them. The girls were doing more intricate moves, but he didn't need to worry about that. "So, where do you go to school?" "Ah, it's a small boarding school up in Scotland." The girl got a strange look on her face. "What, you look like I said something weird." "No, it's not that. It's just that you're the second person that I know who goes to school in Scotland. And you both describe it the same way." "Who's the other person?" "My cousin, Hermione Granger." "Oh." Harry stopped in surprise. "Yeah, she goes to my school. She's really smart. She's dating Ron Weasley." "Wait, what?" Now Becky froze. "The bookworm. She has a boyfriend." "Yeah, I think so." Harry realized that his memories were a little fuzzy, but he seemed to recall them dating. "Thanks." Becky beamed. "My mother idolizes Hermione, and she keeps holding her up as a role model for me. If Hermione does something, I should be doing it too. She keeps pushing me to bury my nose in books all the time so that I can get grades like hers. And absolutely no dating, as that would be too much of a distraction. I actually had to sneak out to go to this dance, because she doesn't want me even hanging out with guys." Maybe I shouldn't have said anything. I don't want to make things awkward between you and your mom." "Oh, don't worry, it won't be awkward." The way Becky said it made it clear that while it might not be awkward for her, it would indeed be very, very awkward for her mother. The song ended, and the next one on was a slow tune. Becky took the opportunity to grab Harry's hand. "Come on. I'll introduce you to me friends." She had a predatory smile as she led Harry towards a cluster of girls. Bombarda, James cast at the floor, followed up by an Incark. Urus at Harry as he tried to get his opponent off of his feet, but the younger Potter's Seeker reflexes kicked in as he leapt aside before the Bombarda even hit the floor. His Protega flickered into being just for the split second required to block the Incarcerus before Harry dropped it and transfigure the splinters from the broken floor into wasps. Aquamenti, James called forth a blast of water to quickly sweep away the wasps. Except nothing came out of his wand, as Harry traced the same pattern in the air that he did. As the wasps landed on James, he called out, "Yield." He looked around the destroyed basement and started casting reparo spells. Let's call it a day. It hadn't been a long training session. They had just been going for a half hour, but James wanted to end it on a good note. And Harry was clearly flagging. So that's 1 out of 4. Not too shabby. Harry nodded dejectedly as he joined him in cleaning up the room. He felt he should have done better. He trained hard. And he paid attention to all of his lessons, and drilled those as well. Incidentally, how did you manage to stop my spell? Mom was showing me counter spells. No, I mean how were you able to identify that I was casting Aquamenti? I thought that your mage sight wasn't able to differentiate between spells. And a counter spell had to be done just right. They were mostly used to clean up spell effects after the fact. Not to interrupt a spell mid-casting. It generally can't, but I was just practicing Aquamenti yesterday. And when I saw you aiming at the wasps rather than me, I guessed you were going for it. That's pretty impressive. Both the casting and how you kept a level head during the spar. Harry gave his father a wan smile. Okay, so maybe it didn't go so badly. Number 12. Grimmauld Place was atypically raucous on that Thursday evening. Normally, the stately old building stood empty, as Sirius hated his family home, calling it a run-down old dump. Sirius had as little to do with it as possible. The only reason that it was still in decent repair was because James pressured him into investing in at least basic maintenance. The only time that abandonment changed was the bi-weekly meetings of the Order of the Phoenix. Sirius leaned over to James so that he could be heard over the hum of conversation. You know, maybe I should get an elf for this place, if we're going to be using it all the time. He had retired, given cloths to his old elf. Though without creature to brighten the place, Sirius was starting to think that the run-down old dump wasn't so bad. You should also get rid of the portrait of your mother from the foyer. James had to arrive early and spell it to sleep each time before the meeting. Probably. But the only way to get that blasted painting off is to destroy it. And I'm not quite ready to do that. All it does is yell at you, Lupin replied as he took the seat opposite them. Hey, it's like the gang's all together. We haven't seen you in ages. Do you think we should invite Peter as well? James greeted his old friend. He rarely saw Lupin nowadays. Sirius got a nostalgic smile. That's what makes the painting just like the real thing. He decided that now wasn't the time to discuss his very mixed feeling about his family. His preferred time would be shortly after. Never. He also didn't address the issue of Peter. Peter was a rat, and was even less reliable than Mundungus, but he wasn't going to convince James of that. Dumbledore stood up and cleared his throat. Okay, let's settle down. I call this meeting to order. We have a lot to discuss. Yeah, like how could 12 convicted Death Eaters escape from the high-security floor of Azkaban? Diggory demanded, scowling at James as the representative of magical law enforcement. I've been telling the minister that the Dementors are not to be trusted for years. Using them is like trusting a thief to guard a thief. James replied. The problem is that we're even bothering to capture them. We should be using lethal force against those bastards. This was unsurprisingly from Alistair Moody. We can't change policy, Alistair. Dumbledore gently chided his old friend as Lily also replied. I'm not certain what Wather than keep an eye out. This is a matter for the Aurors. What I do want to talk about is how Dolores Umbridge is undermining the headmaster. The Ministry is playing political games with Hogwarts to weaken Dumbledore, and they don't care that they are ruining our children's education in the process. Lily was visibly upset. I wouldn't be at all surprised if she is a Death Eater sympathizer. Not every pig-headed person is working as part of some larger conspiracy, Arthur replied. Sometimes, there can be multiple unconnected dumb things going on at the same time. This started a lively debate. Albus moderated it so that it would not become too acrimonious. This too shall pass. This is not the first time that the ministry has tried to interfere with our school. I know it is difficult when it is your children that are being shortchanged, but I believe that we will have this resolved by next year. This was the one time that he curse on the opposition was a benefit. We'll just have to train Harry harder. Sirius winked at James, who nodded. Nevertheless, he felt obligated to support his wife by bringing up all of Umbridge's questionable decisions from the past several years. Bill Weasley and Nymphadora Tonks sat on the slightly musty love seat in one corner and watched the entertainment. Popcorn. I don't mind if I do. You want to go grab a drink? It was Sunday, and Harry had just finished his training session with Sirius. This time it was a practical session on dealing with werewolves. I'm underage, Harry reminded his godfather. Again. I know that, Sirius replied defensively. I meant getting a soda. Sure you did. Are werewolves really lanky like that? The creatures you transfigured didn't look anything like a normal wolf. Yeah, I know. But that's what they look like. I have seen Remus often enough. As they went upstairs to grab their coats, Sirius started retelling some of the Marauders' misadventures in school. And then he went on to talk about some of his more recent ones, including dating a woman with a crook that she treated like it was her own child, but she was really flexible, so it was worth it. As they approached the flow, Sirius glanced around quickly and added, for the record, don't try to emulate me. If you do, Lily will kill me. I have a lot of fun, but I'll readily admit that I never really grew up. I'm still the same rebellious guy the first was when I was a teenager. Well, at least you have time to hang out with me. Dad is so busy with work this year, I only see him once a week. He's trying to look out for everybody. For his family, for magical society. Sirius shrugged. He was never comfortable talking about stuff like this, but it was his idea to have me come train you like this. Because he knew he couldn't be here as often as he would like. Because you're less busy. Harry was a little puzzled. They were both Aurors. Yeah, I'm single, and I have a healthy inheritance. So that means if I want to take time off I can, and the DMLE just nods and agrees to it. After all, what are they going to do, cut my salary? They sure as shit can't. Fire me. They need every Auror that they can get right now. Harry nodded. It sounded kind of nice, not having any responsibilities. Not that he would ever want to be as laid back as Sirius, but it still sounded like fun. I'm telling you, Daphne is a junior Death Eater. She knew about the attack on my dad before it happened. Ron insisted. He had pulled Hermione aside as they were exiting the Great Hall after lunch. And was now haranguing her on the way to Charms. Ron, I think you're imagining things. She has never expressed any blood supremacist sentiments, and she has always been polite to me in class. They were in both Erythromancy and Ancient Runes together, and while they never really talked, Daphne never talked to anybody. As far as she could tell, she had always been polite. Also, I think you're reading too much into her comments. So why was she siding with us at the Gryffindor table if not to spy? Why couldn't Hermione understand the danger? She always believed the best of people. But he did have enemies out there, who were willing to spy on him, or even worse. He even had Voldemort potentially peeking into his head, and now because of that he had to take occlumency classes with Snape. The absolute worst teacher. No, the worst human being, on the whole planet, and Hermione just went about her day like nothing had changed. Everything had changed, because she needed help with Erythromancy. And lunch was the only time our schedules meshed. Hermione had spent half of lunch going over her notes with the Slytherin girl, who had listened politely, and asked intelligent questions. Unlike Ron. Yeah, and yet she kept chatting to Neville. She's the Ice Queen. She never talks to anybody unless there's an ulterior purpose to it. I bet she's trying to ensnare him in some sort of plot. Using her womanly wiles. He had read about that in a boy adventure book once. Hermione sighed. Ron, she was just being friendly. Though it was a little surprising seeing the two of them talking so casually. She had thought that Neville had a thing against Slytherins. But maybe it was only Draco. It was sometimes hard to remember that Draco wasn't all of Slytherin. She's not like Draco. We'll see. Ron huffed and stormed off. He was the boy who lived. People should be taking him seriously, but even Dumbledore was still treating him like a child. Hermione sighed again. She found herself doing it a lot. Ron could be a little dense. Case in point, he still hadn't noticed that she was interested in him. A small, feminist voice in the back of her head quietly whispered that she could ask him. But then, what if it didn't work out? It would be better to wait for Ron to notice her. Ron wouldn't recognize a womanly wile if he was dropped into Sultan's harem. Neville leaned over his parchment concentrating, to all appearance hard at work on his potions essay. Except that was actually pushed off to the side, forgotten, as he composed his weekly letter to Daphne. He usually wrote her one every day. Some he sent by owl, but that took too long, so others he secreted in the suit of armor that stood in the unused third-floor hallway. There was a letter from Daphne waiting for him there when he did. But now he was stumped. Daphne viewed much of the world transactionally. She had a very few friends, but with most people, she expected something back for anything that she did for them, and she couldn't understand why Neville altruistically volunteered to help people out. He had tried to claim that doing things for free earned more in goodwill than charging for it would. But she wasn't buying it. And it really wasn't the reason why he did it. He helped because it was the right thing to do. But how do I explain that to her? Maybe I can claim that I care about everybody that I help. He started writing. Harry lay back on his bed, a Quidditch magazine draped across his chest as he stared at the ceiling. He was taking a break from homework, reading his textbook and underlining stuff so he wouldn't forget it. That was how his life before Little Hangleton felt like something he had learned for school. He remembered the underlined bits, but a lot of the rest was just gone. Though when he was actually talking to people, it all came back, sort of. Mom is right. I need to get back to Hogwarts. Harry got up with Ron and went back to desk and his homework. If he wanted to enter the 6th year, he needed to prove to everybody that he was as good as ever. And that meant ACEING the owls. Even herbology. Luna was on her hands and knees at the side of her bed, completely oblivious to the dirt she was rubbing into her dress as she peered at the little beetle that had been crawling along the base of the wall. It was very curious. She was almost certain that it was a species that was not native to England. She waved her wand to cast an immobilization jinx on the area around it as she glanced around for Someth. Ing to capture didn't want to harm the little guy, but beetles had always fascinated her and she desperately needed to know if this was indeed an Anoplophora glabripennis. Luna, a tentative voice called out from behind her. Luna ignored the other girl as she focused on maintaining the spell with one hand while she reached for the beetle with a repurposed drinking glass with the other. I would like to return your shoes. And to say that I am sorry. There was a loud clop as a pair of sandals dropped to the ground next to Luna, drawing her attention. I haven't seen those since the fall. The moment Luna's concentration wavered, the beetle exploded into a middle-aged woman with frizzy hair, who took off at a panicky run for the dorm exit. She ran right through the tremulous 6th year who had been waiting for Luna to acknowledge her apology, sending her sprawling. Well, that was exciting. Luna stood up and brushed off her knees before slipping on the sandals. With a nod to the other girl who was gathering herself up off of the floor, she headed downstairs. It was nice to have Neville back. Her things were all migrating back so much sooner than most years. She paused halfway down the stairs. One foot still raised. Does that mean that Neville affects the microclimate in Hogwarts? After several moments of consideration, she dismissed the idea as silly. I should get him something as a thank you. Maybe some chocolate. Single quote. Luna, the other girl called out again. I think we should report the intrude to our head of house. Luna looked up in surprise. Oh, I do think that would be a good idea. She changed direction for Flitwick's office. She could put off getting Neville chocolate until later. Actually, it would make sense to wait until Hogsmeade weekend, when she had access to Honeydukes. January slowly passed, with the 5th-year students struggling to keep afloat in a tide of unrelenting homework. Even Binns was assigning 2 essays a week. When Valentine's Day arrived, Ginny was in a quandary. Not because of classes, she was a 4th year, but about Colin. While they didn't really have a lot in common, he was so cheerful and puppy-like that he was growing on her. Despite his slight hero worship, especially after last semester, when she had been so depressed, it was nice to just hang out and have fun. But the issue at hand, right now, was that he had invited her to Hogsmeade again this coming weekend. Did that mean that they were officially dating? The problem was, he had invited her yesterday, so if they were dating, he wouldn't have a chance to get him a Valentine's Day present, and if they were dating she really should, and I'm sounding like an empty-headed hairspray girl. Ginny got up off the couch and stomped out of the common room. She hated that sort of girl. I'll go get some flying in, and that will fix things. Flying fixed most everything. As she rushed around a corner, she almost bounced off of Harry, managing to dance around him at the last moment. Harry, you're back. No, I'm just here to take some tests. He pulled a face and pointed to Snape, who was escorting him to the dungeon. Mr. Poe, TTER has not been in contact with me about his potions education, so I need to determine if his studies have been conforming to the curriculum. Snape scowled to emphasize the point and strode off. He had too much material to cover to dawdle. Harry gave a weak wave and raced after the potions master. He really had been lax about potions. Neither of his parents were terribly fond of the subject, and he had shown sufficient proficiency that they didn't bother assigning much homework for it. Let's see what you recall from your 4th year. Snape pointed to the blackboard. We don't have Tim. to actually brew more than a single potion, so we will commence with your recounting to me the order of operations for making the following 3. What followed was a brutal oral exam as Snape kept demanding more details, pulling more and more specifics out of Harry for how he would process each ingredient, down to the tiniest minutiae. Good. At the very least you appear not to have lost any ground. You will now use the remaining half-hour to concoct a deflating draught. The ingredients are on your sideboard. Snape would have preferred to have Harry get his own ingredients, like a real potioneer would. But in the end he had decided it would be more useful to model this test on the potion owl, where the ingredients were provided to the student. It was almost an hour later that Dumbledore arrived in the potions classroom to find Snape still instructing Harry, now on the fine details of brewing the befuddlement draught. Ah, Severus, I am glad to see that you are catching up with your favorite student. But Phileas is waiting for his chance to evaluate our Mr. Potter. Albus smiled in a grandfatherly way as he held out his hand as if to welcome Harry to follow him. Harry Blanche, D at his designation as Snape's favorite student. As he followed Dumbledore out of the classroom, he heard Snape mutter, "Is it wrong to once, just once, teach somebody who isn't too stupid to learn?" It was especially bad trying to teach teenagers occlumency, especially teenagers that were as self-absorbed as Ronald Weasley. After the charms evaluation, Harry went down to have lunch with his payers. By then he was more than ready for a break. But no sooner had he sat down at the Gryffindor table than Hermione Granger sat down next to him. "Hi, Harry, I heard from Neville that you were here to make sure that your education was on track." She pulled a stack of parchment 4 inches thick and dropped it on the table in front of him. "So to that end I went around to all the best students in your classes and asked them to duplicate their note. Of course, mine are in here as well. Hopefully with this as a study aid, you won't fall behind." Harry smiled bemusedly at the bushy-haired girl. "Hermione, you do realize that I'm not trying to learn all this on my own. My parents are teaching me." "Oh." Hermione deflated. There was a silence as she searched for what to say next. "Are you doing okay, Harry? I mean, I don't want to say anything against your family, but it can be hard to learn from your parents. I know if my parents were trying to teach me, I would go just spare." She tentatively pushed the stack of parchments towards Harry, as if hoping to sell him on the idea of studying on his own from her collected notes. Because they weren't just notes, they were an expression of her concern for his well-being. "It's okay. Flitwick says I'm on track for my owls. How are things here? Neville's told me some, but he's not really friends with Ron." Not that Harry was either, but he was genuinely worried about the doofus. It was pretty obvious that Voldemort wasn't going to give up on trying to kill him, and living under that sort of thing would be very stressful. "Oh, he's okay. He's upset with Umbridge, but we all are. He also has extra classes with Professor Snape, where he's supposed to learn how to keep Voldemort from sending him any more dreams or, worse yet, reading his mind." Hermione wet her lips, trying to think of a tactful way to change the topic to how Harry was doing. Harry didn't comment about how there wasn't anything in Ron's mind to read. "Snape's a pain in the neck. But he's actually a good teacher. You know how he tricked me into taking extra potions, under the pretext that I needed remedial classes. Well, my mom tested me as part of the homeschooling thing. And it turns out I'm at the 6th year level already. Wait, why did Snape trick you into taking extra potions? Because nobody in their right mind would ever want to do potions. Especially not with that guy. Ron slid into a seat on the other side of Hermione, grabbing a serving tray of pasta and pouring half of it onto his plate. Man, I love the pasta here. I don't know what the elves do, but they always make everything taste better. He shoved a large furkful into his mouth, oblivious to how Hermione tensed up at the mention of the Hogwarts elves. He's not wrong, and down on Harry's other side, Snape is a horror. How long are you going to be here? I have the astronomy exam this evening, so Mom arranged for me to spend the night. I'll get to sleep in my old dorm bed. Oh, trust me, you weren't missing anything. There's no silencing charm strong enough to stop Seamus snoring. Seamus just snorted in amusement without dignifying Neville with a reply. After lunch, Harry went to McGonagall for Transfiguration and Binns for History of Magic. He skipped being evaluated in Dada for obvious reasons, and he wasn't planning to take the care of magical animals, so he only stopped off at Hagrid's to say hi. Nevertheless, it was an intense afternoon, and he was ready for a break when dinner time rolled around. During the course of dinner, several more well-wishers swung by the Gryffindor table. "Hello, Harry." Luna stopped behind Harry on her way to her own table. Before continuing on, she turned to Neville and smiled. "And I will buy you chocolates next Hogsmeade weekend." Once she was out of earshot, Harry turned to his step-brother. "So how long have you two been official?" He pointed back and forth. Between Neville and Luna, man, he had thought that his bro, Thayer had a thing for the scary Slytherin girl. This was so much better. Official. Official what? Dating. Shish. Neville hissed, looking around to see if anybody overheard. If Daphne heard, she'd be hurt even though she would understand that there was nothing going on. And angry. "We're not dating. We're just friends." "Sure you are." But Harry let it slide. While he did feel a bit jealous that his brother had gotten a second girlfriend when he himself wasn't even certain how one went about the process of asking out a girl in the first place, he wasn't going to spoil it for him. Though he might tell Sirius. Let the master tease Neville. The following morning Harry joined the Gryffindors for one last meal before heading home. There was a weird disjuncture. While eating with Eve, Rybody in the Great Hall like this felt very normal, and whenever somebody spoke to him he automatically replied back in the appropriate fashion. He had no active memory of most of the people. It was only when they interacted with him that the knowledge of who they were surfaced from some recess of his mind. It made him realize how alone he was, back at the Potters. "I can't wait to come back for real." Harry watched as the students scrambled to get their mail as the owls swooped in. "I guess that's how they feel about the rest of the world, disconnected except for the once daily mail deluge." Though many no doubt preferred it that way. His musings were interrupted by a squawk from Hermione. "What are you about?" Ron turned to see what she was reading. Hermione whisked the letter out of sight. "It's nothing. Where did my mother get the idea that I'm dating?" Ron. Well, the letter had actually explained it, from her cousin. But how does Becky even know who Ron is? Hermione Tree. To remember the last time she had talked to her cousin. It had been early in the summer, and if she had said anything that could be misconstrued. "Harry, we need to go do something about Draco, G." Innie plopped into the seat opposite the Potter boys. Harry held up his hands in protest. "Jin, I'm here for just another hour. If you want to prank the Ponce, get my brother to help you." He jerked his thumb at the aforementioned brother. Neville was always up for something like this. He doesn't want to do it. Ever since he came back from America he's been timid. Neville almost choked on his eggs. "I'm not timid. It's just that I've realized that pranking Draco is immature and accomplishes nothing productive. And besides, it's my owl year, I don't have time." His refutation sounded very rehearsed. As if this was not the first time he had used it. Or as if somebody else had scripted it for him. Ginny rolled her eyes. Neville had turned into a wimp. Harry sighed and ran his hand through his hair, trying to diffuse the situation. "What were you planning to do, anyways?" "We get Draco into a compromising position and we take a photo with Colin's camera. I know that he hangs out in the third-floor gallery and bullies any younger kids that are dumb enough to use it as a shortcut. Why am I not surprised that Draco has gotten to be an even bigger prick than he was? After a moment, Harry added, "It looks like you have put a fair bit of thought into this. But there really is nowhere to hide in that gallery, it's just an outdoor corridor. How will Colin sneak up close enough to take a photo?" Ginny considered. "I'll just borrow the camera and climb up on the outside." "Ooh, Colin's letting you borrow his camera now," Neville made an amazed face. "Oh, shut up." Ginny threw a napkin at Neville as she blushed furiously. "It's just a camera." "Oh, it's not just a camera," Dean interrupted, "it's the essential essence of what makes Colin, Colin. And he's okay with you holding it in your hands." "Shut up." Ginny beamed him with a piece of toast. "Fine, I'll take care of it myself," and stormed off as Dean used a charm to clean marmalade out of his hair. "So, Ginny and Colin?" Harry asked. "Yeah, a couple of weeks now. See what you miss by being at home." "Yeah, I'll make sure to be back for 6th year." After breakfast, Hermione had a free, so she walked Harry back to the headmaster's office to flow home. "And don't forget to mail in your career choices form. McGonagall says that those are due at the end of March." She lectured as they walked. After a moment, she added, "I know everybody's been on top of you while you were here, but if you ever need to talk once you get back home, you know you can write to us." Harry nodded. Yeah, it was actually kind of nice. Everything felt so familiar. Though, he paused, though also different. "Well, it has been almost a year since you were here full time." Hermione smiled reassuringly. "Like what's changed?" "Like, no offense, but I remember you as being a lot more annoying. But you're a really nice person." Hermione blushed slightly. "Maybe you're just seeing things afresh, instead of relying on how they first appeared back in 1st year." Merlin. She had been a disaster as a firstie. "I don't think it's just that. Something's just feel different. Anyway, I'll see you later. I'll probably be here for Aneth. Evaluation in late March or early April." He stepped into the headmaster's office before popping his head back out, as he remembered something. "Oh, and Becky sends her regards. I'm not certain what else to tell you guys." George shrugged nervously. The study group all had copies of his textbook from 2 years ago, back when Remus Lupin was teaching the class, and they had gone over most of the material in it already. But they still had a month until the Owls and George was at loss what to do next. "I can show you guys some of the drills that they were using at Salem," Neville volunteered. He wasn't certain he remembered them exactly, but they had seemed pretty good when he was learning them. "I think the first one goes like this." It took him several tries to reconstruct the drills, but they were fun. And it filled the rest of the hour that they had allocated to the tutoring. As the students were all filing out, George snags him. "Hey, thanks for helping out. The pressu. Ree is killing me. I'm no good at coming up with stuff all the time, but it's Ron's all year and I want to make sure he passes." "Don't let him sell himself short," Angelina joined them, snagging George's arm. "It's not just Ron he's worried about." She gave George a tug. "Come on, let's get to dinner. This isn't working. Why don't you just give me a potion or something to keep him out of my mind?" Ron yelled. He had spent the past hour working with Snape on occlumency, under cover of taking remedial potions. And he had accomplished absolutely nothing, just like every other time. Snape was a horrible teacher and a horrid person. At this rate Voldemort could take over his mind and he wouldn't even know it. "You need to calm down, mister. We your problem all along," Snape began, but Ron interrupted him. "Calm down. That's easy to say, but can you control your emotions on command?" "It's not humanly possible." Snape rubbed his head. "That is what I am trying to teach you." He could feel a migraine coming on. The boy who never listened was still going on as Snape got up and walked over to the potion cabinet. "I need a mind-blanking potion or something. I know you can make something like that. Dumbledore keeps saying you're the greatest potion master ever." And Ron froze as Snape pulled out a small flash of bright blue liquid. "Is that it?" "No. This is for me. We are done for today." Snape poured himself a healthy slug into a shot glass he kept besides the flask for that very reason and downed it. "I should be sainted for working with these puling little wretches." Admittedly, most were not as belligerently stupid as Weasley. To say that Snape was not a people person was an understatement. But he made an effort, a mighty effort, so as not to disappoint Lily. Not the real one. He hadn't spoken to her in years, but the memory of her that lived in his head. It was all that kept him from poisoning the lot of them. Harry did not make it back to Hogwarts for an evaluation in March. Or April or any other time. Umbridge had gotten the minister to ban all non-students from the campus, to prevent disruptions to the education. So what are you going to do about your owls? Neville was again communicating with Harry via the mirror, but this time with a privacy ward around his bed. If Umbridge got wind that he had an unapproved communications device, he didn't know what she would do. But given that she had made Ron write lines with a blood quill for expressing an opinion she disagreed with, it wouldn't be good. It's not a problem. Mom looked into it, and there is a second testing site in London, for students who are not at Hogwarts. How about you? Do you think you're ready? Yeah, I think so. Even in Dada, I don't think I told you, but Umbridge is our headmistress. She's forced Dumbledore out yesterday. Neville was satisfied to see the shocked expression on Harry's face. Don't tell Mom and Dad. I don't want Mom pulling me out of school a week before owls. Lily tended to get overprotective. Who knew what she would do if she heard that the Toad was now running Hogwarts? Harry had suspected that something was going on. Mom was downstairs right now, flowing other parents, organizing a campaign to pull their kids out of Hogwarts and send them to the US if Dumbledore is not restored, but he hadn't had a chance to ask her about yet. Ud not talk to Lily when she was on a tear. Do you know what happened? The Toad finally found out about our study group, and went on a rampage about us violating school rules. She was threatening to suspend us for running an unsanctioned school activity, and for using school property without permission and yada yada. Dumbledore came to our defense, saying that he had approved the club and the use of school classrooms for it. And then the Toad really blew up. She started screaming about how he was undermining the authority of the ministry, corrupting the morals of the youth by allowing a tour. She called him a half-breed, into the castle, and that his lax attitude was destroying the discipline that moral children require. Mind you, this was in front of the entire study group. It ended with her invoking the ministry to take control of Hogwarts. It won't last. Dad has been talking about how Umbridge was already on thin ice, even though many of the more conservative families don't like Dumbledore. Her heavy-handedness and disrespect for Hogwarts traditions pissed them off. And Mom was on a tear. You did not want to be on the other side of one. It was safer to not even talk about it. Neville breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Hopefully, it will all be straightened out by next year. But I need to go cram some more for the history of magic. Next task, the owls. Harry replied with forced cheer. Department of Mysteries. Ron started awake, with a scream, his head splitting and heart pounding. It was the Christmas attack all over again. He looked around wildly and raced over to Neville. This was during the astronomy owl, and most of the students were finishing up their star charts, up on the top of the tower. Neville. He grabbed the other boy's arm. We have to go. My dad's been taken hostage. Mr. Weasley, sit down. There is an exam in progress. Professor Sinistra quickly swooped over to separate the boys. Neville looked over at Ron with annoyance. He had never really liked Ron. But the way he had acted when everybody thought that Harry was dead, he tamped his anger down. It's not his fault. H's father let him grow up as a spoiled jerk, and I'm just tired. He took a slow breath. It had been a long day, as he had also been cramming for the history of Magic Owl tomorrow, before turning back to his paper. He was almost done, and Ron had probably just had a nightmare. Everybody except the professor had seen him nod off. Ron allowed himself to be led back to his workstation. But after a few moments during which he scribbled almost illegibly, he pushed his parchment aside and ran out. He raced down to the Gryffindor dorms, slamming the portrait so hard that the fat lady looked incensed. Ginny. I need your help. Dad's been taken by Death Eaters. Ron ignored the curious looks directed his way. Ginny started up. She had been sitting with Colin on the loveseat. Are you certain? The room was half empty, as all of the younger students had already gone to bed. Yes, it's just like when he got bitten by the giant snake. It's even the same place. Ginny wasn't certain what to believe, but it was her dad. Okay, let's go. I'll go with you, Colin interjected. Let me just put my camera away. As always, it had been resting on the table next to him. He raced up the stairs, returning a minute later, pulling a sweater on. The remainder of Gryffindor watched in bemusement as the trio ran out the door. It's almost curfew, Cormac McLaggen called out after them. He wasn't certain where they were going, but he was certain that it'd make for an awesome story tomorrow. The Weasleys, well, the Gryffindor editions were trouble magnets par excellence. How are we going to get to the Ministry? Colin asked as they raced to the closest stairwell. George showed me a secret passage from just outside the Dada classroom to Honeyduke's. It's how he smuggles in all the goodies that he sells. The 2 fourth years followed Ron. They were almost to the classroom when Ron threw out a hand. Hide. As they pressed into a dark nook by a statue, Ron pointed ahead and whispered, I just saw Umbridge go into her classroom, and the door's still open. If we use the secret passageway, she will see us. So what do we do now? Ginny asked. That depends on what your goal is. Ron leapt up and almost shrieked at the lilting vice. He turned to see Luna standing behind them, watching them with bemusement. We need to get to the Ministry, to rescue my dad. Ginny explained. Luna nodded. This way. If Ginny needed her help, he wasn't going to ask questions. Maybe that way Ginny would be a little bit better of a friend. She led the way back in the opposite direction. Ginny followed promptly. But the secret passageway, Ron whined, looking between his sister and the spot opposite the Dada classroom, is not what you need. You don't actually need to get out of Hogwarts. Instead you need to procure transportation to the Ministry. That is where the Thestrals come in. Luna led the way down and out towards Hagrid's hut. The group was just coming out of the castle when they almost ran into Neville and Hermione, coming back from the Astronomy Owl. Where are you going? Curfew is in a few minutes. Ron and Ginny explained, each talking over the other. Neville looked at the group. Ron was an idiot, and Ginny could take care of herself, but he was worried about Luna. He sighed. Right, I'll come with you. Has anybody actually tried to contact Arthur, the voice of reason? The only flow is in the headmaster's office, Ron countered. And now that it was Demesnes of the Pink Toad, it was under lock and key. There's no way we're going to be able to get in. Yet it behooves us to try. If we go all the way to the Ministry and it turns out that he's safe at home. He's not. Ron interrupted desperately. Besides, they were already out on the grounds, and going up to the headmaster's office would waste a lot of time, even if they could get in. Though given that Umbridge was down in the defense classroom, maybe they could find some way to break in. Hey, what are you guys doing? Neville turned to see Draco and 2 of High's inquisitorial squad buddies coming their way as they did a circuit of the Hogwarts grounds. No more time. Luna, lead the way to the Thestrals. Neville took off running after the Ravenclaw girl. Oh, nay, of the inquisitorial squad cast an impedimenta jinx, which went wide as the caster had no practice casting on the run and not enough brains to pause for a moment. Ron turned around and retaliated with a tripping hex. And Ginny followed up with an incarcerus, neither of which hit their marks either, but at least they slowed their pursuers as they dodged out of the way unnecessarily. The teens were huffing by the time they reached the Thestral paddock. One of the inquisitorial squad boys had gone back for reinforcements, and they were now exiting the castle in force. Everybody, pair up and get on a Thestral. Help, I can't see them, Ginny replied. Here, I'll guide you. Luna helped each of the teens up onto one of the skeletal horses. It was a good thing that they were very placid creatures, as Neville and Ron were trading spells with the inquisitorial squad the whole time. Finally, everybody except for Ron and Neville were mounted. Ginny reached down and pulled her brother up as her Thestral took off. Luna galloped hers over and attempted the same with Neville, but her arms were too weak. He slipped out of her grasp and landed on the ground as her mount also flew into the air. He glanced up the way they had come. Several members of the inquisitorial squad were coming down the rocky slope behind the Quidditch pitch. One had twisted an ankle and was sitting on a boulder massaging it. And 2 others were incapacitated, tied up with conjured ropes. The Quidditch pitch. Neville raised his wand. Accio broom. Harry was always complaining how the Gryffindors ever bothered to lock their broom locker unless he did it for them. Now would be a really bad time for them to start locking it. A moment later, a broom swooped into his hand. Neville wasn't the flyer that Harry was. But he was pretty reliable, and he swooped up into the air, following the quickly disappearing figures on the invisible flying horses. Damn, I should let Harry know what's going on. But there was no way he could get to his mirror while on a broom. I'll do it once we land. Harry had just finished brushing his teeth when the two-way mirror buzzed. Hey, Neville, how was your astronomy owl? Harry had just flown home from taking his in the Wizarding Shadow Tower of London, which rose 8 floors above the tower that Muggles could see, and was an actual tower, and he couldn't wait to tell Neville all about it. Harry, that can wait. Neville looked to be on a city street. Ron says that his father is being held hostage in the Department of Mysteries, and he's taking a bunch of guys to rescue him. I'm coming along to keep them from doing anything stupid. Get Dad and the Order to come down as soon as they can. Can you ask Ron to wait? Dad's home, so it won't take long. No, the idiot isn't listening. He's just run down to the ministry. Entrance, and half the group followed him. Look, I got to go, or Luna might get hurt. As soon as the mirror clicked off, Ry tossed it on the bed and ran for his father's study. Dad, call the Order of the Phoenix together. Ron is doing something stupid. Within minutes, James was calling Sirius and explaining the situation to him while Harry repeated it to him's mother. Once James was done, he ended with, I'll call Shacklebolt and Alistar, you get Remus. Lily's trying to find Albus. Seeing the rescue party starting to come together, Harry ran upstairs to his room and grabbed a handful of coins and slipped several of the potions that he had made as part of his lessons into his pockets. By the time he came back downstairs, Remus was already at the front door. So, what's the plan? Harry asked. Remus looked in surprised. James, is Harry coming with us? Absolutely not, Lily replied as she came down from James's study. Followed by Dumbledore, James pulled his head out of the living room fireplace long enough to bark out an agreement before calling the next person on his list. As more people arrived, Harry stood tentatively at the edge of the crowd. He wasn't certain who all of his friends had gone with Ron, but he knew that Neville was there. There was no way that he was going to let his brother get himself injured. Nev might think he was really smart, but when it came to this sort of thing, he was as dumb as a Weasley. Harry ran upstairs to his room and grabbed his broom before darting into his father's study. He pulled open the bottom drawer of his desk. Inside was his dad's invisibility cloak. He grabbed a pinch of flow powder and tossed it in, Tower of London. Ron ran like his life depended on it. Because it did. Everything had gone wrong. They had arrived at the ministry to find it empty, and had no trouble making their way down to the 9th sub-basement, where the Department of Mysteries was located. And then the Death Eaters had ambushed them in the Hall of Prophecies. Ginny had managed to duck under a bookcase and knock it over, giving the other teens a chance to flee. Now, Ron, Ginny, and Luna were running through the Hall of Brains, though that probably wasn't its official name. Ron wasn't certain where the other three had gotten to. This way, Ron called as he pulled open a door. No, up here. Ginny clambered up onto a work table and yanked out the grate over a vent. After me. She jumped up and pulled herself in. Luna froze, not certain what to do. There was no way she could pull herself up like that. Here, let me give you a hand. Ron turned to the petite Ravenclaw. But just then the door behind them opened to reveal Jugson. Ron cast an Impedimenta Hex and ran for the other door, leaving Luna to her own devices. The Death Eater dodged the poorly aimed hex and retaliated with an Expelliarmus aimed at the dithering girl who was blocking his way. Luna stumbled backwards into the work table as her wand flew out of her hand. Her head hit the glass case of brains as she slumped to the ground, unmoving. There's another one up in the duct. Jugson called over his shoulder as ran after Ron. He cursed as he stumbled over the blonde girl, almost face-planting before he regained his balance. Earlier, Neville tried to slow the Death Eaters down, casting several stupefies at them as they chased after Ron out of the Hall of Prophecies, but then a pair broke off to attack him and it was his turn to run. As he did, he saw Colin standing behind a bookcase. Uncertain what to do. Run. Colin nodded and turned to run down the next aisle, only to come face to face with Dolohov. Before Colin could think of what to do, Dolohov jabbed his wand out and snarled a word in Latin. Colin's stomach exploded in a spray of blood and gore. The suddenness of it shocked Neville, but his legs never stopped running, carrying him on autopilot for the door. By some miracle, he made it to the round room of doors that acted as the foyer to the Department of Mysteries, and here he found Hermione. "I don't know which door is the exit," she wailed. Neville teleported the door he had come in through and turned to look at the others as they spun around. "It doesn't matter. Any door that isn't teleported is good enough." He pulled one open and the two teens ran into a dimly lit corridor. Earlier still, "Now hand over Todd boy." Hermione looked up in horror as a pair of Death Eaters stepped out from the shadows as soon as Ron picked up the Prophesy orb. She had never been very good at making quick decisions, and this was something that she had never, ever prepared for. This is exactly the situation that Professor Umbridge said we didn't need to know how to deal with, as we would never find ourselves in. "Run!" Ginny yelled as a bookcase at the front of the aisle toppled, momentarily blocking off the Death Eaters. Hermione ran, her heart hammering. She hadn't been this scared since 3rd grade, when Wendy Harrington and her goons had threatened to knock her off of the sidewalk into the street on the way home from school. She had never told her parents about that, because she was too embarrassed. Why am I thinking of that right now? Hermione remembered the way back to the foyer, but as soon as she stepped into that round room, everything spun. And memory served no benefit. As she stood, dithering, a door slammed open, scaring her half to death, but it was only Neville. He took the lead, racing through the unknown passageway. "I don't think this the right direction. Do you have a better idea?" Neville wasn't in the mood for a casual discussion. If Hermione didn't have something to offer, she should just shut up and let him think. It was hard enough to do that with the huge quantity of adrenaline coursing through his body. There was a sign for the Department of Education that way. Hermione pointed to WN, a corridor that branched off to the left. "And I know that there's an exit from there." Her parents had come here with her when they first received her Hogwarts letter, to clarify a few things. Our parents weren't ones to leave their only daughter's education to the whims of some bureaucracy, not without getting involved. "Okay, let's go." Neville changed direction and ran down the new corridor. The Department of Education should be several levels up from the Department of Mysteries, but that didn't mean anything at the Ministry of Magic. "Now, are we all here?" James demanded. The waiting was killing him. Neville was out there with a bunch of yahoos from school, running into who knows what. "I think so," replied Lily. Sirius was there with Remus, and Alastar had called in his apprentice, who had shown up with Bill Weasley of all people. James had been able to get in touch with Shacklebolt as well, and Albus rounded out their numbers. "Okay, remember the drill. We'll split into pairs to search. Non-Aurors pair with Aurors. If you need help, trigger your beacon, and somebody will portkey to your location." James distributed the beacons and portkeys to each member of the team. E-beacon was a simple leather bracelet with a charm on it, and the portkey was a pendant. The portkeys were keyed to go to any active beacon within a half-mile. Lily, Alastar, Sirius and Remus, Tonks and Bill, James counted off teams. He didn't like keeping romantic couples together, but nobody else knew Bill at all, and that could slow communication and endanger the team. "I'll go with Shacklebolt, and Albus will be backup. Let's go." Sirius threw flow powder into the fireplace. Ministry of Magic, emergency override Huffling Snodgrass. Auror office. Remus quirked an eyebrow at the CE of passwords but didn't say anything as Sirius redirected their flow to the Auror department, on the office chance that the Death Eaters had booby-trapped the main arrival point. Ginny shimmied into the ventilation duct. It was tight squeeze, even for a petite 14-year-old. "Come out of there," a gravely voice called from below the vent. Ginny's felt like ice water had poured into her bowels. "Shish." Jabbed her wand between her legs and cast a bad bogey hex back down behind her, but there wasn't enough room for the wand movements, so all she produced was a sickly greenish flash of light. "Hey, Crab, I got one up here," came the amused reply, "and she's spunky." The vent was too high up for him to easily cast spells down it, so Goyle stood on tiptoe and hooked his elbow up over his head. He couldn't get the motions right from that angle. He looked around for a book or something that he could stand on to get a little extra height. Ginny shimmied faster, not caring that she was teary-ing skin off of her knees and elbows as she tried to escape. she finally managed to make it around a bend and above what must be another room. Here the duct forked with one leg continuing on, while the other led to a portal to the outside, which was letting in the fresh air. Ginny desperately ripped at the grate covering that leg of the duct, tearing her fingernails in her panic before she remembered her wand. Climbing through the portal, she found herself on a narrow ledge along the Shadow Tower of London. It was just wide enough to let her slide 5 feet to the left, to a closed window which she alahomared open. It took her 2 tries, as the wind at this height was brisk, and kept threatening to rip her off of the wall. Only her experience in climbing kept her from plummeting to her death. Finally, she forced the window and slipped inside into a dark, empty room. She dropped to the floor and scuttled backwards until she had her back to a corner. Her first thought was that she had made it out alive, which was immediately followed by twisting, vicious sense of shame that she had left Luna behind. I didn't even try to stop and help her. Silent tears ran down her face. As Neville turned the corner, he almost hexed the figure coming from the other direction before he recognized Ron. "Where are Luna and your sister?" Neville asked as the 3 momentarily paused in their flight to take stock. "I don't know. They were behind me, but they got separated. We should keep going. There's a Death Eater not far behind." Neville nodded. Now wasn't the time to talk about where the others were, especially not with what had happened to Colin. He took a moment to look at the signs. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement is this way. The sign pointed to a set of stairs. "I know my way out from there." He took the steps 2 at a time. Hermione nodded. That was better than her one-half-remembered trip to the Education Department, and which, despite the signs, they had not been able to find. At the top of the stairs, Neville ran to the left, but Ron turned right. "Where are you going?" Hermione followed after him. "It's safer if we split up. There's more chance of us getting out while the Death Eaters try to figure out which group to follow." Hermione didn't understand that logic, but she knew that her brain wasn't working properly right now, so she followed after the boy who lived. They had been walking for several minutes when she finally asked, "Do you know where you're going?" "Yeah, I think so," Ron replied. He was pretty certain that he had seen an emergency exit sign pointing in this direction. The problem was that since most wizards could apparate, at least to their own home, wizarding buildings didn't have clearly marked fire exits. "This looks like a dead end." Hermione pointed down the path that they had been following. It led into a large room filled with a maze of cubicles, some the regular size, while others reached almost to the ceiling. "Let's go back." A sudden boom echoed through the building. "What was that?" Ron asked, crouching down and pointing his wand in all directions. "I don't know. It sounded like an explosion." "Do you think it's Voldemort?" RN whispered in terror. "Maybe it's the Order coming to our rescue. Neville did call them when we arrived." Ron was just opening his mouth to reply when they heard somebody approaching from the way they had just come. "Neville," he called out tentatively. The deeply spaced night lighting was too dim to see anything. But then the figures passed under one of the lights. It wasn't Neville. It was a pair of masked Death Eaters. "Stupefy!" Ron yelled out, but the Death Eater ducked aside and retaliated. A moment later Hermione followed up with a tripping hex before stepping backwards behind a cubicle wall. Soon, both teens were reader maze as they fired off spells to slow down their pursuers. But Hermione was right. The cubicle room was a dead end, and they were being forced further and further into it. Away from the single exit. One of Ron's spells clipped a Death Eater, sending his mask flying. "Why you?" Not snarled, raising his wand when he was hit in the side of the head by a bombarda. The other Death Eater immediately raised a shield as he whirled around, looking for the source of the attack. Harry flew down the side of the tower, racing for the entrance to the Ministry. It was close enough that you could see it from the tower. Once in the telephone booth, he calmly pronounced, "Harry Potter." To see Neville Longbottom, a visitor button clanked into the tray as the booth lowered into the ground. As it did, he threw the invisibility cloak over himself and tried to mount his broom in the crowded confines. He wasn't quite able to do it, but as soon as the door opened into the atrium he stepped out and kicked off the ground, floating up into the air. He carefully tucked the cloak around his legs and floated across the foyer. As he passed the grand mirror, he realized that the ends of the broom were sticking out from under the cloak. Oh, 4. Harry landed and shrank the broom so he could put in his pocket. And it had seemed like such a good idea. He sighed and walked carefully into the ministry. While he was invisible, he was not silenced, and certain detection charms would still spot him, at least according to his father. He had never before had a chance to experiment with cloak. Neville had said something about the Department of Mysteries, so Harry stopped by the directory to check. 1 floor down. The quickest way to get there was to use the lift. But Harry didn't want to be trapped in a little room with nowhere to duck or hide if there was a Death Eater waiting at the bottom. It's 1 floor, I'll take the stairs. He drew his wand and started down the closest set, stepping carefully so as not to make a sound, and holding the cloak tight about him. Several minutes later, he reached the next floor. It had taken much longer than expected. Either the 9th floor was much further below the 8th, or the stairs had skipped the 9th floor, and he was actually Merlin knows where. As soon as he stepped out of the stairwell, he started looking for any sign. He finally found one, saying, "Horror office." Harry groaned. I knew this place looked familiar. His dad had told him that all the stairs were all magic to go to specific floors. And if you didn't know your way around you would quickly get lost on them, but he hadn't realized that a down staircase could bring you up 6 floors. He was just turning to head back up the stairs when he heard an explosion from an office down the hall. Harry carefully crept towards the source of the noise. As soon as he was able to peer inside, he got down along the floor and peered in really low. Inside there were a pair of masked Death Eaters rummaging through a blasted open safe, picking out charred papers. You put too much power into that spell, one of them grumbled. I did not. It must have been spelled to explode if somebody forced it open. The other replied before throwing the badly damaged pages to the ground in frustration. At this rate we're going to have nothing to show for the mission. Returning to the Dark Lord empty-handed was not something that engendered long life. The first Death Eater shrugged. Maybe we can go help look for the kids. I saw a couple run to this floor. Kids, growled the other. Puling little rats, and we aren't allowed to Avada Kedavra them until we have the boy who lived. Harry had heard enough. If some of his friends were on this floor, he would start his search here. He silently withdrew. Harry was just heading back to the Horrors department when he spotted another pair of Death Eaters skulking down a corridor. Maybe I should stupefy them. But if he missed, he would have a fight on his hands, and he wasn't here to fight the Death Eaters but to make sure that his friends were safe. He was just turning to leave when he saw a fight break out. The Death Eaters rushed to one side as a spell flashed by them. That must be Neville and company. Harry made his way to the end of the short corridor. Spells were splashing all over, so he didn't dare charge in as yet. When the fighting shifted out of the passageway, he ran to the far end, but the Death Eaters and their opponents were gone. The room at the far end was a maze of narrow aisles between cubicles. There was no way for him to sneak up on the Death Eaters in that mess. Harry took out his broom and unshrunk it. Once he was floating near the ceiling, well above the cubicles, he could see Ron and Hermione facing off against the 2 Death Eaters. Ron knocked the mask off a one, revealing Cantankerous Knot. The vicious old man was just raising his wand to cast at Ron when Harry's carefully aimed bombarda caught him in the side of the head. As the other Death Eater whirled around, looking for this new attacker, Harry pulled his cloak tight about himself and drifted his broom deeper into the shadows so that the protruding ends wouldn't be visible. Sirius had impressed on him that Voldemort's lieutenants were all skilled duelists. And Harry had no interest in dueling somebody on Sirius's level. But there were ways of fighting that did not involve dueling. When the Death Eater was looking the other way, Harry flicked a handful of nuts at him, transforming them into sickles as they flew, the sharp and pointy kind. The Death Eater leapt out of the way of the attack at the last minute, throwing himself to the ground. Oh, hard that his mask came of revealing Rastabin. He quickly rolled to his feet, staggering slightly from where one of the sickles had bit into his thigh. He still wasn't certain where the attack's coming from, though, as Transfiguration didn't leave a telltale flash unless you overpowered it. Ron took the opportunity to cast a stunner at the Death Eater, but it was a feeble spell that the Dark Wizard easily batted aside with his wand. But before he could do anything else, the sickles turned into cobras and slid towards him. Rastabin growled in frustration and dispelled them, but then almost Lost his footing as a tripping jinx from Hermione caught his right leg. A sudden indoor windstorm picked up papers from the surrounding desks and threw them as Rastabin, who conjured a flame to disperse them. But the flame had no effect on the steel darts that had replaced the papers and flew towards him, forcing him to shield. He stopped most of the darts, but a couple slipped through, one sliding across his ribs, leaving a painful gash, and another burying itself in the meat of his upper arm. While the pain was distracting him, a second tripping jinx sent him staggering, which is all that saw Ved his life as the desk he had been standing next to just missed biting his leg off. He kicked hard, ripping his leg free the clutches of the desk, leaving part of his pant leg behind. The now bare leg was bleeding profusely from several deep scratches, and Rastabin still had no idea who his third opponent was, or where they were. Seeing the Death Eater on the ropes, Hermione and Ron stepped up their assault. Paying less attention to hiding, Rastabin gave a roar of frustration as he cast a purple curse at Hermione and ran for the exit. Hermione screamed in pain as a bubbling goo splashed across her torso and neck, all the way up to her cheek. "You bastard!" Ron yelled and raced after the injured Death Eater. Harry took a split second to assess the situation and landed next to Hermione. Aquamenta. The gush of water washed off most of the goo, but where it had hit skin it refused to come off. Hermione was gasping as she lay slumped on the floor. Harry couldn't tell if it was from pie or if she was having difficulty breathing. In a panic, Harry rummaged in his pockets for anything that could help. He pulled out the soothing potion that he had made earlier this year. It was supposed to be drunk, but Mabon next to Hermione and dribbled it over her neck and face and the last little bit over her right hand, which she had used to desperately claw at her burning face. He spread it with a wadded-up parchment, spreading it to wherever the goo was. The bubbling subsided, revealing red and raw flesh underneath. Hermione was breathing in small desperate gasps, and her eyes were staring up at the ceiling. Not focusing on anything, Harry took Hermione's good hand. "It's me, Harry, you're going to be okay." He avoided looking down to the left, where he could see Knott's lower body just visible past a cubicle wall. Hermione clenched down so hard on his hand that all of his fingers were mashed together. He had been planning to just reassure her for a moment and then go look for Ron and the others. But there was no way he could leave her now. Harry made himself comfortable next to her. "My father and the Order are coming. Just hold on for a little bit. We'll get you out of here and take you to St. Mungo's. They'll fix you right up." Hermione's breathing calmed down, becoming slower and deeper. "Harry, it hurts," she rasped. "I know. Help is coming." Harry patted her clenched hand with his free one. He didn't dare touch any other part of her, partly for fear that he had missed some of the goo, and partly because any motion caused her pain. "I can't see. Harry, I can't see." "There's nothing wrong with your eyes, they look as good as ever. It must be a side effect of that spell. Don't worry, St. Mungo's will be able to fix it." Harry didn't know if that was true, but there wasn't any damage to her eyes, so the chances were good. "You have very nice eyes, you know," he rambled as he quickly tried to think of something to distract her from her situation. They sat like that for a good half hour. Part way in, Harry heard a loud crash, and the sound of spell fire, but then it got quiet. Eventually Bill Weasley and Nymphadora Tonks found the two of them. James glowered at his son. He didn't know what to say. On the one hand, he was proud of how he had gone on ahead to fight for his friends and of how well he had done it. On the other, his boy had directly ignored his instructions and placed himself in an extremely dangerous situation. Lily was also feeling conflicted, but her way of responding was to alternate between berating Harry and hugging him. Harry was not enjoying either one, but he was too shell-shocked to complain. Neville had managed to make his escape by going to bed as soon as they got back, saying that he was too exhausted to talk. Harry didn't take the easy way out. He wanted to know what had happened to all of his friends, especially. They just found Ginny. Lupin flew in. They were all gathered at Grimmauld Place, which was acting their staging area as the Order helped search for the missing teens and coordinated with the Ministry and the media. And there was media. Voldemort had come out of hiding to help his Death Eaters. Just in time to get into a duel with Albus. and the entire spectacle had been seen by ministry officials that had come in response to the various alarms that the fighting had triggered. Is she okay? Harry freed himself from his mother. Should I go visit her? Harry felt guilty. He had been present as the other teams had been brought out and taken to St. Mungo's. He had insisted on staying and exchanging a few words with each, to reassure himself that they were still alive. But after an hour, he had relocated to Grimmauld Place, with Ginny still missing. No, she and her brother are going home to rest, Remus responded, and Arthur said that he was going to lock down the burrow and not take any visitors for a while. I think nearly losing yet another child has been very traumatic for him. Wouldn't it be for any parent? Lily attempted to pull Harry in for another hug, which he just managed to avoid. So Ron is done speaking to the reporters. The boy who lived had taken the opportunity to present his take on what had happened. Yeah, he spoke surprisingly well, calling for unity against Voldemort. I think Albus had coached him. Harry nodded and yawned. It was past midnight, and the adrenaline that had been fueling him had run out. You should go to bed. James finally spoke. Come on, I'll walk you up to one of the guest rooms. As Harry went into the guest room, James added, you did the right thing. Both you and Neville, I'm proud of you. Just don't scare me so much next time, okay? Okay. Inside the room, Neville was still awake, staring up at the ceiling lost in thought. Hey yourself. That was pretty awful. Yeah. After a moment, Neville added, I saw Colin die. Harry nodded. I don't know what to say to that. Or to the fact that he had killed a man. Cantankerous would have killed Ron if he hadn't interfered. It was clearly the right thing to do. But he still felt. He didn't know how he felt. Me either. I'm glad everybody else is going to be okay. How is Luna? I saw you talking to her. She took a nasty blow to the head, but the healers said that she's going to be fine. Maybe she'll stop obsessing about all her weird creatures. Neville snorted. Maybe. The conversation, if you could call it that, died down for several minutes before Harry added, they found Ginny. Yeah, I heard, and that was that. There really wasn't much to talk about. At least not that the two Potter boys were ready to deal with. Ginny lay curled up on her bed. It seemed like she had been doing a lot of that lately. The trip home had been horrible. Colin was dead. One of the Aurors had mentioned it when she had pressed him. But her father had whisked the entire family away before she could find out any more. When he was in this sort of mood, even Bill didn't argue with him. Once back at the burrow, Ron had paced, ranting about how incompetent Fudge was, and how it was all his fault, and how if the Ministry had accepted that Voldemort was back last year when he had warned them, then none of this would have happened. And he wasn't wrong, but he was also missing part of it. The fact that what had happened had hurt. But all he could think of was what the minister should do next. Bill wasn't much better. He was in the flow as soon as they got back, communicating with the Order as well as messaging other warders about coordinating repairs to the Ministry. And her dad had taken a potion for his migraine and collapsed in bed. He didn't deal well with stress. Ginny forced herself up out of bed and shambled down to the kitchen. If I stay in bed, I'll never get up. She poured herself a glass of milk and found an unopened tin of cookies. They were the cheap butter cookies from Christmas that nobody liked, but she pried it open and a couple as she half listened to her brothers in the other room. Suddenly her head whipped around as she have heard Bill say something into the flow. She raced into the living room. What's this about Harry? She demanded. She knew that Neville and Luna were okay, and that Hermione was at St. Mungo's. But what did Harry have to do with this? He showed up with the Order. He helped out. Bill responded. Was he hurt? Is he okay? A kid like him fighting against Death Eaters was insane. Hopefully he stayed back. He's fine. Ron interrupted. I saw him after it was all over at the Ministry. He was just checking on everybody, making sure that they were okay. Ginny's shoulders relaxed back down. Oh, that makes sense. That sounded like him. Harry was a good guy. Hey, Ron, Dumbledore wants to talk to you. He's going to come though. Quote. Ron immediately lost all interest in Ginny, straightening up and adjusting his clothes. He must want to start planning the war against Voldemort. Hello, Miss Granger. We're going to have to sedate you so that we can start regrowing your skin. Don't worry, It's pretty straightforward, but you'll probably have a reddish discoloration from the spell. What about my eyes? Hermione didn't care about that. She had long ago accepted that she wasn't going to win any beauty contests. We already took care of that, but it will take a while for them to LL probably need glasses for the next few months. Okay. Hermione paused. Are my parents here? Yes, you can see them, I mean talk to them, after the operation. Then let's get started. 6th year romance. Author's note. Part of my characterization of Ron is to highlight that Dumbledore's placing of Harry with the Dursleys, i.e. away from the magical world, was actually the lesser of two evils. And everybody who has provided feedback, thank you. I often do incorporate your comments, even if in a very minor way, to flesh out details that I did not make as clear as I thought I had, or to improve some interaction. Start. Ginny was laying on her bed, staring up at her ceiling when there was a knock on her door. Come in. She didn't even bother asking who was there. Hello Ginny, I think your bed needs a break. Let's go shopping. Ginny turned her head to look incredulously at Luna. It was the middle of summer, and she hadn't seen her since the disastrous battle at the Department of Mysteries. Actually, she hadn't seen much of anyone, as she rarely left her room. Though her father had mentioned that Luna had gone home after spending the night at St. Mungo's. With magic, her injuries had been minor. Why are you dressed like that? Luna was wearing shorts and a t-shirt with I Heart NY on it. Because we are going shopping, and after considerable research, this is the appropriate attire for such. Ginny opened her mouth and then closed it, lost for words for how to respond to such a patently absurd situation. Why shopping? I don't really do shopping. Neither do I, but shopping is a classic self-soothing ritual carried out by young women, so it will be an appropriate action to take at this juncture. Ginny got out of bed. Shouldn't you be talking about crumpled horn Snurkax or something? Luna gave her friend a puzzled look. Snurkax deal with stress by smashing their heads repeatedly into a rock. That would be completely inappropriate for humans. Especially girls. After a moment of thought she added, though your brother does appear to find that experiencing soothing. Ginny snorted. She had been avoiding Ron all summer. She had literally not said a word to him. Not that he had noticed. Since this year Ron was having better luck at getting people to pay attention to him than the last. In addition to a deluge of fan mail, that Skeeter woman had come by twice to interview him. Which had been a joy. Ginny had hidden upstairs the whole time. From your clothes, I assume we're going Muggle. Yes, the point of shopping is to look at and acquire things that you couldn't possibly need, and what better place to do that than Muggle London? Ginny smirked. I don't think you quite have the concept, but whatever. Give me 5 minutes to change, and we'll flow to London. A half hour later, the two teens emerged from the leaky cauldron, heading for the closest bus stop. Soon, they were walking down Oxford Street, peering into window displays. If I'm converting pounds to galleons correctly, everything here is insanely priced. Ginny whispered to Luna, who would want to buy this stuff? And some of it, she couldn't understand why you would even want to wear it. Shoes with heels long enough to stab somebody with, or pants that came with holes already in them. Muggles were weird, and despite her claims of interest, Luna was ally spending more times watching the pigeons than the stores. Did you see that? That one had to stop and ask permission of the gang boss before coming to scrounge in this territory. Luna nodded at a pigeon, careful not to point at it so as not to distract it from its pecking. Luna, pigeons don't have street gangs. Besides, pigeons aren't violent. Not with people, but they're plenty viscous when it comes to other birds. Ginny was just opening her mouth to reply when she pulled Luna to a stop and pointed into a little park that they were passing. Isn't that Neville? Luna squinted. Yes, it would appear to be. But I was not aware that he had a Muggle girlfriend. Hey, Daphne, Neville called out as the Slytherin girl stepped out of the bus. Where do you want to go today? Anywhere. I don't care. She sounded despondent. Is everything okay? Yes, well no, not really, but there is nothing you can do about it. So we might as well ignore it and enjoy the day. Neville opened his oath to refute that charge. He could help with anything, before closing it. If this had to do with girl things, then it wasn't something he knew anything about. Or wanted to know. Maybe. But if you want to complain anyway, I'll listen, he offered with a sickly smile, not certain what he was getting himself into. But Daphne had listened when he had needed to talk about Colin, so this was only fair. Daphne sighed. My parents have been on my case all summer. They are nervous about the future. Our family has always avoided politics, walking carefully between the pureblood factions and the progressives. And after what happened at the ministry, my dad wants to make sure that we don't give offense to anybody. He's checking everything. It's like living in a police state. Daphne had, and T even noticed that they had ended up at an ice cream cart until Neville handed her a cone. Thanks. So, what about Hogwarts? Will we be able to hang out at all? Neville steered them towards a bench. Last year they had ended up writing letters to each other almost daily, but they had only managed to hang out in person twice, once during a Hogsmeade weekend, and the other time was right before finals, when they had both been too stressed to worry about social improprieties. Daphne gave another loud sigh. You know what? I don't care anymore. I'm done. We're going to be 6th years. Who's going to hassle us? The 7th years. They're all going to be so busy getting ready for their newts or for the real world that they won't care. She leaned over and out of the blue kissed Neville. Let's make it official. She had learned that you had to be decisive if you were going to succeed in life. Boyfriend, girlfriend? Neville asked, wiping the ice cream smear from his face. Not that he minded, but he hadn't really considered how his friends or stepfather would react to him dating a Slytherin. There would be complications. Sorry. Daphne looked abashed, reaching up to help wipe away the mess. But yes, okay. Neville smiled weakly. He didn't have to tell people right away. He would break it to them slowly. He would start with his brother. Hello Neville. Who is this? Neville jerked around to find Ginny Weasley approaching with a smirk, trailed by Luna. The smirk crashed and burned as she got closer. Daphne. Oh, Merlin. Ginny was a Weasley. That was blindingly obvious. What was also blindingly obvious was that she had no talent at all for keeping secrets. And Ron was the absolute last person that Neville wanted to learn about him and Daphne. The Order of the Phoenix meeting was running long. As everybody reported on Death Eater activity. There was a lot to report, but not much that they could do about it. Finally, Dumbledore called a halt. I think Hat's all the major incidents that we have direct knowledge of. As we are now moving into the realm of speculation, I say that we adjourn for now. One moment, Albus, James interrupted. We have all heard the prophesy, that Ron, as the boy who lived, will have the power to vanquish Voldemort. And unfortunately, so has Voldemort. That makes him a target. I don't know if there is anything special about that boy. But his life is going to be at risk. He is perfectly safe at Hogwarts. James didn't mention all the incidents that had happened at Hogwarts recently, like his own son almost dying. Nevertheless, Ron is not always at Hogwarts. I would like to set up some safety measures, such as guards whenever he's not at school, and maybe a safe house in case of emergency. There was a mutter of approval from the other members. Dumbledore nodded. What you say is quite reasonable. Can you take care of it? James nodded. I'll set up a rotating watch on OT able to capture one child. Voldemort stalked the room, glaring at his Death Eaters. One 15-year-old boy, with no training, managed to elude you and prevented you from capturing the prophesy. You told us not to kill him, replied one of the new recruits. It came out as a whine. Crucio. Voldemort stabbed his wand out, causing the whiner to writhe in pain. Do not speak unless you have something to offer. The other Death Eaters nodded mutely. Again, Harry demanded. Sirius nodded and started casting a series of bludgeoners at him. Harry ducked to the side and retaliated with a blasting curse of his own, which hit the wall as Sirius dodged out of the way, spraying shrapnel into the air, which Harry immediately transfigured into steel darts. Sirius knocked those aside and retaliated with a disarming hex, which almost hit Harry. Despite the miss, Harry still staggered before righting himself with a jerk. Stop, Sirius called out. That's enough for now. That one almost hit you. We've been going for almost an hour, and we're both getting sloppy. Somebody's going to get hurt. Harry looked like he was going to argue but then slid down to the floor and summoned a water bottle. Yeah, I guess you're right. After chugging half the bottle, he continued, I was thinking of running a dueling club at school. I know it's usually run by the Dada professor. But given our luck, the chances of the next one not being either a buffoon or a Death Eater is pretty slim. Do you think I'm qualified? Sirius nodded. Kid, I was going all out at the end there. Skill-wise, you're on par with most Aura recruits, and you have more power than most. In addition, your Quidditch training makes you a hell of a lot faster than most duelists. Sirius took a sip of his own water as he considered, obviously, teaching isn't about being the best. But as long as you remember the theory that your dad and I drilled into you as well, you should do fine. As Harry beamed, Sirius added quickly, but don't spend all your time on this. You should continue with Quidditch, and it's really about time you got a girlfriend. Wait, what, Harry? Your dad was mooning over your mom for over a year by this point, and don't even ask how many girls I had managed to get into a broom cupboard by the end of 6th year, though if you need recommendations on out-of-the-way spots, I can give you a map. That's normal behavior for teenage boys. Sirius took another sip, even if you're batting for the other team. Though I can understand the need to be a little more circumspect in that case. What? No, I like girls. It's just that I don't know any girls, really. He kind of thought Cho Chang was pretty, but having seen how she acted towards Luna, he wasn't interested in asking her out. Luna was kind of nice, in her own strange way, but Harry was pretty certain that Neville was dating her, and he didn't want to interfere. And who else was there? Okay, just checking in. I know that your dad wants to know if there are any girls that you're interested in. But he's too much of a wuss to ask about your personal life. And so he should be. Harry retorted, incensed. His father had no business asking personal questions like that. Sirius was barely okay. But that was because he didn't care about propriety. This was the man whose animagus form was a dog. You didn't get less dignified than that. Sirius paused, before adding slyly, just so you know, I've keyed the wards to Grimmauld Place so that you can bring a guest there with you. It's a sight better than a broom closet. Are you worried about sending Harry back to Hogwarts? Lily asked as she helped James wash the dishes. Do you mean about his safety, or his emotional well-being? Both, obviously. Yeah, I was just breaking the problem down into chunks. In terms of safety, Sirius and I have been pushing him pretty hard on his self-defense. I can't promise he won't be in any danger, but it's a dangerous world, and with his skills, he'll be as safe as I can make him. And Neville will be there. They will look out for each other. James paused in thought. Also, Hogwarts is not usually that dangerous. It's just because Ron's there. Being the boy who lived puts a target on him. And anybody close by is liable to be collateral damage. Lily nodded, but she didn't even think of warning Harry to avoid Ron for that reason. That's not how Potters lived their lives. And the other thing, James shrugged awkwardly as he floated a wet bowl to Lily to dry and stack. I think he's doing fine, but we're both biased, so I asked Sirius to chat with him about regular, teenage things. And see if he's on an even keel. He'll tell me all about it over beers this evening. She was hideous. Hermione adjusted the scarf as she examined herself in the mirror. She shouldn't have worried so much about her eyesight. It was coming back nicely, and the glasses made her look dignified. Like a professor. But the spot where the spell had hit her was stained a deep purple, like ink had spilled on her. It covered half her face and most of her neck. She tried hiding it with the silk scarves that her mother had bought for her, but they wouldn't stay up, and it was far too warm for a turtleneck. Maybe once I'm back at Hogwarts, I can use some kind of illusion magic. I bet Lavender knows some. After all, illusion was just an extension of makeup, and Lavender knew all about makeup. That was all she knew about. But in the meantime she felt like hiding in her room. Hermione took a deep breath and steeled herself before walking downstairs. Both her parents were at work, as it was 10 o'clock on Monday, so nobody would see her if she flamed out. She opened the front door and strode out down the sidewalk, heading for the library. It was a balmy July day. Weren't a lot of people on the street at this time. It was too late for adults who had to be working, and too early for teens who didn't. A few kids ran by, but they didn't spare her a glance. The first test would come later, when she was checking out the books. But she was a Gryffindor, she could handle it. She took another deep breath to calm herself, careful not to hyperventilate. If that went well, Tomorrow she would take the bus into the town center and get a coffee. Neville, Harry, owls are here, Lily called as she sorted through the mail. Most of it was work-related, for her. Even though it was the summer holidays, she still had plenty to do. As the principal, she had to get her school ready for the coming year, which was made all the tougher by her sudden sabbatical this past year. Neville was downstairs, lounging on the sofa with a book. Did it bring me something? Wait, you mean owls? He dropped the book and shot up off the couch. Where's Harry? The two of T.H.M. had an agreement. They would open their owls together. I think I saw him head out back. Neville tore out into the backyard. Godric's Hollow was a wizarding village, so it was no surprise to see Harry up on his broom, flying through a jerry-rigged obstacle course between the trees and then down to the nape of the earth and back up and over the neighbor's steepled roof. Harry, owls, Neville, finally managed to attract his brother's attention. A few minutes later, the two boys had torn open their letters. Okay, how many O's? Neville asked. 4. 4 as well, and any exceeds expectations. 1, and a trio of acceptables. Both Harry and Neville had been taking a lighter load of classes, with just one elective each. It had been the source of an argument between them and their mother back in third year. Lily sighed. Despite allowing the two to get away with only taking 8 classes, they had not actually concentrated extra hard on them, as they had promised her back then. She had known that this would happen. But James had insisted that extracurriculars were also important. Well, that's still pretty good. And many professors accept students with an E for their NEWT classes. So what was your E in? Neville asked. One of mine was in Dada, and it's a miracle I pulled that out, given umbrage. He didn't tee on that he had actually gotten 3 exceeds expectations, so his overall score was higher. Mine was arithmancy. I got an O in defense. Neville groaned. I should have had Sirius come teach me as well. But the disappointment didn't last long. Oh well, let's go into town. Watch her. Ron looked up blearily at the warning, just barely avoiding walking into his brother's girlfriend. Why are you so cheerful and awake? He grumbled, stumbling towards the kitchen. Hen in desperate hope that there was some breakfast on the stove. Realistically, he'd be lucky if there was anything worth making in the icebox. One result of having a family of almost all males, with most of them being teenagers, was that there was never any food in the house. Because it's 10 o'clock, and because of the miracle known as coffee, she showed him her mug. Tonks slept over most nights. George had been scandalized, claiming that his father was a hypocrite for allowing it after all the talks he had given the boys about the importance of getting married first, but Arthur had pointed out that Bill was an adult. And since Tonks was an Auror and a member of the Order, he felt better having her around. George still grumbled, but he had also secretly stopped by the druggist to purchase a package of condoms for when he got back to Hogwarts. After all, what was sauce for the goose was sauce for the gander. He was an adult as well. You got mail. Tonks pointed to the entrance table before heading upstairs to get dressed for work. She had the afternoon shift today. Ron detoured over to snag the pair of letters. The first was his owls. He surreptitiously glanced side to side to make sure that nobody was watching and opened it. Astronomy. A. Care, creatures. E. Charms. E. Dada. A. Divination. P. Herbology. E. History, magic. A. Muggle studies. O. Potions. E. Transfiguration. E. Well, I got 1 O. And it's the same one Dad did, so he can't yell at me for it. Owls were overrated anyways. He was the boy who lived. He would be busy fighting Voldemort, and regular school wasn't going to teach something like that. He quickly folded up the letter and shoved it into his pocket. He then paused and pulled out the second letter. In the excitement of the moment he had forgotten about it. It was from the minister's office. As he read it over, Ron's eyes bugged out. Harry landed his broom and examined his obstacle course. He could do better. He used the new animation charm that he had learned to set the pines in the backyard into motion, swaying with their branches waving. One more run through, and then I'll hit the gym. Despite his protestations to the contrary, Ari was anxious about heading back to Hogwarts. Especially about Quidditch. He was going to have to retry out of the Gryffindor team, and that was the one thing he hadn't worked on at all over this past year. And even fourth, Year had been mostly a wash, as he had played just a handful of pickup games of Quidditch. The team was his home away from home, so his not being on it was inconceivable. Of course, that was true of Hogwarts in general, which is why when he wasn't flying, he ran defense drills and skimmed his textbooks. Though honestly, at this point it wasn't really because he felt he needed it, but because it kept him from thinking about September. Would he remember everybody? Would people accept him? Would he be able to keep up with the subjects? Objectively, he knew the answer to all of these was yes. But that didn't help the anxiety. Besides, what else was there to do? His parents were working, and Neville, he wasn't certain what Neville was up to. We should go to the movies or something. When he gets back from wherever he is. Harry shrugged and kicked off, racing at full speed just inches above the grass. And that was the summer. It was slow and uneventful, and it allowed the teens who had gone to the ministry to heal from their wounds, both physical and emotional. But finally, it was September 1st. Wow, it's worse than usual, Neville commented as they entered platform 9 3/4. In addition to the usual press of students and parents, there was a heavy aura presence. The new Minister of Magic, Rufus Scrimgeour, was not taking the threat of Voldemort lightly. "See anybody we know?" Harry asked. Neville was a good head taller than him and could actually see over some of the adults. Not that Harry was short. 5'10" was perfectly fine, especially for a seeker. But he wasn't a watchtower like Neville, either. "There's Ron and Hermione. She's dressed like some sort of Hollywood actress, with big sunglasses and a bunch of silk scarves. She actually doesn't look frumpy anymore." "Yeah, well, I'll believe that when I see it." "What about the other Weasley, the one that isn't a Pia?" "Ginny. Can't see her, but she's short." "I think I see Dean." Harry steered them towards the train. He wouldn't mind saying hello to Hermione and checking to see how she was doing after the ministry, but he didn't want to deal with Ron. As they approached the train, chatting with Dean about last week's Quidditch scores, Neville suddenly turned to the side. "Go on ahead. I just saw someone I want to catch up with." Harry waved and continued on to the back compartment that had become his, to find that it was already occupied. "Hey, I was just wondering where you two were." Harry greeted Ginny and Luna. The two girls were looking at a magazine that the blonde Ravenclaw was holding. If it had been Parvati and Lavender, he would have assumed that they were poring over a copy of Witches Weekly or some other fashion magazine, but he had never seen these two in such a pose before. "What have you got there?" Ginny pulled away, muttering embarrassedly, "Nothing. It is a magazine on female mating behaviors," Luna replied and held it up. It was indeed a copy of Witches Weekly. As Harry took a seat, the door slid open again and Ron poked his head in, accompanied by Hermione. Hi, Ginny. I'm going to head up to the front of the train. To the prefect's car." He pointed to the prefect's badge that was pinned proudly on his chest. Once he had made sure that everybody had had a good look, he turned to go. As he did, his gaze was drawn to the discoloration on Hermione's face before skittering away. He couldn't keep from glancing at it. It was like some sort of roadkill, gross yet strangely compelling. "Come on," he added gruffly, to cover his embarrassment. Hermione hung back for a second. She wanted to talk to Harry, to thank him for staying with her at the Department of Mysteries. That had been the most terrifying experience of her life. The only reason that she hadn't lost her mind was Harry, but she wasn't certain what to say. She just stood there like a deer in the headlights as Harry gave her a questioning look and a sardonic smile. After a moment she just gave him a nod and trailed after Ron. "Where's your brother, incidentally?" Ginny asked as the embarrassing Burke that was her older brother shambled off in search of others people to impress. "No idea. He ditched, saying that he would meet me inside." Luna nodded. "He must have gone to meet up with his girlfriend." "Wait, what?" Harry's head spun around so fast that Ginny thought it was going to come right off. At one point Harry had thought that Neville was dating Luna, but that was obviously wrong. Besides, he hadn't seen any indication over the summer that Nev was dating anybody. He hadn't been mooning around the house or writing letters or anything. At least not when Harry had been looking. "Neville isn't dating any." He was interrupted when the compartment door slid open again. "Hey guys." Neville stepped into the compartment, followed by Daphne Greengrass. "You got room for two more?" Harry's eyes flicked down. Yes, they were holding hands. Harry's jaw hit the floor. Ginny smirked. Harry was usually so smart and put together, that it was reassuring to her self-esteem to see that he really was clueless about something. She elbowed Luna and pointed at Harry. Luna reached out across the compartment and gently pushed up on his chin. Harry, your esophagus is a new nesting site for your raxperts. You should close your mouth now. When did this? Harry waved vaguely towards Neville and Daphne. Start. Officially. In July. Unofficially. Well, that's complicated. After that, things calmed down and the students all caught up on what they had been doing over the summer. You should watch out for Theodore not. Ever since his father was killed in the ministry he's been on a rampage. Daphne added, uncharacteristic. Callie missing Harry's guilty look as she was still distracted by Neville. He's been going around saying nasty things about muggles and muggle-born. It's like he's looking for a fight. Maybe he'll better after he gets one, Neville commented casually. Down, boy, Daphne countered. Remember, he might be a jerk, but I dorm with him. I can't have my boyfriend beating him up. Don't worry, I can take care of him for you. Ginny cracked her knuckles. Daphne threw up her hands. What is it with you Gryffindors? Violence doesn't solve everything. For the record, I completely agree with you. Harry quickly added, not wanting her to lump all Gryffindors together as lackwit Neanderthals. As a silence descended on the car, he added, incidentally, I'm going to be starting up a dueling club. Is anybody interested? First years. This way, came the comforting call of Hagrid's booming voice. Harry had heard it at the start of every school year, and it signaled the beginning of a new set of adventures. This year was looking to be less innocent than the ones before, but no less exciting. I can see the Thestrals, Harry commented as they walked up to the carriages with the other upper years. Neville nodded. At first glance they looked pretty horrific, almost zombie-like, but once you got used to their skeletal appearance, they had a certain stately grace. Aren't they beautiful? Luna commented, reaching out to pet one. The three of them earned strange looks from the majority of the student body, to whose eyes they were clustered around empty air. And did you know that unlike horses, they pair bond for life? Yeah, I've been able to see them since I saw Harry die the previous summer, Ron interrupted, acting nonchalant as he got into the carriage. A pair of fourth-year girls quickly followed him, and tittering. Fascinating. Luna quickly followed him in, peppering him with questions about whether his ability to see Thestrals was affected by the realization that Harry was still alive and other such details. Let's take a different one. Neville jerked his head toward the carriage further down the line, which didn't have Ron. Luna would just have to fend for herself. Ginny apparently had the same idea, as she walked with them. I didn't say this earlier, but I'm sorry for what happened to Colin. He was a good guy, always cheerful. Harry shrugged. Sometime too cheerful, but I will miss him. Thanks, Ginny replied quietly. I feel it's partly my fault, Neville added. I should have done a better job of looking out for him. It's not your fault. If it's anybody's, it's mine. Because if it wasn't for me he would never have come. Or maybe Ron's, for falling for that stupid trap. Ginny climbed into the carriage. Or maybe it's Colin's fault for not taking it seriously enough. I don't know. I spent half the summer worrying about this before Luna convinced me that assigning blame isn't going to accomplish anything. All I can do is try to do better. Neville nodded. Me too. Are you going to join the dueling club? Ginny gave Harry an odd look. Yeah, obviously. But I don't think dueling is enough. Those Death Eaters have decades of experience. There's no way that training once a week for an hour will be anywhere near enough to match them. The point isn't to match Voldemort's elite, but he's got a lot of thugs like Goyle and Crabbe following him as well. Those we can get good enough to defeat. After all, they are the ones you're more like to encounter. That's not what I meant. I mean that we should get an Auror to run an intensive class. For those of us that want to fight for real. There was a dangerous gleam in Ginny's eye. Harry and Neville exchanged anxious glances. Ginny was always prone to going off half-cocked. I think that's likely. Dumbledore isn't going to allow an Auror onto school grounds. And he's Dumbledore, Neville added. He's not going to let anybody teach kids to fight like that. You know how overprotective he is. Harry nodded. Seeing Ginny's despondent look as she glared at the floor, Harry reached across the carriage and picked up her chin. Hey. I'm not saying it's impossible. Maybe I can take a few students who are interested and teach some of the aura combat tricks that Sirius and my dad taught me last year as part of defense. Ginny looked up, but she still was skeptical. What did you get on you, Dada? I got an easy O. Huh. Ginny perked up. It was good to have friends like Harry. The carriage door opened and Hermione slid in. Where is Ron? He was supposed to help me direct students to the carriages. That's the prefect's first official task. She huffed as the carriage finally started forwards. Ron had been more of a prat than usual all day. I wonder if there's something wrong with him. He pulled up at her scarf self-consciously. Harry shrugged. I'm starting up a dueling club. Do you want to join? Hermione considered for a moment, her annoyance derailed. Yes. As long as you invite Ron as well. Yes, of course. Harry paused before adding, I'm glad to see you're recovered from your injuries. Not completely. She pointed to the stain on her face. That's just cosmetic. Harry waved it away as unimportant. Yeah, a few spells and nobody will notice that. At least you have all your body parts and everything works the way it's supposed to, Ginny added quickly. She understood that a cosmetic injury was a lot more serious to a girl than Harry comprehended. Thanks, Hermione smiled. It was good to be among friends. This was the first time all summer that she felt accepted. The following morning, as Professor McGonagall handed out their schedules, she paused in front of the entire table and announced, I would like you to know that as we have a new potions professor. The rules for who may take Newt-level potions have also changed. Professor Slughorn has asked me to announce that he will be accepting students within, exceeds expectations, or above. Ron froze with his fork halfway taught his mouth, his previous good feeling evaporating. He hated potions, all Gryffindors did. It was taught by a greasy Slytherin, but his father expected him to push himself academically. He had been very disappointed that George had opted to go work in a bakery after graduation. Dad will want me to take it. He struggled with what to do, before finally grabbing a pencil and writing it in. I'll give it a shot, I guess. As McGonagall continued on to the staff table, Harry leaned around Ginny and asked Ron, I'm inviting most of the upper Y-ear Gryffindors. Do you want to join the dueling club? Ron shook his head no. Don't need it. I spoke to Dumbledore. He's going to give me special training so that I can deal with Voldemort. Hermione looks disappointed, but Ron just shrugged at her. Besides, I'm going to be busy. Minister Scridgemore asked me to come speak at a couple of ministry functions to help drum up support against Voldemort. Ron puffed up his chest unconsciously. Finally he was getting the recognition that was his due. He was going places and making connections. No way he was going to end up in some dead-end job like his dad. As everybody finished up breakfast, Hermione slid over to Ginny, I'd like your help. I was wondering if you could help with some illusion. Spell or cosmetics to cover up. She gestured at the blotch on her face. Looking sheepish. Sure. That's not a problem. Ginny brightened. She never got to interact much with Hermione, despite the older girl always hanging out with her brother. But she deeply respected her independent streak, so it would be grayer out. I don't know anything about illusion spells, but my aunt gave me some blush. I can grab it from upstairs. Hermione nodded. What will the blush do? And is it liable to come off during the course of the day? Hermione envisioned streaks on her face from wiping her face with a napkin during lunch. That would not be good. Ginny deflated. You know what? I don't really ever use makeup myself. Maybe we should ask an expert. Hermione nodded, sympathizing. The whole point of makeup was stupid. So who do we ask? Lavender. That had been her original plan, except, there was silence as the two girls exchanged looks. How about Hannah Abbott? She's a puff, so she's going to be helpful, Ginny finally replied. And she won't laugh at us, went unsaid. Hermione smiled in approval. Let's go. But before she could stand up, Daphne, who had been sitting 2 seats over, reached around Neville and put a hand on Hermione's arm. Don't do anything yet. I'll help you during second period. I have a free. First period was defense, but second was Newt-level care of magical creatures, which Daphne was pretty certain Hermione wasn't taking either. So Snape is the defense professor, Neville repeated nervously. Relax, Nev. Your problem is with potions, not with Snape. Don't be too sure of that. We had pants for instruction last year, and Snape is not the sort to take that into account. He expects perfection and he doesn't care who he has to kill to get it. Seamus muttered darkly as they walked into the classroom. For once, Snape was already in the room before the students, perched like a raven behind his desk. Seamus would have assumed that he was eager to teach, except he didn't look up from the parchment he was scribbling notes on intently. So, dueling club, Harry repeated. We'll see. Seamus wasn't really interested, but if this class was going to be as bad as he feared, he might need it just to survive. It was worse. Much, much worse. As soon as the class bell rang, Snape snapped to life like an evil golem. All of you, stand up and line up one after the other. I expect that as usual, you have forgotten everything over the summer, assuming you had ever actually learned the material in the first place. Therefore we will begin with an assessment. You will take turns casting 3 attack spells in rapid succession at the target dummy across the classroom. Begin. As Ron began casting, Snape paused so that he was standing just behind his left shoulder. Faster. This isn't a game. After the second spell, he leaned in and hissed into Ron's ear. Pretend your life depends on it. Ron had to concentrate to keep from voiding his bowls. His next Incarcerus was even weaker than the first. When he was done, Snape gave him a sneer. Next, was all he said. Neville went next, doing moderately better. Then it was Draco. Professor, can we use lethal spells? Obviously. Draco waved his wand in slashing motions, sending a pair of dark cutters at the target, making the Shide spell on it glow with the effort of absorbing them before hitting the core of target with an underwhelming Reducto curse. He was sweating from exertion. That is acceptable. That is the level of performance that I expect all of you to have coming into my class. After today, you will be learning to cast all of these spells silently. Next, Harry stepped to the front and took a fighting stance. He made a negligible wave of his wand. There was no sound or flash of light, but the target started to crumple in on itself as the wall holding it reached out and squeezed in like a massive hand until the ward protecting it glowed, cracked and failed. Clunk. The mangled remains of the target dropped to the floor. 5 points from Gryffindor for destroying school property. Snape frowned before adding bitterly, 10 points for demonstrating silent casting. Ron turned to Hermione and whispered, wait, did Snape just award points? He never awards points, much less to a Gryffindor. 10 points from Gryffindor for talking in class, Snape called out. Afterwards, Daphne and Hermione met up with in an unused classroom. Ginny had class, so she wasn't able to come, despite being vaguely interested. Not that she would ever use makeup herself, but it would be nice to know what the other girls in her dorm were talking about. On the off chance that she got lobotomized by a spell gone wrong and decided to hang out with them. So why didn't you want me to go to Hannah? Hermione put her book bag under one of the desks. Daphne snorted in amusement. Have you seen her? They may call me the Ice Queen of Hogwarts, but she looks the part. Her complexion is several degrees paler than your. Nothing she has will work for you. Cosmetics is an art, and you need to match the color palette. She pointed to Hermione's skin. Hermione was taken aback. She hadn't realized that there was so much, well, thought, to makeup. You're an expert on this. As much as I have to be. I don't obsess about it like some girls. Daphne took up a regal pose before continuing, but it is a tool to control the perceptions of the weak-willed and bend them to my service. As a horrified look spread across Hermione's face, Daphne cracked up. I am joking about that last part. Seriously, I'm not a bad person. GH appearance is important in getting certain types of people to pay attention to you, so it is an useful tool for any Slytherin girl. Then why does Millicent Bulstrode look like she does? Millie, you should see her without makeup. Daphne resisted the urge to cackle like a child. There was just something freeing about knowing that somebody had your back, no matter what. It meant you no longer had to worry over every single word that came out of your mouth. She's a completely different person. This must be what being in love does to you. A small flame of resentment started inside Hermione. She wasn't certain if it was directed at Daphne or at Ron. The period right after lunch was potions. As the class filed in, Harry glanced over at Hermione. Hey, Nev, did Hermione do something to her face? Something looked different. He wasn't certain what it was. Neville glanced over. Yeah, she disillusioned the red stain on her face. No, It's not just that. Harry couldn't get a good L. Because Hermione had taken her usual seat at the front of the class, and Harry was all the way in the back. With Neville, Snape had always insisted that he take the rearmost workstation, so that when his cauldron inevitable exploded, it would be less distracting for the other students. Neville elbowed his brother. Harry, stop staring. You're acting creepy. Just about then Ron came in, looking very anxious. Professor. I signed up for this class at the last minute. I don't have the textbook or anything. Though he had brought his potion supplies from the previous years, on the off chance that it would come in useful. Not to worry, my boy, not to worry, Slughorn smiled amiably at the redhead. Come on up to my office while the rest of the class settles in and I will see what I can find for you. We usually have 1 or 2 used textbooks that previous students lost. He bent down and grabbed a pair of books off of a low shelf and opened them to check their condition. Here are 2. Oh. This one looks like it's all written in. He put that one back and handed Ron the better copy. Thank you, Professor. He was almost skipping as he returned to his seat. This was so much better than Snape. Even in Dada, that crow had been horrid to him and pretty much all of Gryffindor, except Harry. But everybody knew that Snape had a soft spot for Harry. Finally, the day that Harry had been half dreading arrived, the first Thursday in October. Quidditch tryouts. Okay. I see a lot of new folks here as well as some returning faces, Katie pronounced, a clipboard held up in front of her like a shield. She was the new Gryffindor captain, but she wasn't quite used to the role as yet. Let's see the beaters do their thing. I want anybody who's trying out for the position and anybody who played that spot last year to Bottos that mean we're trying out for our old spots. Sloper whined. Last year that had made sense, since nobody played during the Triwizard tournament, but now, he should be a shoo-in. Don't worry, Sloper. Unless you did nothing but eat donuts all summer, you'll get your old spot. I just need you to help evaluate the newbies. As the beaters got started, Katie turned to Harry and Ginny. Okay. This is going to be awkward. You're both great flyers, and you both done great as seekers in the past, but I want the best team I can get. That means you have to both try out for the slot. Katie looks at her clipboard, as if the answers to her dilemma were written there. 4. All Harry knew, they were. Whomever doesn't make it can try out as a chaser. She released the snitch. Go get that, and don't get hit by a bludger. Good luck, Harry. Ginny gave Harry a tense smile. I'm not going to go easy on you. You better not. As they kicked off, Katie yelled out to the beaters. The seekers are fair game. The 2 seeker candidates spiraled into the air as they dodged random bludgers. Ginny gritted her teeth as she followed Harry. They were both on school brooms, but he had somehow pulled ahead. Not that either one had seen the snitch. They were just pulling for altitude, to get free of the beaters, but she still saw it as a challenge. Last year, nobody had been close to her in terms of flying, though some were better in terms of technical Quidditch skills. Finally, they were able to level off and start making the lazy loops that seekers were known for as they searched for their target. Both flyers kept an eye on each other, in case the other spotted the snitch first. Several minutes passed, and Ginny was considering risking going down to a low R altitude to get a different vantage when there it was. A flash of gold appeared as it flew past one of the beaters. Ginny dived for it, followed a moment later by Harry. A bludger whizzed for his head, but he simply spun his broom so that the bludger passed above him. Suddenly, he peeled off. Ginny continued her dive a moment longer before she also realized that the snitch had disappeared. But hat lasted for just a moment before Harry accelerated again, streaking for the far side of the pitch, and this time it was Ginny's turn to follow after. As they jockeyed for position, Ginny grinned like a loon. It's been forever since she's flown like this, fast and devil may care. Over a year, and the last time was also with Harry. The snitch loops around one of the beaters and Harry followed it, startling the poor third year as he passed within inches at greater than 60 miles an hour. Katie watched from the ground. The beaters were okay. Nothing to write home about, but Jack would get to keep his position. But the seekers are amazing. Ginny was a top-notch flyer. Katie had already penciled her in for chaser. Because Harry was that much better. He turned faster, dived steeper, and the way he maneuvers around obstacles, Whether the goal posts, bludgers or other flyers, was nothing short of poetry in motion. He was utterly fearless. Finally, he landed, the snitch in hand. As Ginny touched down, Katie turned to her. "I'm sorry." Quote, "Don't be." Ginny was almost glowing as she turned to Harry. "That was fun. We should do that again." "Definitely. Oh, and congratulations." Ginny stepped in and gave Harry a quick hug. She turned to Katie. "So about that chaser position. You got it. So you want me to try out now?" "No, I mean you got it." Now it was Harry's turn to smirk. "Congratulations." He stepped forward and gave her an awkward hug back. Because apparently that's what one did. Though his smile had turned glassy as he worried if he had overstepped personal boundaries. As they stood, Dean watched the wannabe chasers try out for the last slot, taking shots on Ron, who was guaranteed the keeper slot. As nobody was trying out against him, Ginny realized that this was nice. Better than nice. She glanced up at Harry. He was oblivious, watching the flying. She took a step closer, so that their sides were almost touching. "I could get used to this." It was only later, as she was taking a shower in the women's locker room before heading back to the castle, that she was hit by a surge of guilt. She realized that she hadn't thought about Colin this whole time. Is it okay that I'm moving on? It's been less than a year. It felt vaguely disrespectful. She wasn't certain what to do. "Take a breath," she reprimanded, to say that Harry was even interested in dating her. As soon as she even thought the word, her heart began beating like a trip hammer, the realization of what she was considering crashing down on her. Before, she had been one of the guys. She joked around with Harry and nobody thought anything of it. But if they started going out, she gulped air. And how did that even work? She never had to consider this sort of thing before. Colin had asked her out, not vice versa. How does one go about doing that, even? And asking somebody like Harry, one of my oldest friends, of all people. And if it didn't work out, that would be the end of their friendship. "Have you got anything on Voldemort?" James asked as he came into Sirius's office. Sirius almost never used it, and the place was bare of any personal effects. "No, everybody that I have talked to is nervous. Everybody is keeping their eyes open, but nobody has admitted to seeing anything." Sirius was frustrated. There had been a half-dozen attacks, mostly on Muggles, since the summer. He was certain that somebody had indeed seen something, but everybody was too scared to say anything. He had even set up an anonymous tip line, and asked the order to spread the word, and still he had nothing. "Yeah, same here. I am certain that he's hiding out with one of the hardcore blood rights families, but I don't know who." James pulled open Sirius's filing cabinet and took out the bottle of Firewis KY hidden inside and poured himself 2 fingers. Despite Scridgemer's claim that he was going to take the fight to Voldemort, he still wasn't ready to declare martial law. Until he did, there were hard limits on what James could do. If he raided the wrong mansion, that would end his career, and for nothing. "At least the kids are safe at school." Sirius nodded. It wasn't just the school's wards or even Dumbledore that made them safe. But the fact that most blood purists had their own kids there as well. Though he should up the security at the smaller schools. There were 24 other, local magical day schools. They catered to less affluent families, or families that wanted a more progressive education. Most had 20 to 40 students, and their students typically had to come to the Tower of London to take their owls and newts. Sirius nodded again. "Good luck with that. We need more combat-trained mages." "Okay, is this everybody?" Harry looked over the crowd of mostly Gryffindors gathered in the Great Hall. The tables and chairs had been stacked to the side, making it a large clear space. It was Sunday afternoon, and most students were either doing homework or socializing outside, as the weather was still nice. "Let's get started then. We all know that our defense education here at Hogwarts has been spotty these last few years. And with what's going on out in the world, it's important to make sure that you at least can keep yourself safe if something happens." "Harry means if Death Eaters jump you," Neville added. Harry put out a hand as if to silence his stepbrother. "Let's take it one step at a time. The idea is to just get better than you were. We can worry about fighting Death Eaters later." "Who's going to be running the club?" Terry asked. He was part of the small Ravenclaw contingent, which included Cho Chang, which Harry found a tad distracting. She really was pretty. I was homeschooled last year, and for my dada, I trained with my dad and one of his friends. Harry shrugged self-consciously. I'm not saying I'm an expert, but I'm good enough to hold my own against an Auror. And I can pass some of that on to you guys. I bet his dad went easy on him, Ernie M. McLagan. I'm not a troublemaker. Why would I need to worry about Death Eaters? Harry wasn't certain why Lavender Brown had shown up, and apparently neither was she. Most of you knew Colin. Harry replied quietly, looking down. He was one of the most harmless, nicest guys you could imagine. Always excited to take pictures. But he was also the sort that if you asked him to help out, he would jump up to volunteer. Well, last year, he got killed while doing just that. Harry looked at the faces watching him. Think about it. If a friend asks you for help, are you the sort that will say no? Are you going to spend the next several years cowering at home, never going out, for fear of being at the wrong place at the wrong time? Because Death Eaters aren't interested in attacking Aurors. Instead, they attack and kill kids like Colin. Everybody looked at each other, and there was some muttering before Harry drew their attention back to him. Nobody here is looking to get into trouble, but I want everybody to be safe. Just in case trouble finds you. Most everybody nodded. Lavender exchanged a glance with Parvati and took out her wand. Okay, what are we doing first? Harry spent the next few minutes having everybody go through basic jinxes, seeing who had good form and who didn't. He then split the group up into 3 sections and told everybody to pair up, and assigned each group a couple of spells to cast at each other, ranging from stunners to disarming charms to binding charms. He set Neville to work with the intermediate group, which was the largest, and he bounced between the beginners and the advanced. I'm surprised to see you here. Harry was working with the most advanced of the 3 groups when he saw Daphne and Tracy. Actually, there were several other Slytherins. But they snuck out when you started talking about Death Eaters. They decided that this wasn't going to be a club that would welcome them. I thought you said that not all Slytherins supported Voldemort. They don't. But allying yourself with somebody who openly criticizes them is not politically wise, especially for younger students. But you don't care. Daphne just smiled. They won't cross me. She hadn't spent the past 5 years collecting blackmail material just to let it go to waste. Once they were out of school, the petty transgressions wouldn't matter, so she had to cash in on them now. To buy herself some freedom. Okay, that's time, everybody. We'll get together again same time next week. As the group started to mill around prior to going their ways, Harry called out, Hey, Terry, can you hang back a minute? Ginny, Luna, you guys also. Soon a small cluster of students had nucleated around Harry. Neville had brought along Susan, Hermione and Ernie, the annoying Hufflepuff. They were all from the advanced group. I was thinking, you're all pretty good already. Do you want to do some more advanced training with me, too? You know, practice some of the Auror level stuff that my dad showed me. I'm not really a fighter, Harry, Luna demurred. You don't have to be. With some additional skills, you can help Nev and me train the beginners. Besides, it will be fun. Luna just smiled and shook her head. No. Being able to defend yourself was important, but it wasn't fun. I'll sign up. Harry looked surprised to see Cho Chang. I think you're right. We need to be ready to fight for those we care about. Harry nodded, not certain how to respond. This wasn't the same Cho Chang he remembered from 4th year. Maybe his memory was messed up again. Or maybe she grew up. Where are we going to train? Out here, in the Great Hall. Terry interrupted Harry's musings. No, Harry hadn't thought that part through. Let me see what I can figure out. Okay, let me know. I'm definitely in. Terry gave a thumbs up. Surprisingly, so did Ernie Macmillan. Ginny, on the other hand, was not a surprise. She looked thrilled. I worry about that girl. Harry shook his head in bemusement. Anything risky. And she's first in line. She's going to get herself killed one of these days. How about you, Hermione? I would love to have somebody with your knowledge in the group. Hermione bobbed her head. I think I can make it, at least until homework picks up. As they finally split up to go their own ways, Ginny walked with Harry back to the Gryffindor dorms, not certain what to do. Harry and Neville were bantering, not ignoring her, but not giving her any extra attention. Now I know how Hermione feels like. It was the following Monday that Harry's problems resolved from an unexpected direction. Potter, stay after class, Snape called out as the defense class came to an end. They had again been practicing silent casting. Other than Harry, Hermione W. as the only one who managed it consistently. Yes, Harry gathered his notes into his bag and came up to the front of the classroom. If your dueling club needs a faculty advisor, I would be willing to provide you with assistance. Snape couldn't show favoritism in class, especially not to a Gryffindor, but this dueling club would help reverse the absolutely abysmal level of defensive casting. Skills that most of his students were displaying. And it was exactly the sort of thing that Lily would have done, back when she was in school, so he wanted to help Harry succeed. It really is amazing. Gee, despite not being the biological son, Neville has managed to siphon all of James Potter's negative traits into himself, like drawing out poison, leaving Harry to actually excel. Harry thought quickly. I already have approval from McGonagall, but, do you know of any place where a small group of us can train more intensely? I mean someplace with terrain, and maybe enough space to fly a broom. Snape's eyebrow rose to greet his greasy hair. That sounded an awful lot like our tactical training. Have you considered the room under the castle where the basilisk dwelled? He had nay down there 3 years ago with the headmaster to help dispose of the carcass and harvest potions ingredients. But you need to speak Parseltongue to get in that room. Through the main passage. But the headmaster made up a set of portkeys for us when we were taking care of the cadaver. Snape pulled open a drawer of his desk and brought out a bookmark. This is a reusable portkey. It will take you down as well as back up to Hogwarts proper. Thank you, Professor. You're the best. Harry beamed at the flabbergasted defense teacher. And when I thanked him, Snape looked like he had Saint walked into a telephone pole. I don't think a student has ever thanked him before. Harry informed the advanced group that they had a place to train. That's because he's never given students reason to, before. Neville snarked half-heartedly. He was looking forwards to finally seeing the Chamber of Secrets. It sounded like a cool place to train, much better than the come and go room that they had used last year. Whatever. Harry shrugged. So how about the really advanced group goes down this evening after dinner and checks it out? We need a cooler name than the really advanced group. That's way too wordy, Neville said as he daydreamed of what he would look like, swooping out of the sky, flinging spells at his enemies. How about Rangers? Ginny volunteered. She had read Lord of the Rings like many other magical teens, though they viewed it as science fiction instead of fantasy. Okay, that's cool. Harry beamed at the redhead. You know what's not cool? Ron pronounced, sliding into the seat opposite the group. I just had my first training session with Dumbledore. It was a joke. We just spent the whole time looking at Voldemort's history. Apparently he used to be a kid named Tom Riddle. Well, who cares? Was he teaching you how Voldemort thinks, so you can counter his strategies? Hermione tried to find the positive. No. Well, maybe eventually he will, but right now it's just about how Voldemort was mistreated as a kid and shouldn't we all feel bad for him? Boo-hoo. Ron took a huge bite of his chicken and continued talking. Do you opt in your dueling club? Because Dumbledore isn't going to be teaching me anything useful. Sure, we'd be glad to have you. The next meeting is next Sunday, at 2 p.m. Ron considered before his eyes got big. Oh, shoot. I can't go. The minister invited me to a charity function, to get all the big-name families to donate to the DMLE so that they can hire more oars. Are you going by yourself, or is there a +1 on the invitation? Lavender asked boldly. Yeah, Minister Scrimgeour did say I could bring a friend. Ooh, Lavender squealed. Can I come? She leaned in, batting her eyelashes. Sure, I guess, Ron replied bemusedly. This was the first time a pretty girl had seemed excited to be around him. He completely missed the hurt look that Hermione shot at him. Hermione couldn't believe the audacity of that skank. She just came up and asked to be invited. Fine, I have dueling cub anyways. At least Harry didn't take her for granted. That evening, the Rangers all gathered in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom and took hold of the bookmark. Okay, here goes nothing. Harry activated it. With a brief whirl they all landed in a large, stalagmite-filled cavern. Oh, This is so cool. You and Ron fought a basilisk here. Well, Ron did most of the fighting. I just made sure that Ginny didn't get killed in the conflict. The basilisk almost crushed her. Ginny beamed at Harry. She had been unconscious during that part of it. And she had always been a little too embarrassed to ask about the details of how it all went down because she had always felt that it all been her fault, even though she knew rationally that it wasn't. Somehow, it didn't surprise her that Harry was more focused on rescuing people than on winning glory for himself by defeating a basilisk. So this is going to be the Rangers training room, Harry began. Rangers, is that what you're calling our group? So, that makes you Entelza? Terry asked with a smirk. What? Harry looked confused, but Terry's smirk just widened to a full-on grin and he refused to explain anything more. Whatever. We're going to split into 2 teams and play capture the flag. You can use stunners, Incarcerus and Expelliarmus for offense and Protega for defense. It's up to you if you want to fly, but remember that you'll be a target to everybody if you do. Before we start, everybody go around the periphery and cast a bunch of Lumos spells, so we can see what we're doing. The teams were Terry, Ernie, Susan Bones and Hermione on Neville's team, and Ginny, Cho, Dean and Seamus with Harry. They played 3 matches, with Team Harry winning twice. Damn Harry, how are you so fast? Terry complained. Neville's team was more technically skilled, but Harry's team was more athletic, and with the limited repertoire of spells permitted, they did better. Especially Harry, whose casting speed was blindingly fast and who managed to fly his broom so low to the ground that he was able to use the stalagmites for cover, getting the advantage the broom's speed without the disadvantage of being a huge target. Harry just shrugged. Practice. Well, count me in. If you can get that good, so can I. Ernie playfully punched Harry in the shoulder. Great. Despite the admiration bordering on hero worship that was aimed his way, Harry felt that he himself needed a lot more training as well. All OWL serious for more drills we can do. By Halloween, Ron and Lavender were dating. Which wouldn't have been an issue except, like with everything else that Ron did, he felt the need to broadcast it to the whole world. Most evening, they WOU. LDB snogging in the Gryffindor common room, making the firsties feel uncomfortable. Or they would stop in a doorway for Lavender to adjust Ron's collar and next thing you know they were exploring each other's tonsils. Blocking the way for everybody else. Finally, Hermione had had enough. When Lavender went upstairs to powder her nose, Hermione sat down opposite Ron. Ron, you and Lavender need to stop. You're making a scene all over Hogwarts. It's embarrassing. Ron just gives her a supercilious look. If you had a boyfriend, you would understand about kissing. And why are you 2 dating, even? You have nothing in common. Lavender is into fashion and makeup and everything shallow. The implicit assumption was that Ron was not shallow, which in retrospect may have been unrealistically optimistic. You're just saying that because nobody want to date you because you're a whore. He pointed at the red blotch that was still partially visible under the makeup. Who would want to kiss you? Hermione froze in shock before standing up silently and stalking for the door. She wasn't certain where she was going, but she needed to get away from here. She was just about to reach for the doorknob when it swung open on its own. Hey, Hermione, Harry smiled, stopping just in time to keep from crashing into her. As they stood awkwardly in front of each other, Hermione reached up and pulled his head forward so that she could plant a kiss on Harry's lips. She then glanced back at Ron as if to say, so there. And slammed the door as she exited the Gryffindor common room to a resounding silence. What just happened? Harry turned around in confusion. I don't know, mate, but I don't think this is about you. Neville came over to help steer his shell-shocked brother to the side, where he wouldn't be blocking traffic. Why did I do that? Hermione slumped into her usual study corral in the library. It was her safe place, where she could go to think. So she wasn't sure why she had come here. She didn't need to do any thinking. What had happened was blazingly clear. Ron, as always, was being a prat, and she overreacted. Simple. But why did I kiss Harry? Harry was a friend. She didn't have many of those. Especially not like Harry, who was dependable and smart and helpful. Though Neville was also pretty good. Both Potter boys were good people, the sort she wished everybody was, instead of being shallow and self-centered, like Lavender. Why did I do it? He's going to hate me now. But it had felt good. She put her head down on the desk. Albus watched as Ron Weasley stalked out of his office. The boy was angry, and had exhibited no sympathy or understanding for Tom. Obviously Tom had become a monster who now needed to be stopped, but Albus firmly believed that if those actions were carried out from a place of anger or hatred, they would cause whoever defeated him to follow in the same path, becoming another Dark Lord and perpetuating the cycle of anger and violence. Tom had to be stopped by somebody with love in their heart. Unfortunately, it won't be me. He glanced at his discolored arm. The curse had already eroded the cosmetic spell that he had used to disguise the damage. One moment of indiscretion, and I will be paying for it for life. Not unlike some of what my charges experience when they let their hormones carry them away. He chuckled darkly. He most likely wouldn't make it past the end of the school year. Dumbledore has gone soft in the head. Ron stomped down the winding stairs. Voldemort is evil. He needs to be stopped, and preferably killed. Who cares about his history? That bastard killed my mom. As Ron approached the end of the corridor, he saw Draco pass in a cross corridor. This section of Hogwarts was mostly empty, as there were mostly offices and storage spaces here. Speaking of bastards, that's the second time I've seen him where he doesn't belong. Unless Draco was off to a secret assignation, he was up to no good. Ron silenced himself and quickly followed after. If he is off to meet a girl, this could be awkward. Ron imagined walking in on Draco and Ginny but shook his head. There was no way. Ginny wasn't interested in boys. She was so much of a tomboy that she was probably into girls, and the only way Draco was going to get a girl was by relying on his daddy's money. Ron basked in his superiority that he had a hot girlfriend. I bet he's going to have his daddy arrange a marriage for him. Ron peered around the corner onto the S. It was a long blank corridor, with no doors. And no Draco. Where? Ron muttered in confusion, casting Finite Incantatem at random, in case Draco was hiding under a spell. Nothing. Draco has a secret way out of Hogwarts. He must be going to some junior Death Eater meetings. Ron raced back down. I need to tell somebody. But who to tell? Professor Dumbledore was senile, and McGonagall scared him a little. I'll just have to deal with it on my own. The fact that he had to stop Voldemort all by himself was terrifying, but what else was he supposed to do? The prophecy demanded it. Another Quidditch practice was over. Ginny was the last one out of the locker room, having spent a good half-hour sulking in the shower. Another chance to talk to Harry, gone. She knew that if she wanted to go out with him that she would have to ante up and ask him out. She made her way back to the castle, dragging her toes through the dust. The problem was she wasn't certain what she wanted to say. Hi, we've been friends for years. I'm P. Ready certain you think of me as a kid sister. No, as a little brother, but I actually kind of like you. Yeah, that wouldn't end well. She kicked a pebble as she meandered her way back. And what was the deal with Hermione? When she saw the older girl kiss Harry she had felt her heart lurch, but she quickly realized that it was just a display to get back at her idiot brother. Probably. But why wouldn't she want Harry instead? He was so clearly a better catch. She was just passing a row of bushes when she heard a girl talking. She must have been sitting on the bench on the other side of the hedge, oblivious to everything that wasn't in plain sight in front of her. Obviously I'd rather go with Ron, but Lavender will skin me alive if I make a play for him. And Harry's not bad looking. He is way more athletic than Ron. Her voice got a little husky at the end of that statement. Ginny stopped where she was and leaned over towards the bushes. She had noticed that a lot of girls seemed to be eyeing her bother this year. It was actually kind of funny. But Harry, it was no surprise that other girls were noticing Harry. That just made it all the more pressing that she figure out what she should say to him. And how, and when. Ginny swallowed down her incipient panic. What about the potion? Asked a second girl. You can't mail order those. Not to Hogwarts. The owl will get stopped by the wards. I'm going to have to buy it when I go home for Christmas. This was starting to sound worse and worse. Ginny knew there were spells to see around corners and over walls, but she didn't know them. She desperately racked her brain. She needed to know who these girls were. Finally, she remembered the fart jinx that her bothers had loved to use back when they were younger. She cast it through the bush and waited to see who would come out. A few seconds later Romilda Vane and Sue Ario came striding by, almost running. Romilda, that butterball, she thinks she has a chance with Harry. It didn't matter what potions she took. But almost zero chance was still better than what she had, especially if she kept her mouth shut. Maybe I'll ask Hermione straight up if she likes Harry. If she says no, then maybe I can ask her for advice.